This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
Baby, oh, you're so strong.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Thorn he's replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload!
In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
Really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau. We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today, a trio of chateau rookies are trying to fix one of their chimneys.
I'm not sure the smoke is supposed to come out of the sides of the chimney.
Without much success.
They managed to get through into the chimney breast, but it's the wrong one.
The owners of this luxury chateau hotel need to win over the locals.
Lots of anti-us in the press. We had protesters, all sorts.
But their efforts to drum up much-needed new business don't go to plan.
Only 8 people here. There's more suppliers and more staff than there are customers.
And at our fairy tale chateau, I get down and dirty building an outdoor toilet.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
In northwest France, some young 20-something chateau owners are at the very start of their journey. This is Chateau de la Baminière. Built in the 18th century, this beauty has 6 floors and 40 rooms, 22 of them bedrooms, set in more than 60 acres of park and woodland. The lord and lady of this manor, 25-year-old Gwendolyn from France, and her 28-year-old fiancé, Billy, originally from London.
I moved over here about 6 years ago. My parents were already living here, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a try, you know. And I did a bit of work and that. And when we met, it all changed, didn't it? Yeah. It is a bit of a fantasy, yeah. Living in a French chateau is always been a bit of a dream.
That dream has brought them here to the Pays de la Loire region. And Billy's older brother Michael moved in too. The 3 of them have big plans for the castle.
We want to have bedrooms in the chateau for B&B and have people hosting weddings or seminars here.
But that dream is a long way off because none of them have done anything like this before. And they've got a hell of a lot of work to do. The place has no electrics, no hot water, leaking walls and ceilings, and 90 rotten windows that need replacing.
We basically decided to do most of the works ourselves, you know. We've got our own skills and stuff, so together I think we can make it work.
I've got to admire their confidence. Until they're up and running, the young couple and Michael are living in the only habitable building on the estate, the guest house that used to be the servants' quarters.
Everyone keeps saying to us, oh, you're living the chateau life and all, but not really at the moment. It's more like domestic of a chateau life, or with like the, how did you call them in Downton Abbey, the servants or whatever. That's what we are like.
The reason why we're not living in the chateau at the moment is because basically it's uninhabitable, because there's no bedrooms ready, there's no electrics in some of the rooms, there's no heating, there's no running water. It's, well, the list is endless really, so we can't really move in just yet.
Well, they did only just get the keys to this place 4 weeks ago. Bought for a pretty hefty €1,050,000 with money inherited by Gwendolyn.
I lost my mum almost 2 years ago now, and she left me a bit of inheritance. I thought it would be nice to make a good life for us to prepare the future, because she left me something, so I think we should use it to leave something to our children one day. I know she would have liked this place.
They've barely settled in, but they're not wasting time when it comes to getting the business started. In just 3 weeks' time, their first customers, a party of 14, are due to arrive for a weekend break at the guest house.
It is important to get ready because this is our first lot of guests, and this is the first really income that we're going to have since we moved here. And we do need to get money in order to live and keep restoring the chateau. I'm a bit stressed and anxious. The boys have a lot to do. They need to get on with it and work from dawn to the end of the day, every day.
One of the most immediate jobs for Billy and Michael is getting the chateau a working kitchen.
We're on a bit of a tight schedule because the kitchen bloke's coming in a week.
Today, they're putting up the covings.
It smells like a dirty old kipper. There's a sort of sense of satisfaction, isn't there, Michael, when you do the work yourself?
You know, after a while, you've got all of these skills that you didn't have before.
The window is full. One window's done.
Yeah, one window's done.
Yeah.
We've still got to do second coats on all of the wood, blue woodwork.
How long is that going to take?
Oh, give us a bit of time.
But for Gwendolyn, there's something even more important than sorting out the kitchen before they can move in.
I'm freezing. It is freezing in here.
Like a lot of these old chateaux, the main heating system is run on heating oil. For the past month, they've only had it on for a couple of hours each day to help dry out some of the damp. But that's cost £600 in oil.
What was the level when we had it filled up?
It was right at the top here.
All right.
That was about 2,000 litres and it's gone down, well...
More than half?
More than half.
In a month?
In a month, so we've really got to get it, you know, find another way of heating the place.
How much is that in a month?
That's quite a lot of money, €700.
Yeah. Well, we can't keep going like that, Billy.
No.
Yeah, we need to find another way to heat the house.
If they were to have it on full time, I reckon that the monthly bill could easily double to well over £1,000.
At the moment, money's a bit tight because all the work that's going on, so we need to do something else.
But there's something in the basement that could be the answer to their problem.
So why can't we use that? It uses wood, right?
Yeah.
The question is there life in the old wood burner yet?
We can't just spend €1,500 each month on heating. It's like impossible. We couldn't afford that. We'd be out of here in 3 months. So yeah, we need that to work. We really do.
One thing we've learned about running a chateau is it's all about clever shortcuts and cost-saving plans. At our place in the Pays de Loire, we host weddings in our orangery. But it's a 400-metre round trip to the nearest loo in the chateau. The challenge, to save our guests a long walk for a wee.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
A task that's made even trickier when there's no mains water nearby.
There's going to be a compost loo and a urinal here. I want to go down probably 2 feet.
I knew all that trench digging in my old army days would come in handy. But this isn't any old hole in the ground.
Human beings are retromingent, which means when we sit down, we pee forward. So I have to give it a splash plate to capture the urine and take it off to the side, because I do not want the hole full of poo to be wet. Yeah, and that's very important.
This stops the two things you definitely don't want in an outdoor loo: odour and attracting flies.
When I was training to go to Sandhurst, 78, I wanted to go and join a gym and work out, do all sorts of gymmy stuff, become muscle-bound. And my old man said to me, "No, Richard, all you're going to do is dig the garden." So I dug the garden for a summer and got quite ripped. So, never mind fancy gyms. Build a compost loo.
Muscles tested and trench dug. Next, the hole needs to be lined and shored up at the sides.
What I want to do is just stop anything getting into what is going to be my compost pit, and that includes the rats, so I'm going to be putting chicken wire in there to stop anything getting through, but I'm just shuttering the edges, basically, and putting wood against it so nothing falls in on it.
We may be talking peeing in the woods, but we still need some privacy.
But this is like a mobile home. I got the grunt, you got the finesse. We're in. Look at that.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
The more ridiculous, the better.
Fit for a king or queen, or bride and groom, and ready for its throne.
Well, this loo seat is made for a conventional toilet. And if you look at it from the side, see those gaps that we have to let the air in? We're going to get rid of those. I'm going to take these bits of plastic off, screw this all the way down. I'm going to seal around this with a little bit of foam. And so when this shuts down, there are no air gaps. And the reason we have that is we don't want flies coming in and going in and out of this place. This is to be a fly-free zone. Right.
So that's the sit-down element of the loo. Over to Angel, her dad, and the kids.
Which one do you like?
I like that one.
To bag a urinal at the reclamation yard.
Aha! Mummy's found what Daddy's sent us to find. Look, this is the one. Dick sent me down today to look for a urinal. Oh, the glamour, I know. But we saw this 1.5 years ago. I said we should have bought it then. But, you know, we didn't really quite have a place for it. So I'm so glad it's here today. C'est combien pour the urinal, pissoir?
Le prix, il est à 100 €.
100 €,
Ouais.
oui. I think that's 100, isn't it?
Il est nickel, hein. C'est pour ça que je le mets.
What's 80 €? I wish I spoke French. I remember last year it was 80 €. No?
C'était 80.
Oui. Huh?
Correct.
Ah.
Well, if you want 80.
Super, come on.
In the heart of the world-famous wine region of Burgundy, 25 miles west of Dijon, lies the 900-year-old Abbey de la Bouziers, a home and place of worship for monks since the Middle Ages. But these days, it's a luxury hotel run by English couple Clive and Tanith Cummings.
And once we saw it, we're like, wow, what a place this could make.
It's a thing of beauty. 20 luxury bedrooms, plus a Michelin-starred restaurant in the Abbey's former cloister.
We have real ups and downs, but, you know, we're still here.
Even though a one-night stay in this place will set you back around £200, and a meal for two, £170, Clive and Tanith aren't pulling in enough pennies.
We've had a couple of years where we've made a little bit of profit, but it's still very much a work in progress.
This year, they're desperate to develop the business and bring in more income. And there's one market they haven't yet tapped into. But there's a problem.
A lot of the local perception is that this is a Michelin star posh property. And when we first came, the Abbey was open to the public, and Les Anglais arrived, and we shut the place down, and they got upset. They thought we were creating a paradise for playboys, and we said, look, we're just making it a nice hotel. And we had a massive boycott. Lots of anti-us in the press. We had protesters, all sorts.
So today, Clive's organised an open day designed specifically to woo the locals and make a bit of money with a €5 entrance fee.
We're hoping for 300, 400. You just don't know. It could be a complete and utter disaster, and we only have 50 or 60 people. If that's the case, we've got a lot of wine and cheese to eat.
Clive's invited dozens of regional food and wine suppliers who'll be setting up stalls on his lawn to showcase their wares.
They're a bit precariously balanced.
Everything's set up, everyone is ready. But the success of Clive's event relies on two things he can't really control: a decent number of guests turning up and decent weather.
Every time I put these out, it rains. So, we shall see what happens.
For us, running a chateau business is all about making your guests comfortable. Even if that means building a toilet from scratch using a garden shed.
The ergonomics of pooping in the woods. With 20 years in the military, you spend an awful lot of time finding a comfy place to poop. This is just so luxurious, it's not even worth thinking about.
Okay, it's just a regular shed, so the floor needs to be adapted to fit over the poo pit. And a frame built for the seat.
Gorgeous.
Oh, it's proper, like, enchanted forest.
It's proper toilet.
Tea, isn't it? I love it.
Right, this is the loo capability.
Yeah.
Here, on this side, is going to be a urinal capability.
Right.
Okay.
Is that going to have any sort of, like, privacy?
Yeah. Picture a urinal there, picture the wall. It's got to be tall enough so no man's head can be seen, yeah?
Okay.
So here, so they come through here, pee here, and the urine, wee, comes around here.
Stuff from the compost loo go in there as
The
well?
pee from the compost loo goes here as well.
Right.
This is the sit-down loo.
Yeah. And kind of washing the hands, we're just going to have a...
All that, sanitising stuff we've got.
Yeah,
We'll just put a little
okay.
shelf in there with a sanitizer and things
All
in
right,
there,
then. Yeah.
I'm going to continue making
All right, baby.
She didn't ask for it to move. That's a tick. Which is not too bad.
With four-woman Angel happy, time to finish this bad boy.
That's good.
Urinal installation and a seat in the cubicle.
It's nice.
Voila, all ready for our wedding guests. And better than any camping loo, if I do say so myself. Just 30 miles away from our place, engaged couple Billy and Gwendolyn and Billy's brother Michael are just 4 weeks into the start of their chateau journey and are learning that there's a ton of work ahead of them. They're desperate to get a disused wood burner up and running to save cash. But they've no idea when it was last fired up.
There's a receipt here from 1988. And it was just nettoyage, rouleur, which is just a service, a routine service. A bit of very old kit if it was, if I found a receipt from 1988. That was the year I was born, so very interesting.
It's still nearly 30 years younger than me, and I'm going strong.
We don't know if it's going to run all right or if it's even going to heat the house.
Are you sure it's not going to make everything explode?
It's connected to one of the chateau's 11 chimneys.
If we're going to switch on this wood burner, we need to make sure the chimneys are cleared. If there's any blockage in there or anything, it could be a fire hazard.
So Gwendolyn's called in a couple of local chimney sweeps who've agreed to do the job for just €60. Starting from the roof, the men begin by checking for blockages. And after an hour, they find an obstruction about halfway down the 25-metre tall chimney.
The chimney is so badly blocked that they're obviously from the top or the bottom, they can't get the blockage out.
There's no choice but to try and get to the blockage through the wall.
Well, they've been trying to bash their way through this chimney breast for about 15, 20 minutes. And, well, at least you know the house is strong.
That's one way to look at it. French chateaux tend to have very thick, solid walls. These are about a foot deep.
The thing is, the chimney breast is solid granite, so, you know, it's not easy to knock through.
After almost an hour, the men are finally through. But there's no sign of a blockage. Please don't tell me they've done what I think they've done.
They managed to get through into the chimney breast, but it's the wrong one.
That's what you get for 60 euros.
There's two chimney breasts side by side, and the blockage is in the other one. So now what they've got to do is they've got to knock through into the other chimney breast.
A quick recalculation, and it's time for take 2. After another half hour, and a lot of mess, the men are through again.
Yeah, they've got the right hole this time.
And the mystery of the blockage is revealed. A 30-year build-up of old pigeons' nests. With the chimney now cleared, they can start up the old wood burner. But will the ancient piece of kit work? Or will their dreams of saving pennies go up in smoke? Back in the Burgundy region of eastern France, Clive and Tanith need to bring in more money to their luxury Chateau hotel. Their plan? To get more locals through the door. So Clive's throwing an open day to try and tempt them. He was worried the weather could make it a washout, but it's the turnout, or lack of, that's the problem.
2:20, and only 8 people here. So let's see. There's more suppliers and more staff than there are customers. But the afternoon is young. They're all probably having their lunch still. This is France. Lunch is very important.
Whilst Clive keeps his fingers crossed for some more guests and no rain, inside, hotel life is carrying on as normal. Tonight, Tanith has got 8 new reservations at the hotel, all expecting that luxury experience.
Every little detail is quite important, really, so you just need to be aware of everything. So the cushions from the window, from where you've left the remote control to the pad and pen by the tables. We get all our laundry from England, and we also use really good quality towels. They've got to be fluffy, you know, they've got to be big and fluffy towels. This one's good to go, I think. Just needs some water, but everything else is ready.
The flood of local visitors armed with wads of cash hasn't arrived.
Bonjour. Combien? Beaucoup? Combien c'est beaucoup?
Déjà
20. 20 people so far. So just another 450.
The other 450 or so guests must be just around the corner.
Empty road. I want to see a whole line of cars snaking up with lots of people in it. And then I'll be happy. Here we go, hopefully. Vous avez une voiture? Allez. Oui, non. Bonjour. She didn't smile, did she?
But today's not just about selling the hotel to the locals. The world-renowned British sculptor Paul Day lives just a few miles away.
Look at this guy.
And Clive's invited him over to set up a stall selling signed copies of his new book.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Clive and Tanith have several of Paul's sculptures in the Abbey grounds, including these 3 life-sized bronze bulls. They've been on loan here for a year, and tomorrow, Paul's taking them back.
These are going to be moved to an exhibition I'm having in Beaune, our local town. I think they look perfect here, and I'm actually surprised that Mr. Cummings hasn't made me an offer on them, but I know how tight he is. You know, so frankly, I don't hold down much hope there.
It's now an hour into the event, and to Clive's relief, there's finally a steady stream of guests making their way into the grounds for the Abbey's big day.
I'd say there's a couple of hundred people here now, so very pleased with that. Let's hope we have another 200 or 300 coming through the door. We'll see. Another 2 coming in. Yeah. Lots of local faces, which is really nice. And they see the transformation of the building. They see the investment that we've put in. And as I say to them, it's the paying customer like them are the people that help me to continue with the renovation work. And so they're very pleased that they see it being spent on this and not on fast cars.
It looks like Clive's weather prediction has come true.
I said my red cushions were an invitation for it to rain, and it took 3 hours. It's fantastic. Il pleut quand the vache qui pisse. In French, that means it's raining like cows weep.
But luckily, Mother Nature has intervened at the perfect moment.
Just as we want people to go home, it's hailing. And so, no, we've had a perfect day.
The weather held out long enough for everyone to enjoy the chateau and make some money in the process.
I think the receipt on the gate is 450 people, and our winemakers have sold their wine, our cheese lady sold her cheese, the flower lady sold some flowers. Everyone's happy, so
yeah, good
very
day,
happy,
good day.
very pleased.
Now they just have to wait and see if their efforts will bring in more locals and more euros. Some 240 miles west, in the heart of the Loire Valley, sits Chateau de Bois-Jorot, built in 1850 by an Englishman. Now it's a grand self-catering rental, with 9 bedrooms and 11 bathrooms, 20 acres of parkland and a pool. And it's still got English owners. 3 sisters, Catherine, Marion and Tanya. The business is run from the comfort of the UK by community worker Tanya, who lives near Oxford.
Morning. I'll set the kettle on. Who do you fancy, Mr. Happy today?
And younger sister, teaching assistant Marion, who lives with her family near Reading.
It's your turn for brushing your teeth.
I'll tell you what we do is pancakes.
Yeah, I'm off. All right, see you later. Have a good day.
The sister's mum, Cleone, lives a few miles up the road from Tanya.
And I've lost the bucket already.
The chateau used to belong to her ex-husband, the girl's dad.
Bucket.
He didn't want the responsibility anymore, so he gave it to his daughters.
So they were left with a chateau, which is a bit of a double-edged sword because there are maintenance costs. They don't live there all the time. They don't speak French, and they've worked very hard to get it off the ground, and they're making a success of it. I'm actually very proud of them, although I don't usually let them know that.
I've also got to meet up with Marion at some point this week, go through chateau stuff, see where we are.
As the saying goes, with a great chateau comes great responsibility. And the sisters find it hard work maintaining and managing this magnificent 19th century castle.
It is very stressful trying to manage my job and the chateau and just general family life, parents, you know, everything that brings. Trying to actually squeeze them into life in general is quite hard.
We probably get about 10 rentals a year, through from May, June, July, August,
those are
maybe
our
September.
main ones, yeah. I wouldn't say it's profitable, but it covers its costs, which is what we needed to do.
But running a French business from the UK has its frustrations.
Everything in France is quite different to the English way of doing things. What might be logical and feel quite sensible in the UK is very different in France. I'm not used to dealing with French authorities. I'm not used to the way that French banks operate.
Oh, offices are now closed. Monday to Friday, 9 to 12:30.
No!
Ah, the joys of French life. We know it well. Once a year, the sisters, their families and mum, Cleone, take a trip to open up the chateau for the new holiday season, after being shut up for the long winter months.
Maybe a lot of people think of having a chateau as a dream, a place they can go on holiday and relax and drink a glass of wine, watch the sun go down.
There's always issues and there's always a problem.
Have you got the passport?
There's always something that needs to be doing.
It's a 12-hour trip to the Loire Valley, and they have no idea what will be lying in store for them when they arrive. Back at Tanith and Clive's Chateau Hotel in Burgundy, it's the morning after Clive's successful open day. And even though it's only 7:30 a.m, he's already focused on his next project.
Well, we got a delivery from Greece with a statue from Paul Day, and we've taken away the 3 bull statues, and we've got a truck arriving to pick them up, and we've managed to get it all in the same time. The 2 trucks hopefully are arriving at 8 o'clock this morning, and our local farmer, Alexander, with his Manitou, to lift them up because they're heavy, very heavy.
He's not wrong. They weigh in at nearly 3/4 of a ton each. But it's not the sculptures that Clive's worried about.
These truck drivers don't respect grass or lawns, and they drive over anything, and I don't want any damage today.
By 8:10, there's no sign of truck, forklift, or even his friend Paul.
So I'm the first one. Waiting for 2 trucks and an artist. Oh well.
20 minutes later...
It's a truck arriving. It's a flatbed low loader. So this is for the bulls.
The bulls are being taken 30 miles away to be exhibited in the town of Beaune.
Peut-être poser le camion ici?
Ouais, on va voir avec lui, on va attendre.
Oui, just, OK.
Clive's friend Paul, the sculptor, is the next to arrive.
What's the grass? I'm only kidding. How you doing? All right.
With a combined value of nearly £1 million, it's going to be a delicate operation.
Bonjour, ça va?
Yeah. Peut-être les lever d'un côté.
Un petit peu, voilà, sans
par en dessous, et puis les lever de l'autre côté pour pouvoir avoir accès à
voilà,
un quart d'heure. Donc,
ouais, bah c'est bon.
Forklift driver Alexander seems confident enough.
Attention.
Clive's not going to be too pleased with that.
Attention mes bronzes, Alexandre.
And artist Paul isn't happy either, stepping in to suggest a more delicate approach.
We're just putting 2 straps around the front and rear end of the sculpture so that we can then run a strap through the middle probably and hook it up onto the forks, and then we'll just pick it up and drop it onto the back of the lorry.
The straps have worked a treat, and after just 15 minutes, the biggest of the 3 bulls is safely loaded onto the truck. But not everything has survived intact.
It's what's expected. We've got to do it another 2 times, you see, so for mummy and baby. So once he's done it, I'll come out. But when we installed it, it took about 2 weeks for the tracks to go. So it's what happens.
Before herding the other 2 beasts, it's time for a coffee break.
Café American en anglais. We have a mug, but over here they drink it espresso, don't they? So they like a little coffee.
But there's still no sign of Paul's new sculpture that's arriving to replace the bulls.
I'll find transporters.
It's being transported via international haulage from Greece, where it was last exhibited. It was due to arrive more than an hour ago.
10 minutes, c'est parfait. He doesn't speak French or English, so that's why he's struggling to find his way.
It's no surprise Paul's getting nervous. That's nearly £500,000 worth of sculpture that's currently lost in Europe.
Hello, Paul Day, we still have no lorry.
Back in the Pays de la Loire, it's crunch time for Gwendolyn and fiancé Billy. With 30 years of bird's nest removed from the chimney, they're about to see if their old wood burner is in working order.
So we've got to go and find some dry wood in the forest that's already been cut up.
In charge of wood collection is Billy's brother Michael. And when your back garden's about the same size as 50 football pitches, you don't want to be travelling on foot if you need to get anything done.
It's really good to have this buggy, actually, because, you know, if you need to go and get something quickly, you can just hop on it and go for a drive. There's about 60 acres of land here. Half of that's forest, which is great because, you know, we need logs to keep the log burner going. once we've got enough logs to keep the thing going, we'll be able to heat the chateau for free, basically. The old caretaker that used to work here for the previous owners, he did a lot of work clearing the forest. I'm just going to go and have a look and see if there's any dry ones. They're huge logs. That one looks good.
When it comes to using wood for fuel, you can't just chop down a tree and burn it straight away. Sawn timber like this needs to sit for about 2 years to dry out before it's seasoned and can burn efficiently. Luckily for them, this stuff looks the business.
That one seems dry. Oh. I forgot to strap them on. Oh, God. I need to wake up, I think.
While Michael struggles with the logs, Billy's getting himself a practical crash course in the chateau's heating system.
Well, the hot water comes out of the top of it, because obviously the heat rises, so the cold water is fed into the bottom of it, and there's 2 valves, and they're both turned off.
Yep, you've got to turn both those on, otherwise there's nothing getting in or out.
Michael, are you there?
Are you all right?
Yep, we're ready to put some wood in it. I've just given it a bit of a once-over, and it's quite clean inside. I've turned the valves on the back, so we're ready to go.
Yeah, right, I'll bring them all back now, then.
All right, then, cheers.
Well, I'm quite excited to try the wood burner, because if it works, it really means that we can save money, and that this is money that we can put towards the renovation.
It could be a massive potential saving of up to £1,000 a month compared to using an oil-fired heater.
Key to a good fire is a nice bit of dry wood.
It's the most economical way to keep the place heated.
The moment of truth has finally arrived.
Do you want to light it?
Yeah. Let's have a go.
Do you want me to turn this on?
Yeah, just turn it on to get a draft through quickly.
That's it. It's drawing. It's not smoking at all, is it?
It's a good sign, because there is smoke, but I'm not sure the smoke is supposed to come out of the sides of the chimney. Isn't it supposed to come out of the top? Not sure about that.
Look. But it's not supposed to be coming out the sides, is it?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
I wonder why it's doing that.
So the old wood burner's fine. It's the even older chimney that's not. If they're lucky, it'll just be a few holes that need plugging with a few quid spent on some cement. If they're not, it could mean lining the chimney, and that's going to cost a whole lot more.
We have a loan to pay back,
Yeah.
and we need to make money out of this place.
It's really slow progress.
We just need to keep pushing.
Back in Burgundy, at the Cummings' former Abbey cum luxury hotel, there's also a worry for Clive and artist Paul. The £500,000 sculpture they've been waiting for...
Hello?
...is now more than 2 hours late.
The truck is there.
Are you sure?
Yes, the truck is there.
Just arrived.
Just arrived, okay.
I don't know. I'll go and have a look. OK, thank you. We'll go and have a look.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
The driver's driven 2,000 miles through 8 countries, all the way from Athens.
Kalimera. Hi. Hi. OK? OK. Oh, yeah.
So I think he can be forgiven for being a little late.
That's the plaster in
That's
3
the plaster.
pieces.
Yeah, and this one's... Yeah.
And there's the bronze.
OK, that's useful.
Oh, that's a lot easier to...
Yeah, just forklift.
Yeah. So far, so good. One set of statues out and a new set of statues in. So, it's all a bit of fun. Right. Here we go, Formula 1, Formula Golf buggy. And we're taking over. No, we're not. We're going to die. I've run out of juice. Look. I think you're going to have to jump off, Paul, yeah. Push! Come on, Paul, get behind it.
Paul's most well-known sculpture is a bronze that stands 9 metres tall at the Eurostar terminal in London, titled The Meeting Place. The one he's putting on display at the Abbey today is a smaller version of that piece.
But I've twice tried to stop sculptures with my toe and broken the toe both times.
I can take my hat off and stunning, absolutely stunning. Very happy.
Good location.
What a clever man you are, eh?
Excellent.
240 miles west in the Loire Valley, Marion and her family are arriving at their chateau after 12 hours travelling by car and ferry.
Tree in the way, Dad. It's a big whooper.
Oh, dear.
They're here to get the place shipshape for the holiday season, starting in 3 days' time. They were last here 6 months ago, when they closed the chateau down at the end of last season. They're hoping that there won't be too much winter damage to deal with.
Here we are, hello.
All right. Oh, let's get Pepper out.
Whoa,
OK, do you want me to just, like, open up them? I'm hoping it's in quite a good state.
It's not too bad, actually. Usually it's quite musty. You can...
Oh, I quite fancy a drink.
It's not time to crack open that bottle just yet. Let the inspection begin.
If you start looking around, you'll never stop, and there's heaps of work. Yeah, you could be here the whole time. OK, let's have a look at this.
As husband John and the boys clear the driveway of trees and branches that have come down over the winter, Marion's dealing with some very unwelcome guests. An invasion of flies.
We've got a constant problem with flies, so I need to make sure that the fly treatment people come out. So we get this treatment done twice a year and kills all the flies.
These flies are known as cluster flies, and we know them well. All big rural buildings are plagued with them. One way to get rid of them, a good dose of insecticidal spray.
The smoke alarm?
Yeah, do we know out there?
Yep, insecticidal spray can set off your smoke alarms. Still, good to see they work.
So it was set off, which is great. That's the first time I've known it work. So that was good. And I know, at least we know it works, so that's brilliant.
It's going to be non-stop work over the next few days to get the chateau ready for the new season. The filthy pool needs cleaning, and there are yet more flies. Next time, Sister Tanya and the rest of the family arrive to help set up. But tensions are running high.
John.
You're not listening?
No, I'm not listening.
The whole pool is leaking.
It's not leaking, it's there, so it's water.
Billy reaches new heights as he attempts to fix the holes in his chimney.
I'm absolutely terrified.
And Tanith and Clive are feeling low when it comes to a blockage in their medieval drain.
Well, come down and have a look.
No, thanks.
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our two beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
What amazing colours.
We need to get on top of it, get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of two like-minded couples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As they face the highs...
It's really beautiful.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Today, the perils of repairing a 6-storey chateau.
You know, I'm not too afraid of heights, but this is a bit extreme.
Plumbing problems at this 12th century abbey.
Do you see anything?
Yes. Well, come down and have a look.
No, thanks.
How running a chateau with loved ones is never plain sailing.
John, we employ him to look after this pool. Yeah.
He hasn't done it for 4 years.
And Angel and I carry out valuable research into our new wine list.
We could get so pickled this afternoon.
Londoner Billy and his French fiancée Gwendoline are still in their 20s. But with the help of Billy's older brother Michael, they're working hard to turn the 22-bedroom Chateau de la Balmenier into a luxury wedding venue, as well as a beautiful family home.
It is a bit of a fantasy, yeah. Living in a French chateau is always been a bit of a dream.
Together, I think we can make it work.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And we might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Their chateau is in the Pays de la Loire in northwestern France. They live in the guest house, but need to move out in just 3 weeks so they can rent it to paying guests. That means making the chateau habitable, but the wood burner is causing them a bit of a problem.
Well,
But it's not supposed to be coming out the sides, is it?
well, that's what I was thinking.
I wonder why it's doing that.
I think the cement between the blocks, I think it needs repointing because
it needs repointing probably.
There's smoke pouring out of the holes through the sides and between the stone. Yeah. So it shouldn't be doing that.
They suspect the brickwork needs repointing, a pretty straightforward repair job if you're at ground level.
It looks like the house is on fire rather than the chimney.
Unless they repair the chimney, they won't be able to use the wood burner. So someone's going to have to go all the way up there and fix it.
It's probably about 20 metres, something like that, so it's quite high up. When you're up there, you're like, ooh.
Billy's gamely volunteered to take on the job. Fortunately, he's got just the piece of kit for it.
We bought a cherry-pick car. It goes about 22 metres. It's not a new machine, it's quite old. And hopefully we have no problems and we don't fall off the thing.
But they haven't so much as switched it on since buying it several weeks ago.
Right, so how do we get this thing going?
This is the main switch to turn it on.
Yep.
And this is the ignition.
Is it meant to start?
It's supposed to start. Do you want to jump up on top of the thing and make sure the red switch, look, because look, basically it's like that sometimes. You have to twist it so it's up like that.
And there's one over on that.
There's one on that. So jump up on top of it and just check it.
Right, OK. It's not working.
Yeah.
Did you know it didn't work when you bought it?
No, it worked when we bought it, but it's
That doesn't sound right.
it means
I don't know what it means. We'll have to look in the manual, I think.
If Billy can't get up to fix the chimney, there might be some cold nights ahead for them all. It's no small task trying to heat a chateau, especially where we live in northwestern France. Winters here can be bone-chilling, often dipping to -10. It gets so cold sometimes, even our moat freezes over.
It's not exactly warm in here. It will be soon.
In the beginning, it was a constant battle to heat our home.
We could not heat this house in a way that would make my mum and dad happy. So our life from January and February revolved around heating this house. Did we get up 5 a.m. in the morning, turn the heating on to heat this room so the kids would wake up not freezing. Then he'd run downstairs and get the heating on for the dining room so we would have breakfast in the heat. And it kind of went round, back again, and up. So the whole house was on, off, to make sure that we had only heat in one room for that time, because you can imagine trying to heat the whole house would have been mental and a lot of money, not sustainable.
Heating all our rooms continuously could cost over £500 a week. Sometimes a chateau really can feel like a money pit. 100 miles south at Chateau de Bois-Giraud, Marianne and her husband John had just splashed out nearly £500 on having hundreds of flies removed. Marianne from Oxfordshire runs this place as a luxurious holiday gîte with her two sisters, Tanya and Catherine.
I wouldn't say it's profitable, but it covers its costs, which is what we need it to do.
Nestled in the Loire Valley and set in 20 acres of rural parkland, this gorgeous 19th century chateau has 9 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms, a swimming pool, and even a gym.
My children really adore going there, and it is great for family get-togethers. I really enjoy it, and that's kind of where we get our satisfaction and pleasure from that side, you know, from the family point of view.
Every year, the sisters make the trip over from the UK to get it ready for another holiday season. This morning, big sister Tanya and her family arrived. Today, an engineer has come to fix the lift.
Bonjour! My French isn't good, but...
My French is worse.
Fortunately, their managing agent, Isabel, is on hand to translate.
OK, so could you ask him if there's still the same problem that there was last time with the lift?
The problem you noticed last time, is it still...
In French.
Ah, en français.
I remember he said there was a click, click sound, which Tanya and I were not worried
C'est plus
about.
un problème de bruit, un problème de clic.
But we think it's fine. But just to check.
Donc le clac, 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 si vous voulez, c'est l'ascenseur qui descend petit à petit. Yes.
I hope it's okay. And so, just to confirm, today he is going to put alarms, loud ones, on each floor?
Oui.
Perfect. Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
Brilliant English. Thank you.
Whilst the engineer gets to work, Marianne and Tanya realise they don't have any means to pay him for the job.
We're off to the bank. We need to go now.
Yep, we're late.
We will be late.
So we'll go to the bank.
Okay.
But before they can leave, Marianne's husband John wants to talk about the issue with the roof.
The lead or the... It is dangerous, very dangerous.
All right, John.
Yeah.
I don't need him to stop messing about and interfering. I just don't need that.
And there's something else Marianne doesn't want her husband to interfere with.
At the moment, we're waiting for the pool man to come and open it up. And John's had a little look and would quite like to do it himself. But I've asked him not to, because there are occasions when he starts interfering and then he creates more problems. And it's just... OK, thank you.
Oh, it was very good.
That was great.
But when Marion gets back from the bank an hour later, she finds John couldn't help himself. He's decided to tackle the pool.
John, we employ him to look after this pool.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is that I always a bit cautious of where he stands in the whole pool maintenance.
John, this is his pool. It's not your pool.
He hasn't done it for 4 years. He doesn't do anything, though, does he?
That's the problem. Yeah, look at the state of the pool. The whole pool is leaking.
It's not leaking. It's there, so it's water.
I hope John and Marion can settle their differences, as there's still a lot more to do here.
John?
Please, could you look at the downstairs loo seat and tell us if it needs a new one?
Under the stairs, just there.
As any Brit who started a new life in France knows, one of the many pleasures of living here is having world-famous vineyards at your doorstep.
Ah, bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Je m'appelle Dick.
Santé.
Je m'appelle Angela.
But for Angela and I, tasting wine isn't just about buying new additions for our own cellar.
We're having a private session here to find wines, local wines.
Local sommelier Patrick is helping us put together a new wine list for our wedding season.
We want to be able to have people come to the chateau for the first time, drink the wine, and go, wow.
But as ever when running a chateau, it's a balance between tasting good and not burning too big a hole in your pocket.
Nous avons besoin de vin qui est local.
With more than 4,000 vineyards in the Loire Valley alone, the choice is a little overwhelming. And to complicate matters further, the wines on our list need to complement all different varieties of food.
Avec des spécialités anglaises?
No.
Non, de la gastronomie mondiale?
We need a bon vin. What's good? We just need a good wine that can go with everything.
C'est très très bon sur une côte de bœuf. Avec une côte de bœuf à la grillade, excellent. Vous faites une côte de bœuf avec un gratin dauphinois. Et ça va très bien sur des Saint-Jacques.
The scallops.
The best wines carry the prestigious AOC certificate, guaranteeing their origin and quality.
Ça c'est Loire et ça c'est l'Aussi Loire.
Okay.
D'accord?
Should we, get some?
Yes, I think we have to.
And then, and try them.
We could get so pickled this afternoon. Okay.
Légèrement sucré.
Attends, un cutin.
Faire travailler un petit peu le vin.
I just can't.
Have you actually? You have to really let the air into your mouth. Come on. Suck your air through. You have to.
I've got a brace at the back of my teeth. You know that I can't.
You can't. Of course you can. You can do it.
Not really into wine that much. I understand the theory behind it. I just don't love it the same way that Dick does. The wine is totally part of the package, and I'm as equally passionate at getting the right thing as Dick, but I'm not comfortable with it at all. I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, maybe I'll practice in private in front of the mirror.
With Patrick's help, we've definitely saved a few pennies on our wine list today, and been persuaded into buying a few extra bottles to carry on our research at home.
Taste this, have a nap.
Look after the kids, give Mum and Dad a break.
No, leave the kids to your mum and dad. Taste this, have a nap.
No.
350 miles east of here, on the other side of the country, is another world-famous wine region, Burgundy. Here, a 12th century abbey has been lovingly restored by English couple Clive and Tanith Cummings and turned into an upmarket hotel.
We love being over in France. And it's so peaceful and it's so tranquil and it's just...
We've got some very good friends locally who we socialise with. We're part and parcel of the local community.
As well as 20 rooms, this former place of worship boasts a Michelin-starred restaurant.
Stéphane, tiens.
But they're still not yet making a profit.
We are still a young business. We have a very healthy bank loan.
It's a fair amount of money that goes out each month. Our electricity is normally anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 a month.
I'd love to be a profitable organisation, but at the moment we're not. I don't make any money, and so that's what gets you sometimes. You work so hard, and you get to the end of the year and you're like, you know, there's nothing left. You know, we spent it all.
To keep costs down, Clive and Tanith do as many jobs around the Abbey as they can.
We can work in most departments, apart from the kitchen. I do avoid the kitchen as much as possible as far as helping out, but any other department, either of us will go in and help where's necessary. So it's very hands-on, but we've always been very hands-on.
Today, Clive is going to have to be a bit more hands-on than usual. He's got a pond that's suffocating from an invasion of algae, and his fountain has stopped working.
It's normally a crystal clear pond, fresh water that flows through, and you can see the fish beautifully. And as you can see, it's a bit of an eyesore now.
Too much algae can suck out the oxygen from the pond, which could be devastating for the 12 koi carp Clive keeps.
It's a job that I want to get done pretty quick. Don't want me fish to die, that's the problem.
Once he's satisfied he's got enough algae out, Clive can move on to the next problem. His fountain's broken and he needs to fit a new pump. But to do that, he needs to lower the water level by 3 inches.
The plug for the pond is at the bottom, which is about waist deep, and I've got to get in there and pull the plug out to let the water out. I don't know how far I can lean under, so I don't know whether I'm going to have to put my shoulders in and go for a swim. Not a very nice day for a swim, and it looks pretty cold in there as well.
But Clive's got a big pair of waders, so this should be a fairly simple job.
It's normally about 1 metre deep, and it just comes up literally to about 1 centimetre of my waders, but I've just got a sneaky feeling I'm going to get wet socks.
In you get, Clive.
You can hear it. That's a 12th century plug.
But removing it doesn't appear to have made the slightest bit of difference.
It's not draining away. It's the water's coming back up the aqueduct here. It's not moving at the moment.
As far as I'm concerned, getting your hands dirty is all part and parcel of running a chateau, especially if it saves you a few quid. For me, there's nothing more satisfying than solving a problem without spending any money at all. And finding old things like this lying around is a godsend for small DIY jobs, like building a chicken coop.
There's no ladder, I wouldn't walk up it, but the chickens will roost on it. Watch. You see what we have there?
Oh, I see, right.
When they come time to roost, there's enough space for them to spread out. This is one of the doors in one of the stables. It feels like it's made of hardwood.
And what could be better than upcycling a stable door to keep the hens in and Mr. Fox out?
And what I'm doing is making a little area here so that when we open this door and come in, the chickens will all go straight out the door. Which is quite important because 12 acres is quite a lot of space to lose them.
But if you're really savvy with your renovation, you can even make a few bob too.
How are we getting on?
We've had to remove 50 metres of old lead piping that was used for the Chateau's original 19th century plumbing system.
If this is all lead, it can all go.
Most homes had lead water pipes until the 1970s, when it was discovered just how dangerous they could be to the water supply. They've been banned in France for more than 20 years, so I'm not sorry to see this lot go.
As far as we're concerned, this is the last vestiges of the old system.
The old system, yeah.
It's going.
So all the lead disappears.
And there's probably enough lead in here to pay for about 3 copper pipes.
There's no way this stuff is going to be skipped. A kilo of lead piping can fetch up to £2 when it's sold as scrap. And we've removed hundreds of kilos from our place.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
Back at Chateau de la Baminière in the Pays de la Loire, Billy and Michael are trying to save money by doing all the restoration work themselves, even those jobs that require a serious head for heights. But at the moment, they can't even get their cherry picker up and running. Billy paid £6 grand for it second hand. Luckily, it came with an instruction manual.
Oh, here it is. Let's have a look at it. Right, it's all in French. Do you read French?
Oh, a little bit.
Reservoir, robinet. I don't know what that word is.
Should we get Gwendolyn to help us?
I think we'll manage. We'll try. You won't learn if you keep asking Gwendolyn.
If you ask me, the battery's flat, as the cherry picker's been sitting idle. But Billy's got other ideas.
It could be it's a little bit empty on diesel.
Oh, okay. Well, have you ever filled it up?
I've never filled it up yet.
Well, maybe that's what it is then. So, should we go and get some diesel?
I think we should try that, yeah. Try a bit of diesel.
Shit. If this doesn't work, we have got no idea what's wrong with it. So that will be £6 grand down the drain. Right, start her up then.
Well, that's great, isn't it? It still doesn't want to start.
That sounds like a dead battery to me.
How long does it take to charge a battery?
I don't know.
Hours?
Couple.
Days?
Couple of hours.
Couple of hours.
So it's charging, which means it hasn't got a lot of power in it, I think. That might do the job. Because usually it won't charge if it knows it's got enough power in it. Lovely. We'll sort of leave it to it and come back to it, I think.
OK.
Yeah.
Try it again in a few hours.
Yeah, all right then.
Billy and Gwendolyn have a lot invested in this chateau. They bought it for €1,050,000 with a large mortgage and with the help of an inheritance from Gwendolyn's late mother.
You can see my mum here when she was a young girl, and then there with me. There's a drawing of her that Michael did here, and I've got her here as well.
It's just 2 years since Gwendolyn's mother died.
Losing my mum obviously wasn't easy, and it's still not easy, but well, yeah, I wanted to build something with what she left me. I know she would have loved this place with the forest. My mum used to love nature, everything that was green, going out for walks, and actually when we came to visit this place, we had a walk in the forest. I could see my mum there, and I knew she would have loved it. Achieving what we are trying to do here, in a way, is also for my mum, because she allowed us to do this, so we owe it to her to make it work.
When they found this magnificent place for sale last year, they had no idea of the history that lay within its walls. The chateau was named after the Baminière family, who some 300 years ago were royal advisors to King Louis XIV.
This over here is supposed to be Madame de Baminière, who gave her name. Basically, Baminière was the family name of the family who built the chateau, and it's supposed to be Madame de Baminière going hunting on a horse.
Madame de Baminière was the last member of the family to inhabit the chateau before it was sold following the French Revolution. Since then, it's had dozens of owners, some more careful than others.
The funny thing here is that you can see that some of the paneling is missing, and actually we were told that the previous owners weren't paying their bills anymore or anything, so the house and its contents were sold in auction.
Yeah.
So people came and bought everything that was in the house. And apparently some people bought the paneling from the walls.
Because they liked it, I suppose.
So they just ripped it off.
I think it's stage by stage you get around to doing all these rooms.
Yeah, we're not expecting all of it to be done in a year or two. We know it's going to take.
No miracles.
Yeah.
But it will get done.
Having left the cherry picker on charge for a few hours, it's time for Billy and Michael to see if it's working, so they can finally get up on the roof and fix the chimney.
This is the last resort, really. We've done so many things to it that I don't know what else could be wrong with it. So, fingers crossed. I mean, if it doesn't start, I don't know what we're going to do. So, hopefully it works. There's an ignition button. It's a small black button.
With the turn arrow,
that's it. Push it.
Fixing the cherry picker, that's the easy part. The real work is still to come. In the Loire Valley, sisters Marion and Tanya, along with their families, are preparing their chateau for the first guests of the season, who arrive in 48 hours' time.
Or I've got this list to do.
The sisters are catching up with paperwork, while Marion's husband, John, is seeing to the toilets.
What? Would you be willing to go and get another loose seat and fit it?
Go and get one if you want me to, yes.
That would be fantastic.
Please, could you go and get another loose seat and fit it?
Okay.
Thank you, John. I don't think he's too happy at all about doing that. Do you think it's worth us getting 2 loose seats?
Oh, John?
Yeah?
Why don't you take that loose seat? Because all loose seats are slightly different sizes. Yeah?
All loose seats inside.
Oh, we're constantly having problems. John, just take it anyway.
You girls really know a lot about loose seats.
Anyway, just get it right. Get it right.
30 minutes later, John and his sons Ben and Dan are on the prowl for a replacement.
38 euros, 40 euros, 34 euros, 49 euros.
I want the tiger one.
It's quite good, isn't it? Yeah, no, that's quite off-putting, isn't it, really? It's a bit of a tough one, actually.
That's really picky with his toilet seat.
Sorry.
John makes his choice, but just as he's leaving, one loose seat stands out from all the rest.
Well, that is quite clever. Why not have a bit of fun?
For John's sake, I hope Marion's as impressed with the novelty loose seat as he seems to be.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, au revoir. Come on.
His wife Marion and sister-in-law Tanya were convinced loose seats came in all shapes and sizes. Turns out they were wrong.
There you go, girls.
Oh, what you got there, John?
2 loose seats. They are all the same. They are universal. I've got you a nice wooden one.
Right.
And I've got this other one, but it says E equals MC squared on top of it. But they strike out the M and they put the W. E equals WC squared.
Oh. What does the E stand for?
Energy.
Energy. It's a...
No, but in the Lou equation.
Are you happy with that?
We're happy with that, John. Let's go. Come on, king of the loose seats.
Fitted them before.
But once it's been fitted, it seems the sisters aren't too happy with the wooden one either.
I think white would have been better. Hate to say it, but it's a white room with white tiles. Anyway, there's no wood.
Bloody Lucy.
I think it's better than the E equals WC squared or whatever.
Well, you said get 2, so...
Of course we meant 2 WC.
Oh, yeah, well, I did say, you know what, doesn't matter what I do, it's going to be wrong. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. Voila. There's the loose.
Well done, John.
Well done, John.
I've got a splashback on that one, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to have a beer.
He's going to have a beer.
All right.
He deserves one, but he can't go too mad. The first guests arrive in less than 48 hours. So everyone will need their wits about them if they're going to get this place ready on time. "400 miles east at Abbey de la Bousier, Clive needs to lower the pond level to fit a new pump to the fountain. But despite finally plucking up the courage to get into the pond, pulling the plug doesn't appear to have made a great deal of difference.
It's not draining away. The pipe from the plug goes down into an aqueduct, and the aqueduct then runs into another aqueduct. No, not moving at all.
Beneath the Abbey, a network of 12th century aqueducts carry water around the estate. The pond water is supposed to drain out into the system too.
The problem is monks didn't leave me any plans, and so I don't know where it runs. Unless I go down into the aqueduct itself and have a look. Right, let's have a look. So this aqueduct, this runs from the river Arvot at the back of the building, comes all the way under reception, under the patio, and then right down to the lake.
Clive suspects a blockage somewhere is stopping the pond from draining out. And there's only one way to find out for sure.
Let's go caving. Oh. See you later.
You see anything?
Yes. Go on, come down and have a look.
No, thanks.
Goes on for miles. We've got a pipe on the left. There's nothing up there. Nothing at all.
Not that I can see. It takes me back to my old caving days, this does. Time to get up, time for plan B.
Unfortunately for Clive, plan B means he's going to have to get back into the pond.
And now I'm back to square one again.
Back at Chateau de la Bamenier, Billy's got the cherry picker up and running. But before venturing onto the roof to fix the chimney, he needs a safety harness.
One leg goes through there.
And squeezing into it is proving to be another unexpected challenge.
Oh, it's a bit tight. I feel like I'm in 50 Shades of Grey. You're all strapped up. I'm all strapped up. Right, good luck. See you when I'm back on Earth. See you later.
The cherry picker will need to be at its full stretch of 22 metres for Billy to reach the chimney.
It's pretty high up here, so I'm not looking forward to it.
I think he'll be fine. He's quite good at this sort of thing.
I'm absolutely terrified. How's the view up there, Billy? I can see England from here.
A quick inspection reveals the chimney is riddled with holes where the 200-year-old mortar has worn away.
If you look at the size of the gap, I mean, I can put my hand in it, so it's a big old gap, and that's where all the smoke's coming out. Just don't look down.
Filling joints in masonry with mortar like this is called pointing.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right. Going up about 20 metres and whacking a bit of cement in an hole. It's not the sort of thing you imagine when you buy a chateau, but you've got to do these things. This beats a 9-to-5 job back in England, it does.
Bit scary, but as long as he's confident up there, it's all right. I wouldn't do it myself, though.
Nice pointing, Billy. After nearly 2 hours on the roof, he's just about done.
Have you managed to finish it then?
Yeah, it's all done.
Oh, brilliant.
Hold on. Let's go down. Oh, I don't like that noise, do you?
Well done, Billy.
Yay!
You're braver than us. I am. You nutter.
All that's left to do now is test Billy's pointing by lighting the wood burner.
It's working.
Yeah, the smoke's coming out of the chimney.
Yeah, well done, guys.
It's worked. Gwendolyn, Billy and Michael can heat the chateau for free. But the work doesn't stop here. There's still lots to do before they're ready to welcome their first guests.
They're coming in 3 weeks in this house where we live at the moment, so we need to get out of it and get it ready.
We've got to move in 3 weeks, so there's a lot to do.
In Burgundy, Abbey de la Bousier is a high-end luxury hotel that welcomes guests from all over the world. So a blocked pond and a broken fountain simply won't do. Having failed to find the mystery blockage in the 12th century drains, British owner Clive is going to tackle it from the pond side instead.
Got a jet wash gun. I'm hoping that this instrument here, the Python, which you attach onto here, I'm hoping it's going to clear off. So that's what we're hoping.
It means Clive will have to get back in the pond, and the hotel's general manager, Michael, has come along for moral support.
Oh, I've just got a wet groin. It's cold.
But just when he seems to be making headway...
That trips itself out. Oh, is it? Looks like we might have fused the whole Abbey. 2 different plugs it's not working on.
So now plan B's out the window, it's time to improvise.
If plan C doesn't work, you start plan D, E, F and G, and eventually you'll get there.
Plan C is a good old-fashioned drain rod.
C's woody and soft. I spent my afternoon rodding. Can you hear that? Cracked it. That must be calcium.
Using the rods, Clive's managed to dislodge a build-up of calcium or lime scale in the pipes about 4 metres between the pond and the aqueduct.
My wife's got me on a detox. But I reckon tonight deserves a good glass of wine.
Blockage removed, finally the water begins to drain away.
If you want a comfortable life, don't buy an Abbey.
An hour later, the water level has dropped enough to fit the new pump. So it's back into the pond one last time.
Fuse number 19. There we go. So we haven't electrified the fish. Hey! I knew we'd get there. Doesn't that look good? That's my mini Geneva. That's quite powerful. Cool.
It's a good thing Clive got the fountain fixed. Because tomorrow, some very special guests are due to arrive.
They're flying in by helicopter, which is going to be an amazing start. He wants to propose to his girlfriend. So the best thing that we can do is just sort of make it as special as possible. So that's the plan.
"400 miles away in the Loire Valley, it's the final day getting the 9-bedroom holiday gîte, Chateau de Bois-Giraud, set up for the holiday season. And sisters Marion and Tanya need to get the whole place tidied before the team of local carpet cleaners arrive in an hour.
I've done enough jobs, Mum.
Oh, look at you.
One of Marion's last jobs is to check on the chateau cellar. She wants to check that weeds aren't growing in the only available patch of sunlight down there.
You get things growing up and through the grate, and then they grow up there, and that turns into a bit of a jungle. But actually, the weed killer from last year looks like it's kind of done its thing.
These cool cellars would have been used for food storage in the days before fridges and freezers.
So these are apple juice. We were just obviously feeling brave, and then we all tried it, and we were all still alive. These are just empty bottles. I know, shame, they're all empty. I suppose you hang meat on these, don't you?
Upstairs, the carpet cleaners have arrived, which gives Tanya a chance to try out her French before she leaves.
You come in. Bed. Oh!
Là, la moquette. Ah, super.
You want window?
Oui. Voilà, c'est ça. C'est ça. Voilà.
I get. I speak no French. They speak a tiny bit of English, but we just resorted to sign language and noises. And that worked really well, actually.
The Chateau's 9 bedrooms all need to be done in time for the first paying guests, who arrive tomorrow.
It's not grand having the carpet cleaners in the day before, because it needs 24 hours for the carpets to dry. So it is going to be a rush today to get everything in.
It's the first time I use the machine.
And it's not her lucky day, as there's a problem with the carpet cleaning machine.
Stop working. We're already very, very short of time, and we really don't have time for a carpet cleaner that doesn't want to do its job. So we need this like a hole in the head. Now the boss for the cleaning company, for the carpet cleaner, has arrived. Come and had a look at it. So I'm hopeful that he can get it going. Let's hope the carpet cleaner listens to him and does as it's told.
Outside, the pool's hose has been left on overnight, and it's finally full of clean water. And Mary and John and the kids are all set to leave.
I should get my passport. I'll check my passport.
Almost.
Where's my little day pack? Oh.
They won't be back until September,
Hi, John. See you later. Thanks for all your help. Thanks for your toilet seat.
which means the last few jobs are left for Tanya.
Have a good trip.
Back inside, there's some good news.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. It seemed like some sort of blockage.
With the carpet cleaner back in the game, Tanya can do a task she always puts off to the end of her visit.
Oh, let's see what the flies are like.
One of the Chateau's en-suites seems to be a favourite residence for these little beasties.
Well, there are a few in there.
From bitter experience, we know every chateau has flies, and anyone who says they don't is telling porkies.
Just run it and hope for the best. That isn't going down properly, or very slowly, that I'm going to have to dismantle under here, and that'll probably have flies in it. See what we got. Not really very nice. So, owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Yeah, but what a wonderful place to live.
But that's us done for now in here.
Tanya's got to leave in less than an hour to make her ferry. So it's a good thing the carpet cleaners have finished their business.
It's come up, I'd say, almost as good as new.
It's good for you?
It's very good, thank you.
And after a few last jobs, some simpler than others,
Heating. So now I have to press the circle button.
Chateau de Bois-Jarreau is finally ready, just about on time.
It is hard and it's stressful getting out, but it's all done.
When the guests arrive tomorrow to enjoy this magnificent chateau, they'll never even know Tanya, her sister, and their families had ever been here. Next time, Gwen, Billy, and Michael race to get the chateau ready to move into.
This stuff absolutely stinks.
But Michael goes AWOL.
Michael!
Clive and Tanith find playing Cupid
He wants to propose to his girlfriend, so he's asked us to help him.
is easier said than done.
I need to very discreetly get the gentleman on his own, just in case of loitering with intent.
Things fall apart for a novice builder.
OK, gently let it down.
And whilst bargain hunting at a brocante,
Oh, I love it.
It's so wrong.
Angel finds it hard to stay focused.
What do you fancy?
You.
You're so full of twaddle. Come on.
I'm Dick Strobridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here, it's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good, I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go.
Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Just trying to avoid getting my face near the toilets.
This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today, whilst a trio of chateau rookies get their home ready to move into,
This stuff absolutely stinks.
one of them goes AWOL.
Michael!
2 chateau owners find playing Cupid
He wants to propose to his girlfriend, so he's asked us to help him.
is easier said than done.
I need to very discreetly get the gentleman on his own, just in case of loitering with intent.
Things fall apart for a novice builder,
Okay, gently let it down.
and whilst Angel and I go bargain hunting at a brocante,
I love it.
It's so wrong.
Angel finds it hard to stay focused.
What do you fancy?
You.
You're so full of trouble. Come on.
Young chateau rookies, Billy, Gwendolyn and Michael, have taken on the challenge of restoring the 18th century Chateau de la Baminière.
I don't really like heights.
Especially that high.
Yeah.
Situated in the Pays de la Loire region of northern France, the beautiful but neglected chateau sits in over 60 acres of woodland.
I never imagined that I live in a chateau or be renovating one. I like it in France. In England, it's a bit more hectic and rush everywhere, and it's better here. We can really enjoy yourself a little bit more. You've got more time to do things.
Over the last 3 months, they've got the heating up and running.
That's it. It's drawing. It's not smoking at all, is it?
Started decorating.
Still got to do second coats on all of the blue woodwork.
And fixed the giant chimney.
Have you managed to finish it then? Yeah, it's all done. Oh, brilliant.
But now, they've just a day left to make the chateau livable, so they can move in and leave their current home, the guest house opposite, empty for their first paying guests.
Even though, you know, this guest house that we're in at the moment is really comfortable, it's not the chateau that I thought I'd be living in.
But before this momentous move can happen, the chateau's kitchen must be finished. After weeks of preparation, the final phase of the work is due to happen today. The fitting of the handmade kitchen units.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We've been talking about that kitchen for weeks.
Kitchen is really the first step of getting the house ready so that we can actually live in it as a home.
Having paying guests stay in the guest house will be a vital way of raising money to pay for the restoration of the chateau.
Bonjour Amélie, c'est Gwendoline au Château de la Baminière.
And their first booking is a big one.
A group of 14 girls, I think, for hem night. Quite exciting. It's going to be the very first one, and for them it has to be like really good as well, because one of them is getting married. It has to be an amazing weekend. She's also pregnant, so they're going to throw a baby shower for her as well. They're coming in this house where we live at the moment, so we need to get out of it and get it ready.
They've got a mountain of stuff to move before the guests arrive tomorrow. But now something else urgently needs their attention.
Oi! Kitchen's here!
Look how amazing it is.
Yeah.
It's so well built. Come and have a look at this.
It's really gorgeous, isn't it? I love it.
You've got it?
Their carpenter John hand-built the cabinets and worktops from scratch, using a combination of beech, elm and pine wood.
Looks like it's a really, really good quality kitchen, and we're really pleased with it so far. Just by looking at it in pieces, it's really impressive.
All right, yeah. All right. Are you excited about the kitchen?
With a professional carpenter on site, Michael's happy to take a breather and escape to his own pet project, the Chateau's greenhouse.
It's definitely nice to go and get away from everything. To have a space like this dedicated to growing fruit and veg is just amazing.
Whilst Michael gets back to nature, Brother Billy's flat out helping to fit the kitchen.
We're just using a laser level to get the right measurement for the worktop, because if it's not perfectly level, the windows probably won't open.
Michael's dream is to grow enough fruit and veg to make the chateau self-sufficient.
I really enjoy it in here. Sometimes you can spend hours in here and not realise the time's passed.
But before planting his first crop, these beds desperately need fresh fertiliser. Luckily, he knows a large stash nearby.
Because the loft is inhabited by hundreds of pigeons, and they've been there for years, thankfully, we didn't throw away all the pigeon manure, and apparently it's one of the most amazing fertilisers that money can buy.
Pigeon poo does contain masses of nitrogen, which makes it ideal for feeding plants, but it's strong and it needs to be mixed with compost.
This stuff absolutely stinks. There's a dead pigeon there. I don't think we want to plant that.
Michael's pigeon plan has worked a treat. But in the half-fitted kitchen, there's a problem.
9. I'm trying to line up the units so there's not too much of a gap at the other end.
John the carpenter is worried that once his units have been fitted, there won't be enough room for the cooker that Michael's ordered.
You should ask him, really.
Yeah. All right, then. Should we call Michael?
Call Michael.
Michael!
Ah, like that.
Michael!
Michael is the only one who knows how big the cooker is. Without him checking the measurements, the kitchen can't be finished. But just when he's needed the most, he's heading to the far edge of the vast estate.
Just off down to the bottom of the forest, there's a massive pile of old leaves that have rotted down into the most amazing compost.
Michael! Michael!
With no time to spare and more than 60 acres of land to roam, finding him could be tricky. 100 miles south, in the heart of the Loire Valley, is Chateau Le Perrier. A stroll away on the banks of the Vienne River stands Chinon, a medieval town steeped in history, rich with culture, and the wines aren't bad either.
It generally does all taste good.
This is Paul Horn, proud joint owner of Chateau Le Perrier with his wife Karen.
The chateau was love at first sight.
It was.
We weren't love at first sight.
No,
you didn't. No, you're lying now.
The chateau's relatively modest. I think it's 400 square metres. It's got 8 bedrooms.
The Horns, who live in England, bought the mid-19th century chateau for £500,000. Having renovated all 16 rooms, they've turned it into a luxury holiday rental.
Pool's literally just been opened, and although it's only 22 degrees, you've got to go in there because you've got to make the most of it, really.
This week, there's a gap in bookings. So Paul, Karen and their kids, Katie and Tom, have a chance to enjoy the chateau and crack on with the next stage of renovation. Paul has a plan to give the chateau a unique selling point, a new luxury office space.
The next project we're looking to do is one of the lovely outbuildings is the original water tower from the 1850s. What we're looking to do is completely strip out the first floor and then put an office in there.
Et voila. Right, let's have this out.
1 window down, 2 to go.
The first job is to remove the tower's shutters.
They're not a bit of sanding up and the paint. They'll be absolutely fine. I've always wanted some internal shutters.
Removing the shutters was easy. A much bigger problem is the tower's massive 10,000-litre steel water tank, which needs cutting out piece by piece with an angle grinder, a tool Paul's never used before.
Looked it on the internet. I've taken a few tips from people. And it can't be that hard to remove 3 tons of steel.
I don't think Paul has had an angle grinder. I think seeing him use that is a little bit nerve-wracking.
But first, he needs to get the angle grinder started.
So, Neil, where's Neil?
I'm here, Paul. I'm here. In or out?
Thankfully, he's got professional help.
I just want to swivel this around to the other side now. Sorry.
The Chateau's handyman, Neil, who looks after the estate when the family are away.
When you're ready to start, tell me. Plug yourself in. The plug's around that side.
Right, OK.
Start around that side and we'll fire the fan up. It's going to be very loud and very smelly in a minute.
Ooh, classic rookie error. Never start the grinder when it's already touching the metal.
Need to have the blade spinning before you put it in the crack.
The tank is 3 meters tall and weighs over 3 tons. Cutting through half-inch thick metal is hard work.
We worked out how long it's going to take to actually get the whole thing out because it looks quite lengthy. Not that much left to go. First panel. Wow!
There you go, that was pretty easy, wasn't it? First bit.
If Paul continues cutting at this rate, he'll still be there in a week. But the Chateau's next paying guests arrive in just 3 days. And Paul's angle grinder isn't going to help the ambience.
Oh, you fly through it this afternoon now. You've got experience, you've got confidence. Haven't you?
Whilst Paul butters the water tank, Karen and Tom are also busy.
Oh, look at all those bugs. Too many. This shutter has probably been on that water tower 200 years, and it's still in very good shape.
Restoring these shutters will provide a cheap but charming original feature.
Where possible, it's really nice to be able to recycle.
Oh, wow.
Renovating a chateau is a never-ending job, and every penny counts.
I thought you'd eat it, matey.
Grandma's chicken soup.
So we're no strangers to a spot of upcycling.
Your hands are nice and warm.
Are they?
Right.
Feels cold.
Is that a loo?
Huh?
You
I
mind?
didn't think that.
We love scouring reclamation yards, like this one at La Gravelle, 20 miles from our chateau. And no one can spot a bargain like my angel.
We haven't got very long, but we're looking for a birthday present here. Lots of old stuff.
It's my birthday.
47. So we're galloping around to have a quick look, see what we can find. What do you fancy?
You.
You're so full of twaddle. Come on, because you want to find it, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Look how ridiculous that is.
Where? Where?
Keep looking, keep looking.
Oh, I love it.
It's so wrong.
But it's not a water feature.
It is.
Is it? Oh, it is. Oh, I quite like all of these, like, just one Cupid things.
When on a salvage hunt, spotting a diamond in the rough can take a while.
There's lots of nice stuff here.
Oh.
Amidst a sea of rust, Angel spotted something.
Double-ended?
This old bath has real potential and is 1/10 of the price of a fully restored one.
I've got to tell you, that is not a bad bath.
Yeah, I know.
It's a deep bath.
It's in quite good nick, actually. You see it outside, obviously, it's very...
No, but the outside's dead easy.
Yeah.
You wire brush that off, and then you can...
Yeah.
You can hummerate that any way you want. But this bit here, the surprising bit is...
It's not bad nick, is it?
No, it is.
Restored, this would be perfect for our chateau. Time to close the deal on this cast iron bargain.
Bonjour, madame.
We also found a second very promising bath at the same brocante. With a combined price tag of less than £350, including home delivery. Already restored, these baths could easily cost over £1,000 each.
I think that re-enamelling and sanding the side down and painting is going to bring this bath back to life. we could be saving quite a lot of money. So I'm very, very excited about if we get these back to life, they are going to be just part of this whole big adventure and journey. They're going to be a bit of a talking point. And I just think they'll be a bit more soulful than something new.
But to get these rusty baths ship-shape...
I don't like these things. Can't be.
Angel's got her work cut out.
They'll make great plant pots if you can't get them back to life.
This is Abbey de la Bousier, a monastery for 900 years. It's now owned and run as a hotel by Brits Clive and Tanith Cummings.
I think a lot of the locals probably looked at it as like being a hostile takeover. Les Anglais have arrived.
They gave up life in Sussex to start the hotel, which is nestled in lush Burgundy countryside close to the region's capital, Dijon, and where competition for guests is especially fierce.
It's basically very up and down. Yeah. We can have a really good year, and then the next year, for reasons that are very hard to pinpoint, it can be not so busy.
And with the huge overheads of running a luxury hotel, for Clive and Tanith, every summer is make or break.
We're up to, is it 4 loans?
I think so.
We've got 4 loans with our French bank.
It is very, very seasonal. So we have to make our money in that very short space of time. It's still very much a work in progress, and we have to be really, really tight with everything.
Clive and Tanith's exclusive resort hosts everyone from Hollywood stars to Porsche owners clubs.
I'm a bit of a petrol head myself, so I do like seeing nice cars. Welcome, bonjour, bienvenue. Envy. Porsche envy.
Today, a VIP guest has made a romantic request.
Right.
He wants to propose to his girlfriend. So he's asked us to help him try and find a way of making it really special and doing something really lovely that she's not going to forget. So they're flying in by helicopter, which is going to be an amazing start. So we're just trying to find somewhere that would just make it really romantic, and not somewhere where every hotel has, and not many hotels have a crypt. So this could make it really special.
For centuries, this crypt was used as a burial vault and a place for the monks to store holy relics. But Clive and Tanith reckon that by tomorrow, it'll be the perfect place to propose marriage.
I would have as many candles as possible, because I think that will just make it really romantic. The idea will be that he'll take her for a nice walk around the garden, they'll discover the crypt, so he'll go, well, let's have a look in here, and then he'll bring her in, and then he'll pop the question. Fingers crossed she'll say yes, and then there'll be champagne, and then they're going to have a private dinner up in the lounge and just make it as romantic as possible.
Like me when I did my romantic proposal to you.
You never did a romantic proposal. I don't think... You know it for other people, but you're not very good at doing it for yourself.
The guest's helicopter is expected in about 20 minutes. It's General Manager Michael's job to make sure the landing goes smoothly.
I don't know too much about them, though. Very, very important VIP from the United States. We've got no tables and chairs out here. We've taken the parasols down, so everything is safe minute by minute. Until he lands, we're here watching him in. Here we go. OK, Michael, walk back now.
With their VIP guest expecting the perfect venue for a proposal, Clive and his staff must keep their heads.
I mean, you never approach until the blades have actually totally stopped. Just wait for him, Mike. Just duck your head.
I know when he bumps your head, yeah.
As the big moment draws nearer, the pressure's on for Clive and Tanith.
Good morning.
350 miles west in our chateau, my wife Angel is tackling a less romantic problem.
These are the 2 bars that we picked up in the Brocante. I love the feet. They are feet that you just don't find on new baths now. They're just amazing.
Fixing up both baths ourselves, instead of buying them fully restored, could save us over £1,500. But there's several tricky stages.
And man, it's been a hell of a lot of work, lots of sanding. Definitely had a couple of my nails. I'd like to say I've done it all myself, but Duke, he's helped out. But I mean, you could sand forever.
It's the crucial moment. Angela's applying an even undercoat.
But you know what? We'll get there. We will get to a bath that looks good in the end.
And whilst the primer dries on the first bath, Angel turns her attention to the one she painted earlier.
Right. Ooh, getting there. Legs on?
No, I'm just putting them on. I just wondered if you would help me lift the bath. He's always got a tool for everything. Well, baby, you're so strong. That is heavy. Right, where do I need to go to?
Nowhere, not yet. Not until I get it on the side.
Now for the enamelling.
To get this scratched old tub looking like new again, Angel needs to re-enamel it.
I don't think that's going to be an easy job.
This special paint will set into a hard, brilliant white finish.
Feels very runny.
This is the tricky part. Angel needs to roll the enamel on thickly without leaving any run marks.
It's covering it. That's a good start, isn't it?
And it sets quickly, so she has to apply the coat as fast as possible to stop the roller getting stuck to the bath.
I'm definitely expecting to do 2 coats of this. Oh, I'm liking this paint. It's like, you know, it's like Tipex. I'm sweating. It's hot. Hot work.
1 coat down, 1 to go.
Quietly confident that I wouldn't mind bathing in it myself. I'm super happy. I think that looks quite good. These baths new are around £1,000. We paid 150 and 185. So yeah, we've probably saved quite a lot of money.
Saving money is always nice. Especially when the finished product looks as good as this.
Super, super happy with the bath. I love it. I've bathed the kids in this. It was quite a lot of work, but we saved a lot of money and it looks great. So you could say I'm a bath expert. Said very tongue-in-cheek. I've even had a couple of people send me pictures of themselves in the bath. And not dirty pictures, like, you know, just really beautiful, like, romantic pictures.
Back at Chateau de la Bamigne's 60-acre estate, keen to get his greenhouse up and running, Michael's deep in the woods, searching for the perfect compost.
This stuff is absolutely amazing. I mean, if you have a look, it's got a beautiful crumbly texture and it's perfect for what I need.
Michael!
He's blissfully unaware Gwendolyn is searching for him.
Michael! Michael! Oi!
Oh, did you hear that? A woodpecker. There's one that lives in the cedar.
Michael! Michael!
It's a really nice sound hearing things like that in here. You know, in the countryside, you don't hear things like that in the city, so...
He's needed right now and he's not here. Never here when he needs to be.
They've got just hours left to move into the chateau and out of the adjacent guest house, where their first paying guests, a hen party of 14, are due to stay in the morning. All this depends on finishing the chateau's kitchen. But without Michael's measurement for the new cooker, work has ground to a halt.
Oh, Gwendolyn.
You're needed in the chateau.
I'm needed in the chateau, what for?
Because they need to know what size exactly, like how wide is the area going to be, so they can have the proper measurements, where to put the units, where to cut and all.
Right, OK. Do you want to get on, or are you all right walking back? Right, there we go.
We need to take the habit of taking the walkie-talkies with us everywhere we go.
Oh, right, yeah.
All right.
All right. Right, I'll see you in a minute.
Finish. Get on with that, please.
To save money, the cooker Michael's bought is a reclaimed cast iron one, which is still in pieces. But will it actually fit in the new kitchen?
It's 70, but the handrail pokes out to 75, and that's slightly below the height of the worktop. So I don't know if this cupboard door is going to open. Let's just check. Bottom of the handrail bracket is going to be up here, so the door will open under the handrail brackets without any problems.
No problem, yeah.
So it's perfect. Bit of touch and go there, yeah. I thought the cooker wasn't going to fit. I mean, that would have meant we'd have to find a whole new cooker, and that would have been no good. So, yeah, everything's fine. No worries, yeah.
Crisis averted, work on the kitchen can resume. But to get it finished, there are still many more hours of work. After a very long night, the bespoke kitchen worktop is finally going on.
You've got that there, John?
Yeah, got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
But in just 2 hours, a hen party's arriving to stay in the guest house where Billy, Gwen and Michael have been living. So they're facing a packing nightmare.
I don't know how many pair of shoes I've got. Too many, probably.
With 14 paying guests expecting flawless accommodation, all their belongings must be moved to the chateau where they'll now be living.
I'll have time to organise it all later.
With a mountain of mess to sort out, Gwen's badly in need of furniture for the empty chateau. And some help from the boys.
Is it heavy? Yes. Oh, it is heavy. Really heavy. Or to carry it without.
Put it...
In our bedroom?
There's no room.
Oh, there will be if I
All
find
right,
it.
if you want. But it's to put towels and... It's for everyone.
I thought it'd be good for my clothes. Oh, whatever. Gwendolyn, difficult she is. Can you...
Not so difficult. I'm trying to find room for everyone, everything at the moment.
Oh, it's better now. It's not as heavy. Right, just plonk it down here for now. Until the boss tells us where to put it.
With lots still to do, will Gwen, Billy and Michael be ready for their first ever guests?
We're kind of almost running out of time.
Back at Chateau Perrier, the idyllic calm of the Loire Valley is still being punctuated by Paul's angle grinder. After 5 hours cutting the giant water tank, Paul and his helper Neil have removed several large sections.
Nice one.
I finally made friends with the angle grinder, and we're going quite well now.
Cutting out the 3-ton tank is the first stage of transforming this outbuilding into a new office retreat.
Watching somebody angle grinding, the novelty wears off real quick.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Paul needs the noisy metalwork finished before the next paying guests arrive in just 2 days. In the chateau, Karen also has a project she's rushing to complete.
My intention is to screen print some fabric to make some blinds for our guest bedroom, so our guests don't have to wake up at the same time that the sun rises.
But making the stencil to screen print her blinds is a long and tricky process.
The emulsion is being applied in a very messy fashion. So I have my negative prints. These areas that are clear are the areas where the ink should go through. That is, of course, if I've done it correctly.
To burn this design onto the light-sensitive screen,
Good to go where it's nice and bright.
Karen exposes it to direct sunlight for 3 minutes.
We'll see.
Now for the moment of truth.
OK, now I'm getting worried. You know what I've done? I've actually done the reverse to what I actually wanted.
Poor Karen's got her template wrong. This screen will print the area outside her pattern, not the pattern itself.
I've done the wrong way around. I laid at night worrying that I'd done this.
And with just a day to finish the blinds, it's back to the drawing board.
So now we've done the easy bit, we've got to do the hard bit, we've got to get the roof down.
Outside, Paul and handyman Neil have reached the last and most dangerous part of removing the tank.
We want to rotate it around so that this is pointing towards the doorway.
Hopefully not acting like a guillotine at the same time. And...
Whoa, steady, steady. Put the chicken run again.
Right, I'm going to go outside the door then.
You ready?
Yeah. Don't stand there, okay?
No, just bear with me for a minute. Okay, gently let it down.
Oh, it's so scary. Oh.
If I hadn't lost the end of my finger already, I may well have done just then.
You should have put the other one in. You could have got a matching pair. Yeah. We're down.
Because I've got a really dusty throat now, obviously, being inside.
Let's go do it.
And I think I've got slightly soiled underwear as well after that.
The top of the water tank may be vanquished.
I'm just seeing if it's attached to anything.
But with time running out, Neil and Paul still need to remove the base. 100 miles north, at Chateau de la Baminière, Billy, Gwendolyn and Michael's first guests, a hen party of 14, are due in just 2 hours. And their accommodation, the guest house, is still not ready.
The whole building's got to be completely cleaned and prepared for the guests. It's a bit rushed, a bit last minute, but we're going to get it done.
Whilst Billy and Gwen concentrate on the guest house, Michael's discovered something outside that may not be of help.
Listen up, dog poo. Right, you're going in here for the day.
With this messy problem sorted, it's time for the final push.
How many men does it take to change a light bulb? 2. Lovely.
We're kind of almost running out of time now. The guests are going to be here really soon.
And with that, with just minutes to spare, the guest house is finally ready. The guests are due to arrive at any minute.
I'm going to hide out the way because Gwendolyn is probably best suited for the job of greeting the guests. I'll be standing there a bit like a lemon, going bonjour, 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 and that'll be it.
Bonjour Gwendoline.
Ouais, ça va bien et vous, Amélie, du coup?
Super, ouais, c'est moi.
Très bien. Bonjour, Gwendoline.
Qui je vous montre la maison?
Là, vous avez l'autre chambre pour 2 personnes, mais si vous voulez dormir à 4...
Dormir à 4.
Et vous avez la salle de bain ici également.
C'est parfait, c'est top, c'est top, c'est top, c'est top, j'adore.
Bon, bah tant mieux. Je préfère ça plutôt que « oh non, j'aime pas ».
Whilst the chateau's first paying guests begin to let their hair down...
Oh, what's that you got?
Well, we need to celebrate, don't we?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, I fancy a little bit of that.
Gwendolyn, Billy and Michael can now toast 2 life-changing moments.
Hey!
Getting their business off the ground, and even better, their first day living in the chateau itself.
Well, yeah, we're in the chateau now. Cheers.
We're here, the guests are in the guest house.
And to our future in the chateau.
Yeah.
Cheers.
With the tiles done, the cooker in, their beautiful bespoke kitchen is now ready to use. But they've still got 39 more rooms to go.
We'll get there in the end.
Yeah, not today.
Not today, though.
No.
Lunch?
Yeah, shall we eat something?
So that's one new chateau finally open for business. 400 miles away in Dijon,
Rose petals on the floor.
That would just give it a nice bit of colour as well.
experienced hoteliers Clive and Tanith are ready to welcome a high flyer.
Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Gummy.
How are you?
Nice to
Welcome to
finally
the
meet
Abbey,
you.
and you too. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, so come on through. Come on through. Let me take you in.
Their VIP guest Frank has told Clive he wants to propose to his girlfriend Tammy before dinner this evening. At Clive's suggestion, he's popping the question in the Abbey's crypt. But Frank's never actually been here before, so doesn't know the layout of the grounds.
I need to very discreetly get the gentleman on his own so I can show him where the crypt is. Just a case of loitering now. Loitering with intent, as I keep saying. I'm just going to hang around and wait. Hopefully, he might need to go to the toilet. When he does need to go to the toilet, I'll quickly whip him over to the crypt, show him the crypt, and I need to know the time as well. That's important for me, so I can get the candles lit and the champagne.
Clive just needs a couple of minutes alone with Frank.
I bet she catches me sneaking a peek.
But he's got to be discreet.
Lily, won't risk it. I'll stay inside and wait.
But an hour-long lunch comes and goes without a single trip to the bathroom.
I'm sat here patiently waiting for one of them to move. And they've both moved. So they've both now gone for a walk. Douche, 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 douche. Loitering, loitering, loitering.
Clive and Tanith can't risk the couple stumbling across the crypt when it's not proposal ready. So they're going ahead with the finishing touches.
We're just going to try and make this look really pretty and really romantic. So we've got lots of red rose petals. Obviously, it's a nice bouquet of roses, which she'll be able to take away with her. And then just lots of candles. But I've sort of got vanilla ones, so it's a nice smell as they walk in. So I'm going to make sure that we light them a good hour before they're due in. So hopefully it'll give a nice smell. You can never have too many candles. The more candles, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I haven't been able to get him alone, so we're lighting the candles a little bit premature at the moment.
So we're just hoping that he does find it, because it's a little bit tucked away. But we couldn't really say anything in front of her, so we're just going to have to cross our fingers and hope he finds it. Fingers crossed, it all goes according to plan.
Should we have a trial run? No? OK. See, I did offer her.
OK, good. Right, happy with that.
Right, on it. Let's go.
Happy with that.
The crypt is ready. All they need now is the couple.
Should we go and hide? No, they're coming through that way.
Yeah.
I need to go for a wee.
And 90 minutes later, the big moment arrives.
Nice dress. Nice dress she's got. In they go.
I could be standing here for a long time.
Please change my mind.
Oh, there goes the cork.
That wasn't the cork.
That was the cork.
Yes. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Yeah, good.
Yes, you did well.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. We're going to leave you in peace with the champagne. Good day's work.
It's a happy day for both of us. Happiest days of our lives. I love you.
I love you.
250 miles west in the Loire Valley, at Chateau, with guests arriving in the morning and renovation work behind schedule, the whole Horn family are pitching in.
I've got to get all the toiletries out and in the cupboard. I need to reply to the email from the people that are coming tomorrow, and need to pack, and we need to cook. I think it might be a late night.
See if we can fold this down. Ready?
In the outbuilding, Paul's angle-grinding marathon is almost at an end.
Whoa, big hole.
The final challenge for him and handyman Neil is to cut out the water tank's base. In the chateau, despite her disastrous first attempt, Karen's persevering with her screen printing.
Voila. Perfect. That's exactly what we want.
She's created a new design template, and this time it's the right way round.
I'm happy, although it is really blotchy.
Karen hopes to screen print her pattern onto a set of blinds and hang them in a guest bedroom, but she's going to have to wait.
It's still very wet. And I'm not sure I've got any hope in this drying anytime soon. Dry a bit quicker. I'll probably end up with a disaster as well.
While her troublesome template dries, Karen goes to inspect Paul and Handyman Neil's work in the new office.
Just got to try and cut up the last bits of the floor of the water tank.
You have survived the disc cutter experience. Mate, well done.
God, it's enormous. I can't believe.
Actually, quite easily,
I can't believe you've done it.
I know.
2 days?
Yeah.
That's impressive, isn't it? But you didn't think that when you started.
No, I thought I'd be here for a week. The view is just fantastic. There could be worse places to work.
It looks fab.
With Karen suitably impressed,
Oh, difficult. Right.
the boys get
Well, I'm
on
gonna
with
pull it towards
removing
me
the
so that
floor.
corner rips.
After slicing through over 3 tons of steel, Paul certainly mastered the angle grinder.
Now, this one is heavy.
But with new masonry, plumbing and electrics all still to do, he's got a lot more to learn before the office is finished.
So that's the original valve for the water tank for the whole of the chateau and estate.
That'll definitely be polished off and put in the office just to remind me of my angle grinding days.
It's been a long day, and there's still one job left to do. It's now Karen's last chance to get the screen printing right on her blinds.
I only have one piece, and it's exactly the right size for my window, and I don't have any more. I've only got tonight to get it finished and printed, so there's a lot counting on me not making any mistakes. I'm really nervous. Okay, here we go. Wow. That's amazing. Doesn't that look beautiful? I love the modelling. I love it. Absolutely love it. That's so beautiful.
Magnificent. A finish to be proud of.
This fabric will be unique because it's not digitally printed, and so everyone is slightly different. And that's what is the beauty of printing by hand. Just sewing the last few seams together so that I can get on and actually hang these blinds. It's a little bit stressful as I'm running out of time.
All that's left is to get the blinds hung, ready for tomorrow's guests.
Hard up on the ceiling.
Can you come down a little bit? Wow. Let's see what these beauties look like. I think the guests are going to love it because I think it adds a little bit of warmth to the room. I love the idea of reusing fabrics. It just adds a quality you can't buy.
It's been a productive trip, and the family can now enjoy their final evening in the chateau before their guests move in.
What do you think, Tom?
This is delicious.
But there's still a huge amount of work to do on the office. And with the chateau booked out for most of the summer, there are only a few free days to do it.
So, cheers. Enjoy the meal, because for in half an hour, we'll be packing and finishing and getting ready for the guests tomorrow.
You've ruined it for me. We're not there yet.
Cheers.
Cheers.
To la faria.
Next time, I receive an SOS from some chateau neighbours. How are we doing? Lovely to meet you. And wind up with a serious challenge on my hands. Are you ready?
This isn't going to work, is it?
Out in the woods, the hunt is on for some unwanted visitors.
You've really got to keep away from them because they're quite dangerous.
And in the Loire Valley, the heat is on to repair a crumbling wall.
It's hot. I'm expiring here. I don't think I could be hotter.
Plus, Michelin-starred food sourced from the back garden.
Look at this, look. All the strawberries, look at them all.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau. We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it. We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload! In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Here's to the meeting of 2 like-minded couples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As they face the ups.
It's really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau.
We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today, I receive an SOS from some chateau neighbours.
How are we doing?
Lovely to meet you. And wind up with a serious challenge on my hands.
Are you ready?
This isn't going to work, is it?
Out in the woods, the hunt is on for some unwanted visitors.
You've really got to keep away from them because they're quite dangerous.
The heat is on for one chateau owner.
I don't think I could be hotter.
While the pressure is on another to keep up with his rivals.
There's a lot of competition out there. We're right in the middle of some of France's top restaurants.
Chateau de la Baminière in the Pays de la Loire was bought just 6 months ago by Brit builder Billy and his French fiancée Gwendolyn.
Why did we buy a chateau, Gwendolyn? Because we're mad as well, aren't we?
Yeah, maybe we were a bit mad.
Yeah, we fell in love with it, didn't we?
We did.
With help from Billy's older brother Michael, this couple are working hard to restore it and turn it into an upmarket bed and breakfast and wedding venue.
It's up to us to sort of, you know, our generation to sort of take on places like this and have an interest in restoring them and, you know, protecting them for the future.
And they've already had one set of paying customers, a hen party who spent a long weekend at the guest house. Their chateau is just 30 miles from ours in northwest France. So when Billy asked for some help with something, I was only too pleased to make the short trip. Billy's been in touch. He wants a hand with his lighting. In theory, that's nice and easy. I've got an electrical engineering background. That's okay, but it's a chateau. The cables are never where you want them. You have to put them somewhere else, and getting from A to B is difficult, never mind the height of the ceilings. So, it's a challenge. He hasn't told me what type of lighting he needs help with. Something tells me there's a reason he didn't divulge that information. Here we go. Quite lovely. That is actually very special. Angela will like the gates. It's hard to believe this place is owned by a couple in their 20s. How are we doing? Lovely to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Hello, lovely to meet you. I'm Billy.
It's huge. But because of the stone, it looks really good, Nick.
Yeah, we're quite lucky in that. It's really, really solid, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have got a project of epic proportions. Yeah. How far are you getting? How far are you inside?
Ground floor looks all right. It looks really nice and tidy and clean.
Roof?
Yeah, not too bad.
There was a few leaks when you got
I've done a few, but this all...
What do you mean I've done a few?
I've done a few. I've got up there.
How? How do you get up there? Do you go out with the roof ladder at the little windows and things?
No, I'm lucky I've got a cherry picker.
Sorry. I've got a cherry picker. OK, now I'm jealous. Where did you get a cherry picker from?
We got it locally, didn't we?
Yeah, just second hand.
Yeah, it's a bit old and a
third
bit rusty, but it does the job.
Billy just became my new best friend. Next time I need a cherry picker, I know exactly who to call. Are you guarding the house?
Yes.
I'm scared of dogs. No, I'm not. Oh, whoa. This is done. This place is done up. You had this for a family?
These are just paintings that we sort of saw and managed to source quite cheaply.
Whoa. Go and stand over by that picture. Go on, get yourself over there. No, the hand. Look, the hand. He does the hands automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a great nan.
Great nan.
Yeah, possibly.
It's the bloodline, I can see it. Considering they've only been here for a month, this place is in pretty good nick. Not only has Billy patched up the leaking roof, mended the chimney and fitted a new kitchen, it's also been freshly decorated. Electricity?
Yes.
Sockets, I assume? Next thing you do, you'll be telling you got broadband.
We have.
You what? And they've clearly inherited some stunning period features. That fireplace is phenomenal.
It is. It's very grand, isn't it?
It is, really.
That is very, very special. You do seem to have a lot of collections of things that fit in the chateau.
Yeah. We've been collecting furniture for about 3 years now.
Yeah.
We wanted a project like this, but not as big. But somehow we were buying the furniture and we had so much, and then we saw this place and we just fell in love with it.
Yeah.
The size of this place is phenomenal. And everywhere I look, I think I'm seeing chandeliers.
Yes, you are.
There is a bit of a thing going on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
A bit of a theme. You can't move for chandeliers in this place. How many? That's one hanging down. There's another one over there. In this room, no, 1, 2. You got a spare there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 chandeliers in this room alone. What's it like living with a man with a sort of a chandelier fetish?
Well, it's good because you get nice chandeliers everywhere, but then, well, it's expensive. It's an expensive hobby.
Every room downstairs that you want to have a chandelier's got one.
No.
And you've got spares.
Not at the moment. That's why you're here.
No, I knew you said lights, but I haven't seen a single space for chandelier.
On the staircase.
Oh, that's really easy. No wonder he never mentioned the chandelier on the phone. This is going to be a bit harder than screwing in a light bulb. It looks quite substantial. It's not going to be light.
Yeah, it probably weighs like the same as a bag of cement or something.
That's about 20 kilos of chandelier. This should be fun.
Did you ever see the Only Fools and Horses sketch?
I have, yeah.
Well,
I've been
that's...
practicing my lines. Come on, Grandad.
Oh, now you're really looking for trouble. Yeah, the abuse has only just started. But seriously, I think I've got a job in my hands here. "120 miles south, Chateau Le Perrier is a twin-towered pride and joy of designers Paul and Karen Horn.
There's the plaster as well.
Who've spent the last 12 years renovating it in the hope of turning it into a profitable business.
We came here and we both fell in love with it. It is a place to dream, and it's a place where you're building memories.
The chateau sits deep in the heart of the picturesque Loire Valley. But since they've been here, Paul and Karen have seen their renovation costs spiral.
Le Perrier is a bit of a fruit machine, really, isn't it? The money goes in at the top, but it doesn't come out the bottom. One day it'll come out the bottom as well. You never know.
It's rented out as a luxury holiday home for the bulk of the year. But in the Loire Valley, competition between holiday homes is particularly fierce. Their new scheme to appeal to wealthy guests is transforming this old water tower into a luxury office.
The view is just fantastic. There could be worse places to work.
It's nice to be able to offer to guests the ability to be able to come on holiday with their family, but still be able to have a professional working environment.
The Horns are only visiting the chateau for a few days to continue the renovation. Before they leave, Karen also has a project she'd like to finish. And an original feature, preserved in one of the chateau's other bedrooms, has given her the perfect inspiration.
So we've got an original tour de jouer fabric wall covering that was here when the chateau was originally built. I'm looking to use this technique in the bedroom downstairs and using our chateau as the main scene on the wall covering.
Karen wants to make her traditional wall cloth from scratch. This morning she's hoping to source the fabric from the antiques market in nearby Chinon.
There's the Burgundy chairs on the left. This is actually that's a nice chair, actually. What do you think?
Do you think it does delivery?
That's a great size for the bedroom.
Which
that's not nice.
Karen tries to barter for some fabric she's found.
C'est possible 25? 25?
Non, c'est pas possible.
No?
Non.
And fails miserably.
I tried. I'm going to buy it anyway. Merci. She wasn't having any of it.
See if you can do better on the next one.
Oh, and I bought some. Look at that trim.
Okay.
You're not excited,
I'm not
are
a
you?
fabric man,
No,
you know that.
No.
But I like the result, but I'm
It's a
not
bit
a
like
fabric
talking
man.
bikes to me, really, isn't it?
It is. Oh, is there a bike shop?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
But a few minutes later, Karen thinks she's found an even better piece of fabric.
It'd be beautiful for printing on. But it is €30, so it's quite expensive, I feel.
Elle aime le fabrique, le linen.
C'est possible...
Une bonne prix? Bon prix?
Moins cher? 20? Oui? Oui.
Oui, ça marche.
Parfait. Perfect. Lovely.
Karen's bought 3 metres of 200-year-old fabric for just over £17. £10 off the asking price.
I'm really happy with
Merci,
it.
monsieur.
Merci.
C'est bon.
Bonne journée, monsieur, dame.
I got a bargain.
Bon pack.
Merci.
Aussi.
Merci.
Back at the chateau, Paul's facing a big problem with the stonework supporting the water tower. It's crumbling and must be patched up before any other work can take place.
We've got to use the lime render, which is a specific kind of render that you've got to use with the tofu stone, otherwise it dissolves the stone.
Tomorrow, scaffolding is going up over the entire tower, so work on the office can begin.
And we've got the platform being built, so I've got to finish it today. So we've got about 3 hours to learn how to do it and do it. We've ordered in specifically some lime mortar, and what I was hoping, which is really kind of silly, bearing in mind we're in France, is that the instructions would be in English and French. I'm not quite sure why I thought that, because if we bought it in England, they wouldn't be.
To finish the office by the end of the summer, there's not a day to spare. And the family needs to be out of the chateau tomorrow as their next guests are arriving. So the pressure's on for Paul. I've come 30 miles down the road to Chateau de la Baminière to see Billy and Gwen. They've asked me to help hang a 20-kilo chandelier above the staircase.
Right, so this is where I want it.
Of course it is.
Right up there.
So it's going to be quite high.
Mm-hmm.
What's above? Yes.
There is an empty bedroom.
I think we're going to have to go and have a look at the floorboards in there.
On the plus side, a light fitting has been hung from this point before. But when it was last used is anyone's guess.
You got cable there, electrics, so there's a route up there. There's access. There must be a way of coming from the top down.
I just hope we don't rip half the ceiling down in the process.
One very important thing is, are you sure you want the big chandelier?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Had to ask. It was worth asking. I'm too old for this.
Fortunately, I've got some tools outside in the car that should make our life easier.
That's the hardest light to fix in the chateau. It's the chandelier on the highest point. It's actually quite physical just to take a 20-kilogram chandelier and stick it that high. It's going to take a bit of work, so I bought some pulleys and things. We'll see.
Our plan is to go up into the empty bedroom above the staircase.
Reminds me of home.
And look for the point in the floor that the old light fitting was hung from.
The centre of the room is obvious this way, okay? Then when we look down, there's been some cutting done. And the cutting is neatly done.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a bad job at all. And we're going to go in and see what we can find. With a bit of luck, underneath here, there will be a chandelier hook. A big solid construction on a beam that allows you to hook your chandelier on.
Yep.
Right.
We're in luck. Not only do we have a hole, but the old fitting is still wired up to the mains.
Make sure this is off.
Yep.
It should be off.
Yeah, I'll go and isolate it.
Right, as long as it's not on, we'll put our cable through there, which is our chandelier supported cable. We'll attach the chandelier and then we'll get the chandelier upstairs.
Yep.
This is actually better than I thought.
The cable I've got with me can take 95 kilos, so it should be more than enough to take the strain of Billy's chandelier.
Shall we use this? Through the hole, up and down, pull it. Let's have a vote on the plan. The dog agrees with me, so that's us done. It'll work. You happy with that?
Definitely, yeah. Perfect.
I'll be using a small hand winch, supported by this trestle, to winch the chandelier up into position.
Okay, that's coming up.
Yeah.
The only problem we've got is that an old light bulb is still attached to the wiring.
This is the bulb.
The hole is too small to pull it through and disconnect it. So I'm simply going to have to snip it off, and Billy will have to catch it downstairs. What could possibly go wrong?
Are you ready?
This isn't going to work, is it?
Billy!
I can see it landing on my face somehow.
Billy! Billy!
I'm never going to catch this.
1, 2, 3.
I hope Billy's a good catch. "35 miles west of Dijon, l'Abbey de la Bouzier is a former Roman Catholic abbey turned luxury hotel. It's owned by English couple Clive and Tanith Cummings. They're running it as a high-end hotel, and this year they've been working hard to get more locals dining in their restaurant.
We do put a lot of pressure on ourselves at times. Sometimes, you know, you think, am I pushing too hard? But you've got to keep that momentum going in all departments.
The Abbey's Michelin-starred restaurant is run by head chef Guillaume.
He's a local man. He's had experience from 1, 2 and 3 Michelin star restaurants, and he wants to make a name for himself now under his own menu.
Today, Guillaume and Clive are looking at ways they can freshen up the dinner menu.
We're in the heart of Burgundy, and Burgundy is very famous in France for being the heart of gastronomy. So there's a lot of competition out there. We're right in the middle of some of France's top restaurants, 2 Michelin stars, 3 Michelin stars. Although we've got the building and we've got the gardens, you can't just sit back on that. You've got to ensure that you've got something else to sell.
Guillaume's got a plan to make his menu stand out from the crowd.
Autour, plein de petites herbes sauvages, aussi dans le parc. Et les radis sous la serre.
Okay. Rather than just having just a normal menu, we're trying to highlight very local ingredients.
In fact, Guillaume wants as many of his ingredients as possible to be sourced right here at the Abbey.
What we would like to do is to make one dish served at lunch and then one at dinner where 100% of that dish is grown here on site.
Tonight, Guillaume's invited 2 of his regular diners to come and sample some of his brand new dishes. But he's not entirely sure what's currently growing. So he and Clive have come to see gardener Raphael.
We're doing courgette here, Raph.
The courgette is here, a little bit.
With beans.
Yeah, beans.
We've got beans and we've got carrots as well. We've got absolute bucket loads of mint, radishes as well.
Raphael also keeps bees. These 3 hives produce about 100 kilos of honey a year for the restaurant. And Clive spotted something else in the grounds too.
I was cutting the grass only last week and I noticed that under one of my trees I've got lots of wild strawberries. Look at this, look. All the strawberries, look at them all.
These wild strawberries, together with a handful of wild herbs from the garden,
Juste les fleurs, hein?
are going straight back to the kitchen. All Guillaume has to do now is come up with a new dish. I've been at Chateau de la Baminière helping Billy and Gwen hang a chandelier.
1, 2, 3.
But when I dropped the bulb, I wasn't entirely sure if Billy was ready.
Whey! Caught it.
I have no idea what happened. I have no idea what happened. Did you catch it?
I did.
What a smarty pants. Well done, matey.
All right, then.
Success at the first stage.
All we have to do now is attach the chandelier and hoist it into position.
It's a long way.
Makes me a bit nervous because, well, if it falls, it breaks. And it's not exactly as if we could go to the shop and buy another one, is it? So
I've run the cable through the hole in the ceiling, 30 feet down to the waiting chandelier.
Okay.
To minimize the distance I have to winch this thing up, we're bringing it up to the first landing.
Now, this is a bit silly. Who ever heard of taking a trolley with a chandelier up a stair?
Perfect. Yeah.
You are going to guide it down when the tension's on. Gwendolyn, you are actually communications.
All right.
So if we need to stop, you have to shout, because if not, we'll just keep going and it'll all break and it'll all be your fault.
all right.
All I have to do is go upstairs and turn a handle. Good luck, team.
Thanks.
Go for it.
With Gwendolyn at the window, there's now a direct line of communication between Billy and I.
How are we doing?
Good.
Good.
Tell me when to start.
Keep going. Keep going.
But I'm still working pretty much blind.
This is nice. I have no idea what's going on, but I can feel the weight of the chandelier or the chandelier and Billy. I have no idea.
It's got the weight of it now.
That's the cable come through. Right. That's your lowest position.
Yep, so up higher.
Say again.
Yep, higher.
Higher. How much higher?
About a metre.
About a metre.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll get this up first.
That's perfect, I think.
I heard perfect. You sure?
That's perfect. That's good.
That's good.
Brilliant.
All I have to do now is connect it to the mains.
It looks good from here. It looks beautiful. I can't wait to see it.
Lit up.
Yeah, lit up.
After all that, I just hope the thing works.
I give you the biggest chandelier in the worst place in your chateau.
Woo!
Hey, I gotta tell you, nice soft light. Not nice soft light.
It is, yeah.
Well done, matey.
Thanks a lot.
How many more are you gonna hang up? Oh, you've got all the bedrooms to do, haven't you?
Yeah, they're easy.
How many bedrooms?
20.
19 more to buy. Oh, how happy is Billy? I'm busy. Just so you know.
I'm only kidding. If he lets me borrow his cherry picker,
Thank you so much.
I'll consider giving him a hand with the rest.
Oh, it's amazing. It's it finally looks as it should look. I love it. You've done a very good job there, darling.
You're welcome.
Back in the Loire Valley at Chateau Le Perrier, novice builder Paul has just a day to finish work on the chateau's water tower. He's hoping to repair the crumbling stonework with a traditional lime mortar mix. But some of the ingredients are rather dangerous.
The lime, it's an acid, so I think it settles down once you've mixed it, but while you're mixing it, it becomes quite a toxic acid. Although what I am seeing is also the amount of protective headgear and glasses and gloves Judging from that, we might need to tog up a little bit more than if we were doing a bit of cement mix.
To stay safe, Paul's decided to wear full protective gear, including a respirator.
I think it's probably a sensible thing to do.
But unfortunately for him, it's the hottest day of the year.
I'm really glad we chose 30-degree afternoon to do it in. It has to be done. Just gonna have to get on. It really is a boiler suit today.
He's got no choice but to use this lime mixture, as modern cement will damage the water tower's delicate, soft stonework.
It's early days, but so far so good. We haven't got any big globules of mortar or anything, so the mixing's going quite well. We've now got 20 minutes to watch it all go around for a while, or we can go and do some actual proper work and go and get the render up. And then I can take this mask off as well, which is very, very hot.
Paul chips away the old crumbling render, ready for his new coat.
We're going to try and neaten off all this render and make it look like a really nice Loire stone. It's typical of the Loire Valley, really. Well, when it's done properly, it's typical of the Loire Valley. We'll see what it's like when I've finished it. Hopefully mine won't come off quite as easily when I've done it.
Inside, Paul's wife, Karen, is making progress with her plan to add a layer of luxury to the chateau's master bedroom.
Love that sound.
And putting her recently acquired screen printing skills to the test.
Wow. We're printing the Toile de Jouet fabric, the Chateau Le Perrier version, onto the brocante fabric that we've bought.
If all goes to plan, this printed cloth will be used to cover the master bedroom wall in the classic 19th century style.
So the pictures on the fabric are all the things we love about Chateau. The turrets, the sign at the beginning of the road, and the butterflies.
Lift. And how does it look?
It looks fabulous.
As Karen immortalises the chateau, back outside, Paul's not faring quite so well.
Oh, never had so much dust and grime. Oh, the hottest day of the year so far. I think it's been up to 33 degrees and I want to be in the pool in an hour, so let's get cracking.
Paul's stonework repair is vital if work in the new office is to stay on schedule.
The moment of truth. Let's see how we get on. First bit's going to be the interesting bit. Have we got it right?
The mortar's not falling off the wall, but the soaring temperature is causing another problem.
It's supposed to have cooled down by now, which would help to keep my render the same consistency at the end as it is now. It must be, what, 6:30, and it's still incredibly hot. I think I'm one of the hottest I've ever been.
Paul needs to wrap this job up soon before the motor dries out or he collapses from the heat.
It's hot. I'm expiring here. I don't think I could be hotter.
150 miles north at Chateau de la Baminière, Billy, Gwendolyn and Michael have spent the past 6 months making the chateau livable and getting the heating up and running. But they've just discovered the neighbours are unhappy about something.
Farmers are all complaining locally because the wild boar are destroying their crops. Unfortunately, we've got a large plot of land here and we're probably responsible to not have them in the forest, you know.
Wild boar have become a menace in France over the past decade. They cause about £45 million worth of damage to farmers' crops every year. And if they've taken up residence in the woods here, it's little wonder the neighbouring farmers are worried.
The forest is completely surrounded by farmland, and that is where they live, we think, in the forest. So we need to find out if they're in the forest or not. If we can find out they're there, maybe we can do something about it.
The ultimate plan will be to drive the boar back into the larger forest of Mayenne, 5 miles away and far from the farmers' crops. But wild boar are incredibly shy creatures, and because they're largely nocturnal, neither Billy, Gwen nor Michael have actually seen one here.
This is getting excited.
Put her there a minute, and then she'll take the steering wheel.
In a bid to see if there are any boar on their land, Billy set up a motion sensor camera 2 days ago. and now he's off to collect it.
Here we are. This is where I put the camera. Oh, brilliant. All right, let's have a look. There you go.
If wild boar have been roaming around this part of the woods, they should have set it off.
All right, let's go and see if there's any footage on this thing. All right, then. Well, there's quite a lot of videos. Oh, what are they? Are they horses?
Either those are very big boar, or Billy's horses have escaped.
Let me just see if our horses are still there. It seems that our horses that were in the field, or meant to be in the field, were in the forest last night. Yeah, the horses are still there, so they must have escaped last night and sort of done a bit of wandering in the night. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? What horses get up to when you're not looking.
But the horses aren't the only creature caught on camera last night.
What's that? That's a fox, isn't it? Is it a fox? Yeah, but it's got a limp, isn't it? It's not a very healthy fox. That's a very unhealthy fox. There's a stag. It's a stag. Look at the antlers on it. It's massive. Wow. Bit of a wildlife hotspot, that area, isn't it? Yeah. But no boar. Not yet, anyway.
Time to place the camera in a different corner of the woods. And Billy thinks he knows just the place.
Pigs, they love rolling in mud to get rid of ticks and lice and things like that. So this is probably definitely the best spot.
Whilst they await their next batch of footage, Michael's itching to get started on a restoration job at the Chateau's chapel.
We really need to have a look at this stained glass window. It's about to collapse. It's about to fall out of the window frame. And if we don't save it, we're going to lose the window. It's very fragile. There's lots and lots of pieces of glass that make it up. And, you know, if we don't save it, the chapel's going to lose one of its nice features.
The stained glass has been here since the chapel was built 150 years ago.
So we need to be really delicate with this. Cool. All right. It's really, really fragile at the moment. These pieces are really loose. I mean, I'm really worried that when we try and move it, it's just going to collapse. So we need to be very, very careful with this. Right, Billy?
Yeah.
Are you supporting it?
Yeah, you just sort of edge it slightly, mainly from the top at first.
Careful, because it's actually embedded in the concrete. Right, have you got the weight of it, yeah?
Yeah. Oh.
Billy and Michael have a delicate job on their hands, getting the window out safely. 350 miles away at Abbey de la Bousier, Clive has a challenge on his hands. To work with Chef Guillaume to devise a new dish using fresh produce from the Abbey's grounds.
Oh, ça sent bon, hein? Oh, très bien. Yeah, lovely. Very nice. Don't want to eat too much of them, because there's not a lot. I'd rather sell them than eat them.
Out in the restaurant, tonight's guinea pigs are Brits Laura and Simon. They've been living in this part of France for nearly 20 years and are regular diners here.
Merci.
To go with the vegetables, herbs and flowers picked from the Abbey, Guillaume's serving them local goat's cheese, followed by smoked duck from the neighbouring farm.
Merci. Merci. Where to start?
That's fantastic. If I could grow that sort of thing in my garden, I'd be very happy with it.
You can just imagine a chef out there in the morning, foraging for his...
Stripped to his waist, naked.
Yeah. In the garden. Delicious.
So far, so good. Back in the kitchen, dessert is nearly ready.
Those little white strawberries that we saw in the garden, that's what's going on the plates here.
S'il vous plaît, service. Super, merci. They're beautiful.
The dinner's been a hit, but Clive's not resting on his laurels and is already plotting his next culinary adventure.
Tomorrow night, we've got 50 live trout going into our little basin outside. So, not quite sure what guests will think when they see a chef with a fishing net taking the trout out. Maybe we could do a pick your own. Yeah, that would be quite fun, wouldn't it?
At Chateau de la Bamenier, Billy and Michael are still struggling with the 150-year-old stained glass window that Michael wants to repair.
Okay, yep, I've got it. After you. Oh. Right, well, the middle part doesn't look too bad. It just seems to be the top and around the bottom and around the edges.
Yeah, you can see the joins and the soldering.
Well, success, we've got the window out, but that was the easy part because now I've got to repair it.
With the glass safely transported to the Chateau's Grand Salon, Michael's figured out exactly what he needs to do to bring it back to life.
Right, so the first piece I need to recreate is this piece. So, I mean, this piece would normally go here, 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 and here. So I need to make 3 of these. So I'm going to have a go at scoring it and seeing if I can make a few more.
Stained glass windows are an ancient art form, and repairing and restoring them usually requires the skills of a highly qualified craftsman. Michael hasn't studied any art at all since A-level.
I've never cut glass before. Certainly never, you know, attempted to repair a stained glass window, but I've watched a few videos on the internet and I've got the basic idea of how it works, so I'm just going to have a go at cutting some pieces of glass.
Naughty, naughty, Michael. Where's your protective eyewear?
What I need to do now is try and break this as cleanly as possible. Oh, OK. That wasn't too bad, actually. So right now is the last break. It's this line here. The difficult thing is to try and break this piece from here without snapping this piece. Here it goes. I really don't want to do this. I'm really scared it's going to break.
If he carries on like this, Michael's in danger of losing his fingers.
Oh, that's not too bad, is it? That's a really, really good result. I'm really surprised with that. I didn't think it would be as easy as that, but it's gone really well. I mean, if you put that piece next to that piece, it is almost the same.
Good work. Traditionally, the glass in a stained glass window would have been coloured whilst it was still in its molten state by adding metallic powders to the mix. But Michael's decided a quick lick of paint will do the job just fine.
I mean, I think it gives a similar effect. The main thing is that it has been repaired and it is still, you know, a stained glass window that can be, you know, enjoyed.
The last stage is gently baking the glass in the oven to preserve the coat of paint.
Once I bake them, I can cut some more pieces. Once I've got all the pieces of glass, I can then have a go at putting it together.
Billy's motion sensor camera has been keeping watch over a swampy area in the woods for the past 2 days. He's looking for evidence of wild boar here, as local farmers have complained that boar have been destroying their crops.
What was that?
It looks like Billy's persistence has paid off.
We've got boar. We've got loads of boar. No, it's not good news, it isn't. I wonder if you can make bacon out of them.
A man after my own heart.
Gwendolyn?
Yeah?
Come and have a look at this. Oh, my God, look at them.
Oh, my God. How many of them is there?
We're about 6, or maybe a bit more.
There's loads of them.
Look at this, Michael.
Wow. Is that near the lake?
Yeah, before the lake, yeah.
I think they probably like the damp ground and stuff, especially when it's hot.
Yeah.
I didn't really expect to see so many of them. We're all going to have to do something about it.
We should probably call the gamekeeper to get him to find a solution for us because it isn't good, is it?
Yeah.
They've got to keep the neighbouring farmers happy. I fear the gamekeeper solution will be drastic, and this family of wild boar will be gone quicker than you can say bacon sandwich. 120 miles away at Chateau Le Perrier, the heat is on.
4.5 hours later, and we're nearly there.
Paul's rushing to finish repairing his stonework before the lime mortar dries out.
Got a trowel in there.
Or sunstroke sets in.
We can see the finishing line now, and the mortar's actually proving to be the right consistency. I'm actually relatively pleased. I think it's successful. Done it? Result? Never been so happy to finish job. I picked the hottest day of the year. It's been 33 degrees, and there's only one thing left for it now. Swim and a glass of rosé.
The water tower's stonework has survived for 150 years. Not only will Paul's lime mortar repair protect it for generations to come, it's kept the office project on schedule. As Paul cools off, Karen's plan to add an authentic layer of luxury to the chateau's master bedroom
keep going.
is reaching the critical point.
Wait, I'm on my wood now. Don't push it on the wood. We're in the final stages now of putting the stretched fabric that we've printed on the back of this wall. Fingers crossed, it's all going to come together and it's going to look amazing.
Live-in handyman Neil is making the wooden frame for Karen's printed fabric.
And we're going to turn the top over and then staple through.
You're not finished?
Down there with your shorts.
Just been by the pool.
I'm nervous that I'm going to cut the fabric and
Don't
I'm
do
going to
it.
cut it in the wrong place.
Right, you go in through there, Karen.
Up close and personal to Michael.
And that wants to go right up against the ceiling, yeah?
Need 2 people.
2 people.
Yeah.
Paul?
Just stay there, Karen. Right, Paul. You hold that there. Got it? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put one right in the middle of there, yeah?
Yeah.
OK, you happy with that?
Yeah, perfect. I'm really excited now. I am.
I'm just concerned that it's the most excited she's been in our bedroom for a long time.
I'm really excited.
Impressive.
Good job.
I think our guests are going to be quite pleased with that.
It's been a good day, but with a chateau, just as something goes right, you can bet something else is about to go wrong.
The internet has been a struggle. We've finally managed to get a half-decent line in here, and what we do need to do now is get it out of the chateau across to the water tower.
You can't have an office without internet. Problem is, it's a mystery where the internet cable is located.
Do we know what this cable is, Neil?
Doesn't appear to go up the outside of the wall.
You know, I think it does, but I think it's been rendered in.
Fantastic. Just what we need.
Back at Chateau de la Baminière, Billy's determined to get rid of the family of wild boar he caught on camera.
We've got a bloke coming today, and he's bringing a dog, and he's going to sort of walk his dog around, and it's probably a big smelly dog that's going to leave a bit of a scent. And hopefully it sort of deters the wild boars.
J'ai pris une vieille chienne,
oui.
Hein, qui a pu, mais qui chassait très très bien. Mais alors, voilà.
Elle s'appelle comment?
Fanny.
Fanny.
Hein, Fanny. Voilà. On va la laisser travailler.
Ouais.
Je vais commencer par les temps.
D'accord.
Boars hate the scent that hounds leave behind, so Fanny's presence should be enough to drive the boar to the bigger forests of Mayenne, 5 miles away.
We've got to stay behind him, or at least where he is, but not go in front of the dog, because otherwise it takes away the smell for the dog. She can smell some boars, but nothing too fresh so far.
Wild boar aren't just a menace to farmers. There are so many of them in France, it's estimated they're responsible for around 25,000 car crashes a year.
Sometimes you see them on the motorway, and it's really, really dangerous. I've seen them in the countryside as well, sort of when you're driving about, you sort of come across them in the summer, like big families of them, little ones and a big mother. But you've really got to keep away from them because they're quite dangerous.
After 15 minutes, the signs are promising.
He showed us some tracks left by deers, and he said his dog doesn't care about the deer smell, but when she smells boars, though, she knows. Like right now, she can smell some.
Bingo.
Ça date de plusieurs jours.
D'accord.
Ça date d'une 8-15 jours, quoi. Hein.
So this is when they've been rolling, after they come here and, like, rub against the trees to get rid of all the parasites that have been left.
It's a different part of the forest to where Billy caught them on camera, which suggests the problem is even bigger than they thought. But after just an hour's tracking, Chateau is satisfied his hound scent has done the trick.
Montez.
Très bien, bah merci. What they want is for the boars to go in the big forest of Mayenne, where they've got like loads and loads of room to like, be there as bores.
Hopefully what he's done will sort the problem out, but if not, he might have to come back again.
Yeah.
Maybe with a bigger dog.
Yeah, or more dogs.
A smellier dog.
Yeah.
Next time, Angel helps Michael with some interior renovations.
See, that's already looking much better, that.
I've only just started.
While outside,
it's quite daunting.
Brother Billy and their dad struggle with a patio.
Dad, there's nothing underneath that corner. Shut up. I'd have sacked him by now if I was paying him.
A troublesome wall causes a pile-up for Clive and his dad.
It's a 32-ton truck, and it's a very, very old bridge.
Whoa. That's his new lorry. 185,000 euros.
And there are little jobs.
Put that up so it stands up.
Oh.
Flat, you plonk.
And big jobs for Karen and Paul.
I suppose there's no point going back now, is there?
Oh my God!
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our two beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
Oh. What amazing colours.
We need to get on top of it, get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Oh. Back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of two like-minded couples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As they face the highs...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Today, Angel helps one family with its chateau's interior renovation.
See, that's already looking much better, that.
I've only just started.
While outside...
It's quite daunting.
There's plenty more to do.
Dad, there's nothing underneath that corner.
Shut up.
I'd have sacked him by now if I was paying him.
A troublesome wall causes a bit of a pile-up.
You have to go back. Whoa. That's his new lorry. 185,000 euros.
And there are little jobs.
Put that up so it stands up.
Oh.
Flat, you plonk.
And big jobs to get done at another chateau.
I suppose there's no point going back now, is there?
Oh my God!
Chateau de la Baminière. Built in the 18th century, this beautiful building has 40 rooms over 6 floors and sits in 60 acres of grounds, including woodland and a lake. Billy and his fiancée Gwendolyn live here with Billy's older brother Michael. They bought it for €1,050,000 with a loan and some inheritance money left from Gwendolyn's mum.
You get a lot more for your money over here. You couldn't afford a property like this in England.
When we first bought the chateau, with everybody saying, yeah, you're too young, you're inexperienced, you're a bit mad, you start questioning yourself and thinking, am I mad? Are we crazy? Are we gonna make it? But then, no, it's been about 8 months and we've achieved so much.
As well as living here, they want to run the place as a wedding location and holiday lets. It was nearly derelict when they first bought it. Since then, they fixed everything, from chimneys...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...to stained glass windows.
Are you supporting it? Yeah, you just sort of edge it slightly, mainly from the top at first.
and have welcomed their first paying guests. They're on track for next year's holiday and wedding season, but there's plenty to keep them busy.
Long road ahead, and we've got a lot more to do still. I want to see this place, you know, open for business.
Angel and I live 30 minutes away, so today she's popped around to help Michael with his latest renovation project, a mural on the wall of their guests' lounge. On the way, she notices something familiar.
This is a really interesting room because the paint is exactly the same as our paint in the salon. It's identical.
Well, the guy that painted this was the caretaker for this chateau before we bought it. And before he worked here, he worked at your chateau, Chateau de Limot-Husson. He worked for is it the Baglioni family? Yeah. Yeah, they were his employers.
Are you serious?
Yeah, painted the walls and everything, so...
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe maybe he painted yours as well.
Well, I've got some paint if you need to touch yourself.
Really?
The chateau world here in France is small indeed.
So this is the mural I've started.
Oh, my gosh. I love this.
We're in the process of redecorating this room at the moment.
Yeah, really, really good colour combination. It's sort of two of my favourite, actually, this off-white and the sage green. We imagined this place would be somewhere where you could sit and have a cup of tea, admire the view, and then that inspired the idea to sort of do a bit of a chinoiserie style on the walls. Yeah. It's absolutely stunning. Is this all the inspiration? It's just a bit of inspiration that I've taken from, yeah. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
It looks great to me, but Michael isn't happy with his copy.
I've outlined them. It has made it look a bit more sort of like an illustration. Yeah. And there's something nice about this that doesn't have the black outlines. It's more subtle,
isn't it, of it all? Shall I take some of the lines out for you?
I think it'd be a good idea,
What are you going to work on? Do we do it together?
Yeah, we'll do it together, yeah.
I'm just going to start doing the outlines. I won't do the outside.
See, that's already looking much better, that.
I've only just started.
Michael's design is in a style called chinoiserie, which is a European take on traditional Far Eastern decorative art.
Nice colour, good mix.
The style was hugely popular in the grand, stately homes of 18th century Europe, so it'll suit the chateau salon to a T.
It looks better when it's more subtle like that.
Yeah, it's softer, isn't it?
Yeah, much softer.
And you've done all the work. I'm just dulling it down.
No, there's a lot of it here for me to paint. So you helping out is saving me a bit of time. Yeah.
Michael's got big plans for this mural.
I might have some branches almost sort of coming down from the ceiling.
Oh, I love it.
As if it's sort of like you're under the canopy of like a tree or something.
You know, I mean, just my personal taste, but maybe add a little bit of texture. You know, like a real pheasant or. In fact, I've got something in my car for you.
Really?
I'm going to get it. You can make me a cup of tea, as you promised me.
This hardly seems fair. When I visited, I hold a 20-kilo chandelier 30 feet above the staircase. Angel and Michael do a little bit of painting, and now they're sitting down to tea.
Good timing. Oh, I'm very excited about this. I have not had a cream tea in quite a while. So this is my gift to you.
Oh, wow. They're absolutely beautiful.
If you do decide to sort of, you know, put some around, because they're great to have in all the odd places. They can really sort of, you know, add a different dimension to your beautiful artwork. And I mean, I don't know if we're going to put any up on the wall today, but I'm going to leave you with some glue.
Oh, thank you so much.
Well, you're very welcome.
Angel has used butterflies like these in the entrance hall to our chateau, and they're certainly a hit with the guests.
Let's sit down and have a cup of tea. I'm gagging. So did you make these scones?
I made them, yes. I made them last night, especially, so we could have a nice cream tea.
We're going to be mates. I know it. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
It's very inspiring today.
No, it's been really lovely.
300 miles east, Abbey de la Bousier is a 900-year-old abbey run as a high-end hotel by Brits Clive and Tanith Cummings. Located in the heart of Burgundy's world-famous wine region, this vast historic property was just the challenge Clive and Tanith were looking for when they were working at Clive's parents' hotel in Sussex.
Tanith and I were the general managers of my parents' hotel. It was their standards. We had been looking in the UK for a business of our own, and we had no thoughts about moving to France. It was the property that brought us here. And once we saw it, we're like, wow, what a place this could make.
So far, the year has gone very well. Guest numbers have risen, and as the summer season comes to an end, Clive's parents should be proud. They are now retired and live here with their son. But having worked in the hotel business his whole life, Clive's dad, Martin, can't resist rolling up his sleeves and getting stuck in whenever possible.
I love projects, and I love building, and I love seeing the end product when you've finished it. And that's how I keep myself occupied.
Which is why Martin couldn't help himself when he and a local farmer took on the task of dredging the hotel's beautiful lake of silt once it started to become an eyesore.
We did it ourselves with two whopping great diggers, and the diggers vibrated so much that the poor old wall gave way. And I couldn't believe it. The whole wall had fallen in.
The lake is no longer quite as beautiful. So dredging done, they now need to fix the bank and wall.
We then had a quotation from a local guy, and he wanted 76,000 euros. I said, on your bike.
Martin reckons he can do the job himself for about £10,000 and is busy clearing the debris.
My father spent the last week or two cleaning the area up, trying to prepare the base for these stones.
Martin's plan is to use gabions, which are metal cages packed with rocks, as the basis for his wall. And the truck delivering them has just arrived, but it has to negotiate a bridge to get to the lake.
Obviously, it's a 32-ton truck, and it's a very, very old bridge. So it's not actually that wide, but...
The bridge is only 7 feet wide.
You're gonna reverse him, Dad.
And it's proving a struggle.
The best option is shift this. Yes, shift this, and then you will try again.
It seems the monks didn't have 32-ton trucks in mind when they built the Abbey in the 12th century.
Oh, hang on. Whoa. You have to go back. Whoa.
But after clearing a few more stones, he finally manages to squeeze it through.
Well done.
But not without some damage.
Oh, he scuffed his van as well. Brand new one.
That's his new lorry. 185,000 euros. We've christened it.
Let's hope they manage to get the gabions in without any further damage. This is the mid-19th century Chateau La Perrière. Husband and wife Paul and Karen Horn, who live in England, bought it for £500,000 back in 2005.
We came here and we both fell in love with it, and we didn't need to convince either of us.
The modest 8-bedroom chateau is now a luxury holiday rental. But located in the Loire Valley, competition between holiday homes here is fierce. So to widen its appeal, they're transforming their old water tower into a luxury office.
It's nice to be able to offer to guests the ability to be able to come on holiday with their family, but still be able to carry out their job.
Paul and handyman Neil have already removed the 3-ton water tank.
Oh!
And Paul repointed its walls in a sweltering 33 degrees.
The hottest day of the year so far.
Today he's come out ahead of the rest of the family so he and Neil can finish the office floor.
Okay, you want to measure them both again?
Yeah, as you say. Measure twice, cut once. 1703. Yeah? It's going really well. We're just trying to lay the wood floor today because we've got, well, Karen's coming in about 3 hours, so I really want to finish that because Karen's bringing the desk and stuff, and we just want to get this finished today.
Sharon and children Tom and Katie are nearing the end of their 8-hour drive, bringing a trailer full of furniture for the office all the way from their home in Berkshire.
So a couple of days ago, the emphasis was about making sure that we had everything for the office. Everything was bought, everything had arrived, been delivered, packed in, hadn't left anything behind.
But there's an even bigger job waiting at the chateau, removing a damaged pine tree that overlooks it.
We've just received the news that we've managed to find somebody to take down one of the really tall trees at the chateau that got hit by lightning some time ago. The tree's a 36-metre tree. It's leaning towards the chateau at the moment, so it's a little stressful. So I'm a little worried about it coming down. If it falls, it's going to fall on the chateau. And we have a busy rental season, lots of guests in, so we can't take that chance of that tree being hit by lightning again and falling.
Hey, guys. Katie, Jasmine. Oh, hey there. Oh. Good journey, good time. How stressed are you, then?
Super stressed, feeling a little bit sick.
The big one's coming down.
I've got the butterflies in my tummy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No, it'll be fine.
Feeling a little bit stressed.
You know,
driving up and seeing just how big it is, you forget until you're here how much it towers above the chateau.
I know, and it's leaning towards the chateau. It's got to come down there. It's a shame, but they've all said it. You know, it's been hit by lightning at least once or twice, and that split's getting worse. It's a shame, but it's got to come down.
We've got guests arriving on Saturday.
The office refit will have to take a back seat, as the priority now is to stop that 36-metre, 10-ton tree crashing down on their chateau.
If this falls the wrong way, then it could be a bit of a catastrophe.
120 miles northwest, at Chateau de la Baminière, it's the next day, and Angel has left. Today, Gwendolyn is going through the health and safety regulations they still need to satisfy before they can open the chateau to weddings.
This is the list that I got. So a lot of things to do. Some of them are quite simple things like emergency exit signs or fire extinguishers, things like that. Other things are a bit more tricky. So what I've got to do is get Billy and Michael and go around the chateau with them and tell them what needs to be done. I think Billy is not going to like it at all, but we've got to do it, so.
Even though it's gone 10 a.m., Billy and Michael haven't actually emerged yet.
Billy? Yeah? Are you up? Yeah. Oh, good. What about Michael? They're not really morning people, so it's not always easy, but I mean, it's all right, because usually they work in the evening when I'm in bed, so. Oh.
Morning.
There he is. He's alive.
You're all right?
Yeah.
Where's my coffee?
Downstairs.
He's going to need it. He and Michael have got to be on the ball this morning because Gwendolyn means business.
In this room, we've got a lot to do. First, the alarm, fire alarm, we need to make sure it's working and back in order. So we've got to have emergency exit signs above the doors. That door has to open outwards and basically just pushing it. So people can just push it, get out and be safe. Any kind of furniture that comes in here has to be fireproof or not easy to catch fire.
Okay. I'm not sure Billy's actually woken up yet.
We have to keep as well a registre de sécurité in French, basically a safety register. Ideally, that door would have to open outwards as well.
It's never going to happen. The door will have to stay exactly as it is because it's original.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand what you say. We can't really lose the chateau spirit.
It can stay open when there's an event.
Yeah, or we can find another emergency exit.
Yeah.
We just need to have two.
It sounds better.
Out on the terrace, the news doesn't get much better for Billy.
Yeah, to avoid any kind of tripping hazards, also people in wheelchairs can actually use that terrace, it has to be levelled, it has to be flat.
It's a really big job.
Yeah.
Do you think you can do it, or do you think you're going to have to get someone else to do it?
I think it would be too expensive to pay someone to come and do it.
Fire extinguishers and safety doors are one thing, but levelling off this terrace is a serious bit of construction work.
The list is getting bigger and bigger. This terrace job here is monumental, it is. I mean, the chateau's not too bad, but now that we've got all these regulations to follow by, it makes everything twice as much work. So it's quite daunting. Lovely day, innit?
Luckily for Billy, his mum and dad retired to France a few years ago and live less than an hour away. And Dad Mick knows a thing or two about construction.
I got my dad in to help me. He's an old contractor, so he knows how it's all done properly.
So we're going to start from here, Billy.
Yeah.
Take them out. The same there, they're all got to come out in that corner, the whole lot of them.
When they start hosting weddings here, this terrace will make the perfect spot for a champagne reception, but only if they get it fixed.
What we really need to do is get all the slabs up, sort out what's underneath them, make it all level again, because people will be tripping over them. Even before they've had a drink, they'll be falling over.
But this is no simple task. These slabs are made of solid granite. The biggest will weigh about 50 kilos. In fact, even the small ones seem to be a bit of a strain.
That's heavy. Just lay them straight back there, that's it. It's soil in there, originally.
Yeah.
That's why it's sunk.
This job's going to take a while. Back in Burgundy at Abbey de la Bousier, Clive and his dad Martin are trying to repair the lake's retaining wall by using steel cages packed with rocks called gabions.
We've got this overhanging lip with the drain on it. And what my father was just saying to them is, with the first gabion, when we put it in, can we try and push it under so it can support that lump of concrete that overhangs?
Each gabion weighs 1.7 tons, so manoeuvring them with pinpoint accuracy is no easy task.
Comme ça? Oui, so ça c'est celui-là.
This is the trickiest one, this one.
Fortunately, the crane operator, Matthias, looks like he's done this kind of thing before.
Ça va? Descend un peu.
Down, down.
Oui.
Right. Perfect. Number one.
Only another 9 to go.
Okay, that's as good as it can get. 1.7 tons, hey?
These 10 gabions Martin's ordered cost just £2,500. The quote they had for a contractor to do the job was more than 70 grand, so they're on their way to a significant saving.
It's nice having my dad here. Like me, he's not tight, but he's cost conscious. You know, it's our money we're spending. Well, sometimes the bank's money. But it's our money we're spending, so we're spending it sensibly.
Even so, rebuilding this entire wall is by no means simple. Once the gabions are installed, they'll need to be sprayed with waterproof cement before the old stones are laid back on top, and the lake can finally be refilled and returned to its former glory.
So how long this can take, I don't know, because I didn't want to be committed to a date, just in case we had a problem with this.
For now, Martin seems to be in control. So whilst the gabions go in, Clive's enlisted the help of his son, Lewis, to tackle another job.
This is the orangery, and we're going to start work on this in a month's time and renovate it into a house for my parents. Lewis and I, eldest son, we're coming up to check out the loft because we've got a rather unexplained mass of hay or straw up in the rafters, and it looks like a nest of some sort. Come on, Lewis. Mind your head as you come through. Whee. Right, let's get plugged in.
That nest is huge.
Right. There she is, Lewis. What do you reckon?
You're going up first.
I'm going up first, am I? Thanks. This ladder up.
Whatever that is up there, it doesn't look like a regular bird's nest to me.
It's bizarre. It's not man-made. It's been put up there.
Shells.
Yeah, there's a couple of chicken egg shells down there.
If there's discarded chicken shells on the floor, who knows what could be lurking in the rafters?
Lewis, you hold the ladder for me.
At Chateau de la Baminier, Billy has roped in 73-year-old dad Mick to help dig up, level, and then relay his patio so that it can pass French health and safety regulations.
Let me loosen it, yeah.
Stand back, Billy. Us old guys know what to do.
Yep, you've got it.
I've been in the building industry since I was 17. Laying slabs, curbs. 20 years ago, it'd been no problem at all to me. But at the moment, it comes a bit hard.
Don't worry, Mick. The young'uns have got their uses.
Ooh, that's heavy.
This is quite hard work. But we'll get them up, slowly but surely.
After they've dug up all the patio stones, they'll lay them back down with fresh cement, making sure they're level. Mick's got a trick to work out the horizontal level.
Yeah, he's a clever old sod, he is. He's been doing it for years, so he knows his way around a bit of old rock.
Voila.
There you go.
There you can see the difference where it's dropped.
Yeah. Well, it's dropped about 4 inches by the looks of it. So it's gone down quite a way. Yeah, it's a bit more of a job than we thought it would be, but what can you do? All right, then, should we get the cement and sand?
Yeah, we're going to get the cement and sand.
All right, then. I'll let him crack on with the mixing, because he's the expert.
Cement mixed, now comes the really hard part. Putting all the pieces of the jigsaw back together again.
Put the big one in.
All right, then.
And then we'll run that one too.
Which one is that, then?
Hey?
Which one is the... That's there.
That's there. That one is...
No, it's not that one. That one goes there. Which one is it, Dad?
Is it under there?
No, it ain't.
It is.
No, it ain't.
Definitely.
You don't know which one it is, do you?
It is. It is.
It's this one.
That one there. I said this. That's what I said, didn't I?
Now that's settled, the first stone goes in.
Looking beautiful. Like it grew there.
But manoeuvring the bigger 50-kilo slabs requires a different tactic, and Mick's got an idea.
It's some ancient caveman trick by the sounds of it.
Looks like a pretty smart piece of kit to me.
What a beautiful machine.
There you go. Old caveman trick. Dad, there's nothing underneath that corner.
Shut up.
I'd have sacked him by now if I was paying him.
Perfect. Just a job.
2 slabs down, only another 200 or so to go. 120 miles southeast at Chateau Le Perrier in the Loire Valley, the Horns are about to deal with an urgent and rather large problem, cutting down a 36-metre pine tree.
It's a big old tree. The way that it wants to fall, which is where all the weight is going, that'll take half the chateau down. If it does fall the wrong way, then it's going to be a bit of a problem.
The tree was damaged after being struck twice by lightning, and the Horns don't want to risk leaving it standing.
Does it look like it's been burnt, Dad?
It's been hit by lightning.
Do you reckon it's like this all the way up?
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see, because the lightning's literally come down the tree.
Lots of dead in there, isn't there?
That's actually rotting inside. If it wasn't pointed towards the chateau, you could risk it for a bit longer, but if that comes down, that'll take a third of the chateau, maybe even half the chateau out, because it literally is pointing straight towards it. What I want to know is how they're going to get that tree. How they're going to do that, I don't know.
Paul will soon find out, as the local tree surgeon is almost here, and Karen's getting nervous.
It's what I do best. I worry.
Relax.
No.
Relax. You're OK. You've got to remember that he does do this for a living.
I'm not panicking at all. I've got perfectly straight hands. I'm not stressing.
No, we can video this from 100 metres away, can't we?
I'm not standing anywhere near it.
Bonjour, monsieur. Ça va?
After brief introductions, the tree surgeon gets right to it.
He's just going to move the tractor a little bit this way. And then he's going to connect his cable in the tree. And then when he's prepared, we'll go.
And without any further ado, or health and safety gear, he's off.
I suppose there's no point going back now, is there?
About 250 miles east at Abbey de la Bousier, owner Clive is hoping to turn the old orangery into a home for his mum and dad, but has discovered what looks like a huge nest.
If I do jump, I want a bit of stability down there.
With his son Lewis looking on, Clive approaches the ominous mass of straw.
Ooh la. That is bizarre. Looks like about 5 or 6 different depressions of nests. One corner of looks like it's their toilet. Now in this beam here, there's poo inside this beam. One thing, it's quite humid up here, it's quite warm. Lovely environment for them, whatever it is. That was odd.
What does it look like to you?
It's a nest of some sort. It's quite big, and there's a central compression, and there's about 3 of them around the outside of it, so it's a family.
It's going to be difficult for Clive to convert this place into a home for his parents with a family of whatever is living up there.
Raph, it's Clive. Animals, wild animals, what do you know about them?
Clive calls the gardener, Raphael, for his opinion on what the nest might be.
Bonjour. Bizarre, hein?
Ah, c'est bizarre. C'est une fouine, une fouine.
Une quoi?
Je pense, je sais pas, on dirait une fouine. You know, the mammifère? Mammifère?
Ferret.
Yeah, white, like this.
Yeah.
Lion Martin.
And they killed the chicken.
Raphael thinks the nest was taken over by pine martens, which look a bit like large weasels. This would certainly explain the broken eggshells on the floor.
We put chickens on our island, trying to think about doing eggs. And slowly over the course of a month, all the chickens were killed.
Fortunately, Raphael thinks the nest has been abandoned for some time, which means nothing will be disturbed by the renovations, which Clive and Lewis hope to start next month.
So this is going to be quite good fun, actually. Nice bit of exercise just before the winter.
Back outside, all 10 gabions have been safely installed to Martin's exacting standards.
You've done very well, very well. Don't break the bridge on the way out. My pleasure, my pleasure.
But whilst Martin gets on with filling the gaps with soil, there's one obvious problem.
We did measure it, honestly, and we thought we needed only 10, but as you can see, we're 7 short. 40% short. I thought we might be 1 or 2 short, but not 7.
It'll take another month for the remaining 7 gabions to be made so they can finish the job. Not that Martin seems to mind, because in the meantime, he's got a new toy to play with.
Yeah, look at him. He loves it, look. He absolutely loves it.
But even when the wall's finally built, Clive's list of jobs here at the Abbey is enough to keep him busy for another 10 years.
There's the cabins to build under the woods, there's the tree houses to get on with, and there's a swimming pool to get on with, refurbishment, carpets, wallpaper, furniture. The list never stops. The list goes on and on and on.
With a to-do list like that, it's a good thing Mr. Cummings Sr. is on hand to help out.
Not bad for 74.
Good luck for the future, Clive. I wish you and your family all the best. In northwestern France, at Chateau de la Baminier, Billy's been trying to make sure the chateau complies with health and safety regulations.
That looks about right, doesn't it?
It's 2 weeks since he and his dad started working levelling off the sunken patio. They're hoping to finish it today.
Come on, Missy.
But first, Michael wants a hand in the chapel, putting in a stained glass window he's repaired.
Hope it goes in all right. I'm really looking forward to seeing it going back in. It's been a long time fixing it. You know, it's one of the things that really let this chapel down is the fact that the stained glass window was falling out. And now it's finally fixed, it can go back in its rightful place. And, yeah, the chapel will be complete again. Right, I'm ready. Pick the window up really carefully and bring it over.
I will. I'll do my best.
Be careful.
Here we go. We'll bottom in first. Oh, lovely, look at that. Looks amazing. Does it look all right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
It looks really good. You did a good job there.
Thanks a lot.
It's definitely really nice to have it put back in the chapel now. And hopefully it'll stay there for another, I don't know, 100 years.
There we go.
Yeah.
Glad to see it back in.
Absolutely.
There's lots more to do, so Billy rejoins Dad Mick to finish the terrace.
Let's carry on with this one. That one's cleared off. It's been an hard couple of weeks because it's not just simple as taking them up and relaying them. You've got to clean them all off and they're all covered over in cement.
Fortunately, they've only got a few more stones to relay.
It was a really big necessity for us to have this terrace nice and level because it's going to be used for events and things. So now it's almost done. I'm very happy.
While they put the finishing touches to the terrace...
Oh, that's better.
Michael's heading off to the greenhouse. 5 months ago, he cleared it out and fertilised the beds with pigeon manure from the Chateau's loft.
This stuff absolutely stinks.
Now his vegetables are flourishing.
The amount of, growth from these tomato plants is ridiculous. Like, I'm constantly having to cut them back, and I've got an absolute surplus of tomatoes that, I don't even know what to do with them all.
It's not just tomatoes. Michael's got an abundance of fresh chili peppers, cucumbers, onions, and carrots too.
They look amazing.
And he's had an idea of what to do with it all.
Billy's finishing the terrace today, so I think it's probably only fair if we do them a nice meal to celebrate. I've got loads of tomatoes, so we'll probably do like a lasagna or something, make the sauce from scratch. I'm going to go and get cooking.
Back on the terrace, the finishing line is in sight.
All right, Dad, last one, and that's it done. Oh, look at that.
It might have taken them 2 weeks, but I think that's a pretty impressive piece of work.
We've managed it, and it looks so much better. It's such a transformation. It even looks bigger now, that it's completely level. So we just got to get the seal of approval from Gwen and see what she thinks.
Oh, you done?
Yeah, we just finished it.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
What do you think of it, then?
It's all flat.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is lovely. I can't believe how much it changed. You did a good job, darling.
Thank you.
And the job is finished just in time, as the weather takes a turn for the worse. In the Loire Valley, the Horns nervously look on as a tree surgeon finishes sawing through a damaged 36-metre pine tree that's been threatening to fall on their chateau.
I suppose there's no point going back now, is there?
Too late, I'm afraid. Better hope he's got it right.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
Hey! He's got it absolutely right. Relief, I think, is my biggest reaction at the moment. I mean, the crack from that. There's so much weight. The whole floor moved.
Such a massive sense of relief.
Good to be down there. That was dangerous. Yeah, when people start telling you to take it down, and you've been worried about this for days. Stress. Yeah. C'est bon. Well done.
Merci. Merci. Oui. Spot on.
Told you.
Thank you.
Panic merchant. He's going to chop it up. He's going to debranch it.
Now Karen, Paul and handyman Neil can turn their attention back to the office conversion. With only 2 days before the next paying guests arrive, there's still plenty to do. While Paul and Karen struggle assembling the furniture...
Put that up so it stands up. Flat, you plonk.
Building furniture without instructions is definitely not my forte.
Neil takes it all in from his vantage point in the office.
I kind of feel that husband and wife putting furniture together is a bit like husband and wife teaching each other how to drive, isn't it?
It's not that way around, is it?
You'd have thought this would have been...
Should just slot in. OK, try the other leg. Does the other leg work?
The blind leading the blind.
But after more than an hour...
Not a problem. No instructions, and we did it anyway. You ready, Kim?
Yeah.
They move the furniture in.
We're on an angle.
Yeah, just a slight one, not too much.
Yeah, that's good. I'll go and get the chair.
Kids Tom and Katie are on hand to help with the finishing touches.
Done?
And finally, after working all summer between guest bookings, the new luxury office is finished.
Fantastic. The guests are going to love this. 3 months hard work, and here we go.
Really nice.
It's a long way since the rusty old water tower.
Amazing. Yeah. It's fantastic.
Does it work? It works.
Do you feel comfortable?
That feels great.
Have you tried it yet, Paul?
I haven't yet. Time for the new HQ. Ah, that's quite nice, actually. Nice comfy chair. Not a bad view. What do you think?
Thanks to the tall pine tree being removed, the added bonus is an unobstructed view of Chinon Castle.
Cheers. Here's to the restoration of the water tower.
A lot of hard work's gone into making this room happen. It's a beautiful place to come and work. Hopefully we'll get more people coming and taking more time out, so perhaps coming for 2 weeks rather than previously 1 week, because they can come and work in the office.
It's the end of a busy summer for Paul and Karen. Did they ever feel like giving up?
2 days angle grinding out a steel water tank, and then doing the rendering in 32 degrees. Whew, yeah, maybe it wasn't, maybe I was questioning it.
And there was the chance of that tree destroying all their good work.
That was the one thing out of our control. You know, it was another guy, we put the chateau into somebody else's hands.
But was it all worth it?
I've now got a fabulous office with, well, arguably one of the best views I can imagine. Can't really ask for much more, can we?
So what now?
What next?
Yeah, what next? There's loads.
There's loads.
Well, we wish them good luck with it all. Back at Chateau de la Baminier, Michael's hoping for some good luck with the weather, so he can serve up his dinner, made from some of his homegrown produce, on the newly completed patio. But that's not going to happen.
Billy did a lovely job. It's such a shame we can't actually have dinner on it tonight because it's raining. This is supposed to be the summer. It's the middle of August, and there you go, rain. Welcome to northwest of France.
Instead, dinner is served in the grand salon.
There you go. Lovely.
Let's celebrate.
Drink to our accomplishments.
Cheers.
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 To the future.
Yeah, and to everything we've done so far.
Yep.
To the chateau as well.
Yep. Cheers to that.
I'm genuinely impressed with what Billy, Gwendolyn and Michael have achieved over the past few months.
It's been fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been really fun.
Yeah, it's been fun, exhausting.
And we've done so much work.
I think we can be quite proud of ourselves.
Everyone thought you guys were mad for taking on this project.
Yeah.
People thought you would never do any of these things.
We are mad.
Maybe in a way, but I don't think we're that mad.
The house used to be a psychiatric hospital in the Second World War, and it still is.
I think they'll have no problem being up and ready to start their wedding business next year.
We've got a target, haven't we, for next year?
Well, we've got a few weddings coming if everything goes planned, so...
So we've got to decorate the big room.
Maybe one room for B&B.
Or a suite.
And make a place for themselves, of course.
Get our home, our family home, well established here, and to build our family here. Be able to live off of it and just, how do you say again?
Enjoy life.
Live a long and happy life.
That's it, yeah.
With a lot of children.
Yeah.
And what about Michael? Can he stay?
Am I allowed?
I don't know.
Kick me out.
If you work a little bit harder, you might be able to stay.
If you finish the mural.
Yeah, I'll finish the mural.
If you get up early every morning, I don't mind.
Good luck, guys. Next time.
It's where you need someone like Dick Strawbridge. I mean, he'd understand something like this.
One couple's chateau expansion plans are threatened by bees.
Look at that. They're swarming.
And a troublesome tractor.
Can't believe I've just done this. And it's an incredibly stupid thing to do.
There's disagreement about the design of a chateau's renovation project.
Can you do it with a glass roof?
Absolutely. Yes, we will do that. Definitely.
I'm actually being serious.
And at our beautiful chateau, my mind is on food. You put cheese in here. You know, all sorts of salamis and meats and things can go in here. Building a food smoker.
This is the subtle way of lighting.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Just trying to avoid getting my face near the toilet seat.
This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today.
It's where you need someone like Dick Strawbridge. I mean, he'd understand something like this.
One couple's expansion plans are under threat from hundreds of bees.
Look at that. They're swarming.
And some tractor trouble.
Can't believe I've just done this. And it's an incredibly stupid thing to do.
There's design disagreement at this very ambitious renovation project.
Can you do it with a glass roof?
Absolutely. Yes, we will do that. Definitely.
I'm actually being serious.
And at our beautiful chateau, my mind's on food.
You put cheese in here. You know, all sorts of salamis and meats and things can go in here.
Building a food smoker.
This is the subtle way of lighting.
Meet Essex-born Tim and his Dutch wife Marguerite. They own and run this imposing-looking building, Chateau de Lis. Built in the mid-19th century, it was once a boys' school. The couple are now into their 4th year, running it as a B&B.
I see this place as being a bit like a cross between sort of the Addams Family and 40 Towers, you know. I mean, it's kind of lovely. On the other hand, you can look at it, it's kind of forbidding.
Before giving up everything for their new life in France, Tim was the bassist in a successful band, and Marguerite was a teacher.
It's so great to do something totally new and out of your comfort zone. And in Holland, our lives were very, very separate. He always worked weekends, evenings, holidays, and yeah, we really like being together still.
It's amazing. We're very lucky.
Situated in northern France, in the Picardy region, it's a big place. 64 rooms, 5 of them used for bed and breakfast, and 2 holiday cottages in the 14-acre grounds.
I love this place, I think it's great. When we arrived, it was basically one enormous bat's nest, actually, I have to say.
It's the start of the summer season, and they're busy entertaining guests.
This is our veranda. This is where our guests normally have the breakfast, and we use this lot as well.
Arguably the nicest place in the chateau to sit and just look out the window, and for the price of less than a house in London, you can get all this with all the land and everything.
They're reluctant to reveal exactly how much they paid for it, but I reckon they got a bargain.
It's wow.
Yeah.
Still wow. Of course, it costs a lot of money to live in a place like this.
I think it works out about somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 a month to run this place.
It's actually a bit more than that.
Yes.
It's actually nearly 8,000. We don't really make money here yet.
At the moment, they barely break even. But this year, Tim and Marguerite are determined to make a profit. So they've come up with a bold idea, running a caravan park.
Last weekend, if we'd have had these things in place, we would have earned another €1,000 for that week. That's, you know, we had so much demand.
They have their first caravan booking for later in the summer, but the park doesn't exist yet. Their only caravan is a complete mess, and it's parked in the wrong field. So first up, Tim needs to tow it into place with this tiny tractor. Good luck, mate.
The battery's not working, so I've had to replace it with another one, except that the size of batteries in this particular area do not correspond with the size of the hole in the engine. I found a battery which fits to within about 25 millimetres, so I'm going to have to saw off the last 25 millimetres.
Not a good idea. Do not try this at home.
That's an incredibly stupid thing to do. I can't believe I've just done this.
Nor can I. It's now dangerous and it's leaking sulfuric acid. This battery needs to be recycled. But Tim got a sealant gun and he's got other ideas.
It normally hardens off pretty quickly, actually, so it actually might have worked. Except that it didn't.
Take 2.
It's still leaking, you know?
I'll be gobsmacked if this ever works.
It hasn't worked.
No surprises there. I'm beginning to learn Tim's not the type to give up. Incredibly, he's decided to place the battery on its side.
I don't see the reason why it shouldn't work.
It may function, but it will leak and give off dangerous gases.
Well, I tell you what, it fits a lot better like that. If I'd have put it like that originally, wouldn't need to saw anything off.
Definitely do not try this at home. Ah, a trusty universal engine starter. Ah, the sweet sound of stalling. Sounds like you've run out of diesel. Like Tim, there's nothing I like more than tinkering around an old engine, or even better, building my own invention. Luckily for me, I've got a chateau full of treasures left behind by the previous owners.
Look in there. That barrel is in amazing condition.
I've got a plan for one of these old barrels. If there's one thing I love as much as engineering, it's food. I've been building my own food smokers as a hobby for years. It's about time I made my first one for the chateau.
I think I built my first smoker probably 30 years ago out of an oil drum. All you have to do is put a smoke box outside it, put some smoke into it, and you get smoked food.
Now I just need a stove for the fire. It's another treasure hunt.
I just love the fact that every time you come to the attic, you find something. That's almost too pretty. I'll use that probably as a stove as opposed to a smoker.
And this little burner should be perfect. I reckon it's from the 20s or 30s and looks pretty much purpose-built.
It looks like it's meant to be smoking food, and this is so ridiculous. Oh no, hold on. Ha 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 ha! It's better than that. It opens and shuts to regulate the amount of smoke. Thought I was gonna have to build something to do that. Way to go! I've done lots of different types of smokers. This is a cold smoker. I have a lovely oak barrel, and I'm going to cut it up.
Wooden barrels, oil drums, even a filing cabinet can all be turned into cold smokers. And there's very little heat involved. Most materials will work, including sturdy cardboard.
Beside that, I've got my little stove, and there's a pipe going between the two. In the little stove, the little firebox, the smoke in there is warm. But by the time it's moved down the pipe and in to my barrel, it'll be cool.
It's simple. Create an opening at one end of the smoker, fit a suitable pipe, and connect to some kind of a stove holding your fire.
Fills this, everything in there gets smoked, and all my excess smoke goes out the top. You can put cheese in here, you know, all sorts of salamis and meats and things can go in here, and they will get smoke flavour in them without them cooking.
I fancy some French cheese as the first food into the Strawbridge smoker. Just half a mile down the road, there's a fromagerie who specialises in beautiful soft cheeses. Perfect.
Peut-être nous fumer notre fromage aussi. Wow. I think they understood what's going on. Ça, c'est bon. Oh, vous avez la plus grande. I was thinking what we could do is keep one to the side as a control, smoke two.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
God, we're going to be so full of cheese.
Au revoir. Bye-bye. Thank you.
One of the delights of smoking is experimenting with different types of wood, which will all add flavour. I reckon the shavings from the Chateau apple trees will be lovely.
This is the subtle way of lighting. Darling, it will be 6 hours of gentle smoking, followed by 24 hours of waiting, followed by cheese.
After a frankly agonising wait, it's the moment of truth.
Oh,
oh man. Yummy, yummy. That works, baby.
Delicious. Just as I knew it would be.
When you sit down at a table that's got your food on it, and you think to yourself, life's good.
It's beautiful.
Angel and I have spent almost 3 years doing up our French chateau, and we're nowhere near finished. But that's the commitment you take on with these magnificent buildings. This is Chateau de Humière, a crumbling 18th century castle, home to designer Nicole and her architect boyfriend Stéphane.
He's very skilled at doing the construction and pulling the building back together. My thing isn't that, it's more the aesthetic side of things.
I'm into old buildings. I love old buildings. I love the old stone. I love this region.
You're lucky. Hectic, but lucky.
Every day gives us some new challenges that are going dramatically wrong sometimes. But it's an adventure.
That's what's fun.
Nicole from London has been helping Belgian Stéphane restore this 12-acre pile since they met 3 years ago.
I think the castle has about, how many rooms would it have?
No idea. I don't think I've ever counted.
No.
Situated in the Pas-de-Calais region of northern France, Stéphane originally bought this place with his parents, but since they passed away, he and Nicole have been turning it into their home. But they desperately need to bring in some cash, so they've hit on a plan to renovate the chateau's crumbling main hall and open it as a tea room.
We're just doing a preliminary kind of clean. It's got years of grime on the walls and then in the corners by the window.
In a sense, it needs to stop draining money.
Yeah.
It needs to be not generating money, but at least to be self-financing.
We plan to have the tea room open towards sometime in August. Now we're mid-May. It's like no time at all.
Just 3 months to gut this wreck, create a new kitchen and turn it into a tea room. I reckon that makes them supremely confident or a little deluded.
So let's have a look underneath here and see what's happening there.
This morning they're working on what will be the tea room's main entrance. Stefan wants to get rid of the ugly flagstone paving outside and is keen to see if there are any original features beneath.
It's huge.
Do you think it's bigger than the other one?
It's a gigantic stone.
Too big. I think it's concrete.
Oh, really?
My goodness.
That's concrete.
All their digging has revealed is plain concrete. Not quite the period feature they were hoping for.
Oh, what a disappointment.
Never fear, designer Nicole is bound to find a way of turning boring concrete into something beautiful.
We're going to pull up 1.20 m either side of the step, and then hopefully create some kind of sweep in.
It's turning into a major excavation, but after an hour's hard graft, Nicole's plan is already taking shape.
That is absolutely the entrance.
And there's a surprise for Stefan.
Cobblestone. This is a cobblestone. Look, Nicole, they're gigantic.
Just so beautiful.
See, I had a good idea.
What a result. Past the edge of the concrete, Stefan stumbled upon the Chateau's original 18th century cobblestones. They could clean up and be a perfect entrance for the tea room.
Never thought we were going to find such beautiful stones under here. They're from the first part of the castle, so from the first build of the castle. Should be 1780s.
But now Stefan's left with a couple of tons of rubble and no easy way to move it. Although he thinks he may have the answer.
So this monster has been standing here, I think, for about 10 years.
What a magnificent beast! But he's going to need a lot of luck if he wants to get it started. Renovating a chateau is all about being resourceful and making the best of what you've got. Back in our place in northwest France, Angel's a bit of an expert when it comes to seeing the potential in almost anything.
This colour is quite fashionable, isn't it? But I just don't like it. Paint stripper.
Angel wants to strip away the hideous green, yet still maintain the door's original character. The process is simple enough, but we easily have 100 doors in this place. Pretty much all in need of some kind of attention.
So we're going to do this bit first, and then when I sort of get to about here, I'll put some on this. So it'll be a bit of a rolling effect, and I'll go down the door.
This one door will most likely take Angel 2 hours to bring it to life.
Dick had to strip some of these doors at the start, because we had lead paint, basically. Once we started stripping them, it was just a revelation. They looked really good, and it was kind of cheap.
A good wooden door can easily cost £100 new. Multiply that by the number we've got, and you're looking at thousands of pounds. My pockets aren't that deep.
We can't afford to replace everything. It's just crazy. Love keeping the character of the house. This is what I'm here to do. This is my calling in life, to look after old things. I love Dick. There's so many different parts to the door. Just finding what bit works for each. You don't scratch the door.
Deep scratches might mean the wood needs sanding down, or in bad cases, a squeeze of wood filler. Extra work you don't need, so it's worth taking care.
I mean, just look how beautiful these doors are underneath. Why did they paint them green? I don't know. And the problem is I'm always under, like, the time schedule. The kids are coming home soon.
That's the problem with jobs in the chateau. Sometimes everyday life takes over. It was weeks later before the door could finally be hung, but it was worth it.
I was very, very surprised of how well it turned out. Even more surprised when we put a matte varnish on to seal it. Kind of dulled down the tones a little bit, and I've actually got something that I really love.
So far, we've spent a relatively modest 3 years renovating our chateau. Check out this place that's a decade in and counting. For 1,000 years, overlooking the hills of Lautrec, has stood Chateau de Bramantour. The medieval fort is the ancestral home of the famous painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec.
Lovely view.
It's now owned by IT specialist Paul and his wife Alison, an HR consultant, who paid £650,000 for the chateau 10 years ago.
We had a list of things we were looking for, and top of the list was that there had to be a wow factor associated with it. This definitely had the wow factor. And also somewhere that had lots of materials that we could use for the restoration. That was old tiles, roofing tiles, floor tiles, old doors. We brought a friend to look at it, and she said, do you realise there's a fine line between a renovation opportunity and a ruin? And I think you're really looking at a ruin here.
They've worked for over a decade to breathe new life into this French relic and turn it into a B&B.
These windows were originally just plastic over the hole in the wall. We had a local craftsman make these reproduction antique windows. Certainly add to the chateau, make it feel authentic.
Located in the south of France, in the Languedoc region, the local vineyards echo with the sound of ongoing renovation works. Paul is making an outdoor kitchen so that this summer's paying guests can have food and drink by the swimming pool. As with every job, he recycles the original material from the chateau.
So this is some old oak. In a number of the rooms, we took up the floorboards, but if you cut off the crumbly bits and the bits that have been eaten, it's really solid. Oak has a heart, and that becomes as hard as steel over time. So by trimming them up and reusing them, we can make a very rustic-looking kitchen, and we've kind of restored part of the heritage of the house.
Even though they do most of the renovations themselves, this place still costs an arm and a leg.
The budget is around €50,000 to run this place each year, which means that Paul and I are doing contract work. We just want to be here because it's a fabulous place.
This year, they're hoping to give up their contract work and run the chateau full-time by hosting more weddings, events that bring in more profit than the B&B and the small tea parties they hold.
We've got to really plan the next few months very carefully. We've got to make absolutely sure that the kitchen is operational, that we've got furniture and everything organised. What are you doing? You've got your...
I'm doing all of that. I don't know what you're doing.
But there's one job that Paul has avoided all winter. Their swimming pool is the centrepiece for the wedding events. It's been slowly losing water, and the decking has subsided, making it dangerous.
This decking settled down 6 inches, so we've got a small problem, but I think also that might be the cause of why the water's leaking, because there's a few pipes that come out here, and if the soil settled down, they could have snapped the pipes. So that could be the cause of the water leak. So I've got to dig up all the side of the pool. It's going to be really hard to repair.
They need it fixed before a big wedding in a month's time.
We're a little bit under pressure because the swimming pool's right in front of the Chateau, which is French for marquee. It's all leaking away. Where is it going? We don't want the customers to disappear down the side of the hill as the water washes the clay area away.
Alison's off on a 3-week business trip to Australia and is expecting Paul to have it sorted by the time she gets back.
It's not a job I'm looking forward to be honest.
Some 550 miles north, back at Tim and Marguerite's chateau in Picardy, They're attempting to create a new caravan park to bring in much-needed revenue. Tim's trying to tow his caravan to its new home in the next field, but he's having tractor trouble. He spent hours trying to fit a new battery, but the problem is much simpler.
I have got a feeling that it's run out of petrol or diesel.
Ya numpty, I told you.
How are you doing? Perhaps you could just pull the caravan.
Might be quicker at this rate.
I'm hoping that this is the problem why the engine stopped.
Success. But very wisely, Tim's not keen on driving the tractor with acid pouring out of his battery.
What I'm going to do now is be very, very careful not to stall it.
Once it's been fired up, the alternator can keep the engine ticking over without a battery, but it's not great for the engine. All Tim's got to do now is hook up the caravan and tow it away. Good luck with that. I think that's what kids today call an epic fail.
I have to say, it's beaten me. This hasn't moved an inch. That's it. So, yeah, size matters.
It sure does. Lucky for Tim, his neighbour's willing to lend a hand with this beauty.
He's manoeuvred it into position, and I have to say it's a brilliant bit of driving.
The caravan may now be in the right place, but it still needs a complete makeover.
It'll be spruced up, put some glass in the windows, change the top bit, change the bottom bit, stick a new chassis on it.
Just a bit of work then. Back at Nicole and Stefan's chateau in the Pas de Calais. They've a tight deadline to turn a grand but derelict hall into a high-end tea room and terrace, so the chateau can start paying for itself. But the exciting discovery of some 18th century cobblestones has thrown up several tons of heavy rubble. Stefan's putting his faith in this rusty old digger.
So this monster has been standing here, I think, for about 10 years. Let's see if we can start it up.
Good luck with that. First, Stefan checks the battery.
Why doesn't it want to start? Come on.
It looks like it's dead. A crude way of testing it is to short-circuit the battery. If the battery sparks, then there's some charge, but it's not recommended.
Ah.
Bingo! This antiquated French digger might actually start.
Utter madness.
Unbelievably, the engine seems to be ticking over fine. Now there's just a small matter of learning how to drive it. Meanwhile, upstairs, designer Nicole's in her element, examining some of the chateau's old wallpaper.
Wow, that is so satisfying. There's like 5 or 6 layers of wallpaper here.
She's looking for inspiration for the tea room decor.
Isn't that amazing? What amazing colours. I mean, it's so bright. Wow. Can't get over how stunning it is.
This could be the chateau's original wallpaper, dating back to 1780.
You know, it might be nice. Use it downstairs in the tea room.
Back down in the gardens, it's crunch time for Stefan. He's managed to get this old beast to the chateau, but can he make it lift?
What could happen now is that the hydraulic cables snap because of the weight.
Bingo! So, thanks to this amazing find, the rubble is soon swiftly moved.
So you see what you can find on the castle, eh? Wow.
Inside, Nicole's keen to share her wallpaper discovery and sell Stefan on her plan to bring it back to life in the tea room.
Oh my goodness. It's busy, eh? It's very busy.
What we'll do is copy that
Yeah.
and have it made into a new wallpaper.
Okay.
We've just revealed those orange cobblestones.
Yeah, yeah. And
If you walk in,
together,
it'd be
yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Very special.
It's
yeah.
really nice, don't you think?
It's fantastic. It's a great discovery.
Back down in Languedoc in the south of France, Paul and Alison are desperate to give up their contract work and make a full-time living from their chateau by hosting more weddings. Before they can open their doors this summer, Paul needs to fix the leaking swimming pool and subsiding terrace pronto. With his wife in Australia, he's busy planning the repairs in his workshop.
This is the workshop, and it used to be the water tank for the chateau. And when the water mains were laid, we thought, wouldn't it be a great idea to turn this into a workshop?
Perfect for all the renovations and work around the chateau, like fixing the swimming pool. In previous summers, they've turned the pool area into a wedding venue with a marquee overlooking the valley. But in his man cave, Paul has another project he'd rather get on with.
We found this when we bought the chateau. It was hidden away in the basement, and it's a Solex, a very traditional French bicycle that they stuck a petrol engine on the top of. So this petrol engine's got a little rubber wheel, and it turns the front wheel, and you start the engine, and you push it forward, it connects to the front wheel. You zoom along, you can get a good 20 kilometres an hour out of it. So it'd be great if I can get that going. Yeah, perfect for popping into town and getting a baguette in the morning.
Not sure Alison will be happy to come home and find you spent your time fiddling with that bike. At the opposite end of the country, back at Tim and Marguerite's B&B in northern France, the summer season may already be underway, but they need to find ways to bring in more cash. The plan? A caravan park. But they have another idea too, starting a co-ownership scheme on their holiday sheets.
Basically, it's costing them 25,000 euros, which is a one-off payment, and that gives you, for 25 years, that gives you 5 weeks. So someone will have 5 weeks of the year, which is a sort of rotation, things that's a bit like a timeshare, and you can do whatever you like with it. You can rent it out or whatever.
But there's a spanner in the works. They can't lease the gîtes unless they fix a problem, a bee colony in one of the chimneys.
It's where you need someone like Vic Strawbridge. I mean, he'd understand something like this.
Sadly, those bees have to go. Otherwise, no one will want to stay there.
They're in a chimney. It's in a family gîte, so there'll be people going in and out of it, and so I have to deal with this. It breaks my heart, but unfortunately, there's no way of getting rid of them without actually having to kill them. So on with the beekeeping outfit. I don't actually have a beekeeping outfit, so I'm going to improvise and make one.
In this case, using a tree surgeon's helmet, bin bags, and plenty of gaffer tape.
So what we're doing here is we're sealing up this bit here to stop the bees getting in. Make it as big as possible. So it gives me a bit of protection. Okay. How much does a beekeeping outfit cost? You got any idea? It's roughly like 10 euros or something.
It's worth
pretty cheap in the roll of gaffer tape. It's like, you know.
You can get one online for around 20 quid.
Okay, you've never looked better.
I never have.
Well done.
Ridiculous outfit, check. Equipment, check. Man walking towards certain death? Let's hope not.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. I don't feel very safe doing this, I have to admit. So...
Be careful, Tim. Sorry about that.
He normally comes down whole, so let's just trust that that will happen again this time.
The little bees are very, very busy. The good thing about that is that I can see where they're going in and out, so they should be fairly easy to close.
Like his suit, Tim's plan is a bit slapdash. First, he tries to get the bees out with insect spray.
OK, here goes nothing. There they go. Look at that. They're swarming.
Next, he tries to block up all the gaps.
There are a lot more bees than I thought there were.
Be careful, Tim. Hold on.
Oh, there we go. There's a big hole there. So I'm just going to fill this hole up. There's probably a great big front door around the other side that I can't get to.
Unbelievably, it seems his ridiculous beekeeping suit is working.
The good news is that they seem to be going for the foam rather than me.
We're glad when it's over. It's scary seeing him up there.
I mean, I've done the job because I can see that the bees can't get in or out. Oh, man, it's nice to get out of that.
Well done.
Thank you. Just have to wait and see what happens with the bees. And,
yeah, just give it a couple of days.
It's done. It's chateau life, isn't it?
Well done.
Getting rid of these bees is vital. Leasing out the gîtes means a cash injection of 25,000 euros. But for now, Tim and Marguerite have other things on their mind.
Lots of people coming in. It's a full chateau, and these are the last-minute preps before people turn up.
Preparing for the arrival of 30 guests tomorrow.
Panicking.
Back down in the Languedoc in the south of France, Paul's finally got around to trying to repair the swimming pool. It's a visual focus for their weddings, which are crucial to increase their profits.
Champers, no!
With the help of his friend Grant, he's hoping to find out why the pool is losing water and make the decking safe for guests.
So what we do, I think, Grant, is take the wooden flooring off, dig down, have a look, fix the repair, fill it up, check it's all working, and then job done. OK. If we get a push on, we'll be done today.
Optimistic.
Paul's wife, Alison, is away working.
And we sort of need to know which end is which.
Yeah, right, all on the right-hand end.
And once it's sorted before she gets back.
We've got a real problem. We've really got to find out what's happened and why it's leaking. Otherwise, we could have a disaster like this when we've got customers here in the summer. The outer edge of reinforced concrete, that has also managed to sink down.
How deep are they?
Half a metre. Then we just have to carry on taking these things off, right?
It's taken the best part of 10 years to turn the terrace into a fantasy wedding venue. And just over 6 hours for Paul and Grant to turn it into a building site.
There's nothing you can't solve with a sledgehammer, eh?
Paul's convinced the leak is coming from a pipe that connects the pool to the pump. But that's buried under 18 inches of clay.
Get the dogs here, shouldn't we? They're good at helping digging. Don't see any obvious. I'll put the pool pump on, create more pressure in that circuit, and we could see if it's dripping out then.
It's possible that by increasing the pressure in the pump, water will be forced out of the leak, revealing where it is.
Well, what do you think? Is it leaking?
Not yet.
It's as dry as a bone.
But running the pump has revealed why the pool level has been falling. There isn't a leak after all.
Some equipment in the pool house was draining a bit of water out the pool when we didn't notice.
Now they can get on with fixing the dangerous subsiding decking. And Paul has a solution for that.
We have lots of wood that we've used in other projects. So we're using some oak and Douglas pine, wood that's not going to rot.
Still straight?
It's pretty good, isn't it? As good as new.
So that's the edging done. Just another 75 boards to put back. Back north in the Pas de Calais, at Nicole and Stéphane's dream chateau, they're turning their attention to their crumbling tower, the only surviving, just about, feature of the 18th century fortifications. They aren't yet sure what they're going to do with it, but it urgently needs to be made safe.
See, that's actually the entire roof that collapsed on this floor. You see the rafters of the roof lying there, and all the bricks.
All that fallen debris, plus years of weeds, need to be cleared off the internal beams so Stéphane can make the tower more stable. As they work down the tower, more problems crop up. Some of the wooden joists are rotten and need to be removed.
I'd like to keep this one intact, and as soon as possible replace the holes with new ones.
After 4 hours graft, Stéphane's still got a lot to do just to make this thing safe. But designer Nicole is way ahead of him.
Yeah. Well, maybe we just make this like a little extra space. Maybe we have a rectangular table in here. So when are we going to aim to do this by? We have to do this by August as well, do we? We can have like a really lovely old chandelier hanging down there. Can you get electrics to here?
I am speechless.
Can you do it with a glass roof? So we can...
Yes, we will do that, definitely. It's done. Just come back in August, it'll be finished.
I'm actually being serious. It would look amazing.
I'm very serious, actually. It would look amazing, but I think there's no way that it's ever going to happen.
When it comes to interior design, I get the impression Nicole doesn't joke. Back inside, she's been working on replicating the 18th century wallpaper to use in the tea room.
What we've decided to do is to see if we can create our own version of this wallpaper. So what would be nice is to have some areas more faded than others so that it looks perhaps like it's been there for a very long time.
With a bespoke wallpaper design, complete with aged effect, it's at least one job less.
Have you done it there? That's better.
But they only have 3 months to get the tea room ready for the summer season. And the floor is currently an unseemly mix of unfinished concrete and replica tiles. This needs replacing and could take weeks. To save time, Stéphane's come up with a shortcut, installing a modern resin flooring.
This is the idea I would like to achieve over here in the castle. You just put a nice coat of resin over the existing concrete. It's easy to install, it's quickly done, it just dries and it's finished.
Typically found in airports and hospitals, I have to say, it's a bold choice for an 18th century castle.
I think it's just going to look brilliant because it's going to be so modern in such an old place. So.
Come on in, David.
This morning they're meeting David, a resin flooring specialist from London.
You've got quite a task on your hands, haven't you?
We talked about having a resin floor.
So it's been designed to replace vinyl, if you like. So it's like a liquid vinyl. It has flexibility to it.
The aim is to create a seamless floor throughout the tea room. They just need to decide on the colour.
That colour works really nicely. It looks like it's perfect. I think it looks fab. All of that together.
They do look good. And that's quite a find, isn't it, really?
Such a find.
David leaves with instructions for Nicole and Stéphane to check if there is solid concrete beneath the old tiles, as resin flooring must be laid on a dry, solid base.
It's just earth.
Very peculiar.
It's bad news. With no concrete base, their plan for the tea room floor is in tatters.
The thing is that in order to put the resin floor down, it has to be free of moisture below it. Otherwise, it can bubble. What we've discovered is all this kind of clay-like substance, sand, that's got a very high moisture content. It's kind of a nightmare.
It's a blow to their hopes of opening the tea room on time and starting to bring in some much-needed cash. Down in the south of France, things are looking much brighter for Paul. The swimming pool and decking are all fixed. He can now return to the love of his life.
It shouldn't be rattling.
He found it in the chateau when he first moved in.
It's an S2200, so it'd be interesting to see what year that's from. Crikey, it's from 1961, so it'd be great if I can get that going.
My guess is the warranty has expired, but Paul's eager to try and get it running again and toured the French countryside at a heady 20 kilometres per hour.
Normally it's either there's no spark or there's no petrol.
He's a novice at swimming pool maintenance, but he's got years of experience with engines.
My next door neighbour, his dad ran a garage. I used to play around and tinker with motorbikes and cars. Let's try it.
Paul hasn't seen his wife Alison for 3 weeks.
Maybe we can get it going now.
She's been working in Australia, earning money to help cover the chateau's running costs. And today she's come home.
Paul! 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 Where is he?
It looks to me like he's off to get some baguettes. Next time, there are shocks in store at Paul and Alison's as they renovate their dungeon.
Finger bone. Oh, yeah, finger bone, yeah.
Tim and Marguerite may have bitten off more than they can chew with a full chateau of guests.
We've got 14 people coming in to have 28 fried eggs. Panicking.
And Angel has a surprise for Nicole.
There you go. You have been knighted.
Brilliant. This is so cool.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload! In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Lovely to meet you. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
Be stunning.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau. We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today,
Hello!
Angel welcomes a fellow chateau owner to our home.
Mwah, mwah.
And bestows her with advice and gifts.
There you go. You have been knighted.
Come in, please.
Yes.
Preparations for a summer party are thrown into chaos.
The phone's already going with people asking us if we've cancelled.
A castle's cellar's ancient secret is revealed.
Oh, yeah, finger bone, yeah.
A bumper booking causes problems.
Today we've got 14 people coming in to have 28 fried eggs.
And there's a big surprise for 2 chateau owners.
Oh, look. Oh, it sounds just like a baby.
Chateau de Humières is a crumbling 18th century castle being restored by British designer Nicole.
There's bits that still need to be filled and then sanded down, actually.
And her Belgium architect boyfriend, Stefan.
We took on the castle because it was a great challenge. You could call it an adventure, yeah?
We're lucky. Hectic, but lucky.
Stefan inherited the chateau, located in the Pays de Calais region of northern France, from his mother.
I owned the castle, the chateau, for a few years before I met Nicole. And this was after the death of my mother's. And 2015, we really started with, you came here for the first time.
That's when things properly kind of kicked off. Decided that we'd get involved and do this together.
They want to turn this place into a B&B.
We will be renting out parts of the chateau for people to stay in.
Holiday rentals.
But they need to generate income to renovate it. So are planning to open a tea room in 4 weeks' time.
It needs to stop draining money.
Yeah.
It needs to be self-financing. That's our new adventure, how to make this self-financing.
It's just off a main road. And how many people did you say go roughly?
It's about 2,800 cars passing through this village, 500 meters further, a day.
They were planning to lay a resin floor, but discovered there was no concrete layer under the current floor on which to lay it.
It's not even really as if we can say this will be phase 2 of the tea rooms because that's the main entrance.
Now a revised quote has come in, including the cost of adding the solid concrete base.
So we've just had this email come through, which is like, oh gosh, is it really that expensive?
10 grand is too much. So we won't have an epoxy flooring. That's the verdict. It's come out of budget.
The resin floor's now out.
The flooring is only one of the jobs to get the 100 square metre hall ready on schedule.
We've got wallpaper planned for here. We're going to be doing painting still in here. We've still got to get the lintel on the fireplace. There's lots to do.
Finish the windows, finish the walls, finish the ceiling. So we have 4 weeks to turn everything over and to put the flooring in here. So we need to find a different solution and come up with one very quickly if we want to get it done in time.
We also have to decide whether we're going to dig this floor up and put underfloor heating on.
No, it's impossible. Taking it out will take us a week, pouring in the concrete. I mean, 4 days, 3 days. And then having it dry in 2 weeks' time is
So it
impossible.
could be that actually what we opt for now maybe is, well, we just paint it temporarily.
Yeah.
They've got some serious thinking to do.
What can you do? You know, you're in the middle of something. What do? Bail out halfway through that? You can't. You have to see it through.
So while they ponder, they tackle another job. Cleaning the facade of the chateau. It's the first thing that visitors will see, so it has to look great.
Clean out the gutter whilst we're up here.
Cool. Scared of heights? No, really not. I don't like it either.
Don't you?
I'm okay with it, but because I have to. Yeah, we reached it. Okay. So we're going to sand and stone, so we get back this nice white.
I like this
look
though.
of it.
I really like that.
So sorry. It has to go. It has to go.
Wait. It's really lovely there.
It has to go.
Why?
Come on, it's not nice. You have this nice white stone, and then you just clean.
It's really beautiful.
Oh my
Look
goodness.
at the colour of it. You should like it. It's orange. It's really lovely. When are we going to replace that soon?
No, it looks nice without
No,
glass. Of
it
course, we
doesn't.
leave it. No, it does.
It's got plastic there.
We just leave it because, I mean, if you like this, we just leave it like that also there.
It's not funny.
Love you. But you do not see this from below.
Yes, you do.
You don't. Below, you only see a yellow stain. You think
all right, maybe. Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
Nicole relents on the stonework's orange smudge, but wins on replacing the plastic window.
So when's the plan to replace the glass in
Actually,
here?
as soon as possible, but I never had a chance
Should
to
we
measure
measure it now?
Let's measure it straight away. It's a good idea. It's a quarter circle, 40 high. My goodness. Wow. I have to replace this piece of wood also. Okay, let's go down. You ready? Everything's measured? Yeah.
With the window to replace and stonework to sand down, the work to do here is just mounting up. Just under 80 miles northwest, at the rather more complete Chateau de Lys, the rental season is in full swing. Tim and Marguerite have owned the B&B for 4 years after spotting it on holiday.
I thought it was the nicest place I'd ever seen. It was unconditional. I just fell in love with it.
We loved it, and we decided on the spot to buy it, and I think we signed 2 days later.
Brit Tim retired his bass guitar from the successful Dutch band he'd been in for 26 years, and they moved to their new home here in the Picardy region of France.
When you've done all that, once you've got the glory of the whole rock and roll bit, what you're left with is actually the nicest thing is meeting people. With the Chateau, we get great people in here. We get some lovely, lovely guests.
They're busy during the summer months, but they still aren't bringing in enough cash.
The Chateau is, costs money. Of course it does.
Not just the cost of doing it up, but just the monthly costs.
That's quite a lot of maintenance to be done.
So their plans are to develop an upmarket caravan site.
Last weekend, if we'd have had these things in place, we would have earned another €1,000.
And lease out their gîtes to increase their income.
Basically, it's costing them €25,000, which is a one-off payment, and that gives you, for 25 years, that gives you 5 weeks.
Meanwhile, the usual B&B business at the Chateau needs to continue, and it takes up most of their time. And right now, they're preparing for 30 guests who'll be staying over the Easter weekend.
We take Easter very serious for a bunch of atheists. Lots of people coming in. It's a full chateau, and these are the last-minute preps before people turn up.
When it's Easter, you want to, make it festive. Everything nice and light colours. Just do a few things for our guests.
They've roped in daughter Donna, who's visiting from Holland, to help with the decorations.
It's quite an Eastery flower arrangement. Very Eastery colours.
And 9-year-old little brother Joe's sort of helping out too.
You think I should put them in? Okay, I'll put them in. Thank you, Joe, for your help.
Before the guests arrive, Tim's checking on a bee problem. It's been 2 weeks since he tried to get rid of a hive in one of the gîtes' chimneys.
I must admit, it still gives me the willies climbing up this ladder.
The hive was deep in the chimney and impossible to move, so Tim had no choice but to destroy it.
In fact, I'm climbing up here without any protection as far as, beekeeping gear goes. So it does mean that I'm fairly confident that they're not going to be alive, so...
Tim blocked the entrance to the hive and is now checking if the bees have gone.
And the first thing I see is 2 bees. Score 1 for the bees. They're all going in a hole. They've made themselves a new hole. And the hive is still there and still functioning. And the only worry is that they're going to spot me, and then they're going to decide that I was the guy who ravaged their whole existence last time, and therefore they're going to attack me. But you have to admire them. It's completely brilliant. Not as active as it was, though. There's definitely a lot less bees than there used to be. I just need to get some more gunk and do it again, basically.
He has to fix the problem, otherwise they won't be able to lease the gîte through their new co-ownership scheme.
And to be honest, all I can realistically do is keep gunking. If I don't get rid of them, I haven't got a clue what's going to happen. I mean, I'm going to get rid of them. I mean, it's not... Failure is not an option.
Things happen. If you're not practical and you don't see a solution straight away, it would be really difficult to keep this place going.
As if on cue, another problem comes up that they could do without on Easter weekend.
The dishwasher's blown up, it's shorting. Everyone knows these if you work in the hospitality industry. You fill up your thing there, shove it on there, close that, push the button, and in my case, pop, the whole chateau shuts down, which is my problem at the moment. So just to prove that, I'm going to switch it on, and it's switched on there. That was the sound of everything shutting down of the whole chateau. So I'm just going to put that back again and have a look at it. Judging by the way that keeps cutting out, I reckon it's some sort of short somewhere, but I'm not sure whether I'm good enough to find it.
And if he doesn't, that means a weekend of washing up by hand for Tim with a house full of guests. Back at Chateau de Humière, Stefan is halfway through the mammoth task of sanding the castle's 200-square-metre facade.
The stone is so soft, a little bit like the cliffs of Dover, so it just comes out very clean, very clear, and very white. It's pure chalk. Like if you would take a piece of it, you would be able to draw on the blackboard. But you do get a lot of satisfaction out of these buildings. Of course, once they get neglected for 40 or for 50 years, like this one, then catching up means putting in a lot and a lot and a lot of effort.
While Stefan continues his sanding marathon, Nicole wants to find out more about her wallpaper and knows just the person to ask, my wife, Angel.
Nicole sent me a picture of her wallpaper and it's lovely. She didn't know anything about it and I sent it to a historian who's come back only yesterday with some information, and Nicole knows nothing about it, so I'm really, really excited to show her.
Angel's inviting Nicole to our house to share her findings.
Wow, look at this. It's like driving into a fairy story, literally. I feel like I'm going to be Rapunzel in the tower today. Dying to see the inside.
With a shared passion for chateaus, Nicole and Angel should get on like a house on fire.
I love the symmetry, actually. It's lovely. It's really lovely.
This is the 1,000-year-old medieval fort, Chateau de Bramatorte. Owners Paul Hunter and Alison Ward run parts of it as a B&B. They're renovating the rest in between working away as IT and HR consultants. But they're desperate to run the chateau full-time so they can give up their jobs.
If we've got that running enough, we can just spend the summers doing the weddings and then enjoying the house. And as we get older in life, that would be an absolute bliss to not have to keep packing bags and getting on planes.
Located within sight of the Pyrenees in the Languedoc region of France, they've spent the last 7 weeks here building a wedding terrace and outside kitchen around their pool.
The first wedding of the year is the week after next, so we're working on trying to solve a few problems in the outdoor kitchen.
Tonight they're holding a party to celebrate the kitchen's grand opening.
We've got about 60 people we're expecting, and I've got a list as long as your arm of things I've got to try and finish. Put the electricity in here, get the plumbing finished, put the roof on, tidy up the marquee, put some lighting up, cross our fingers, and hopefully we'll have a nice day for it.
Fortunately, they've got help from family and friends from the UK.
I come from a family of 12, so I've got 9 brothers and sisters. They're all having children as well, and now there's 60 of them.
Last night, Alison's eldest sister, Deborah, tested out the newly completed honeymoon suite.
Hi, Deb.
Hi,
How
Alison.
was the night?
The bed is the most beautiful, comfortable, oldest, most expensive bed I've ever slept in my life. But yeah, so the bathroom is fantastic. I love the bathroom. The shower is magnificent. Do you remember the first shower?
Yeah.
You had to climb up on bricks, didn't you?
Yeah, that was
and
the
wobble in the shower with the hose pipe.
That's it.
Deborah's been sharing the room with some small feathered friends.
The amazing thing about this chateau is that there was birds nesting, so we put a little door in each of the nest holes with a glass frontage.
How amazing to have a peregrine chicks in your wall.
Back on the terrace, Paul's roped in Alison's brother Dominic.
Yeah, you
get the wire.
For some last-minute electrical work.
You're just thinking how sexy I look in my pyjamas.
Are you concentrating?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
3. Right, I'm just going to turn the electricity on. Let's check they work. Okay.
Meanwhile, in the new outdoor kitchen, Alison's taking charge.
Keep all the glasses up here, but in different types, maybe wine and champagne and that sort of thing.
I know I'm the eldest, but she's the bossiest.
And there's a load of champagne glasses over where the microwave is in the kitchen. How's it going with the...
One more.
Oh, well done. Good job.
With everyone pitching in, the party prep is coming together nicely.
Do you think we've got the worst job here?
But just when everything's going well, the heavens open.
The phone's already going with people asking us if we've cancelled, and we've just stopped answering it.
They can only hope the rain will stop to avoid a total washout. Nearly 600 miles north, Chateau de Lys is fully booked for the weekend. But owner Tim still hasn't been able to find the fault in the dishwasher, which keeps shorting the electrics.
It's beyond me. I can't do it.
So, time to call a professional.
Noël, merci beaucoup. C'est ça. Si que j'allais le allumer comme ça, c'est tout est coupé.
And after working on it for 1.2 seconds...
Oh, yes. No. No. Up. Oui. Là. OK. La plaque touche le fil et ça fait disjoncter. C'est tout. C'est tout. C'est tout.
The electricians cracked it.
Formidable. OK, so he's saying that there's a metal plate which is basically joining the earth to the negative, and that's causing it to trip. And that's how easy it is, unless you're an idiot. So we're going to switch it back on again and see if it works. Oh, ça va marcher? Oh. Brilliant. Ah, OK. I feel really stupid, you know. Merci, monsieur. Thank you. Au revoir. Au revoir.
Now they can concentrate on the Easter Sunday celebrations.
Okay, well done.
But come the big day, it's not long before Tim's having another kitchen nightmare.
22 bits of bacon we need, is that right?
And is overcome by a huge breakfast order.
Panicking.
This is our place, Chateau de la Motte-Husson, based in the Pays de la Loire. Today, Nicole, a fellow chateau owner, has come here to visit my wife, Angel, and find out about the origins of the wallpaper she discovered in her chateau.
Hello! Angel, hi. Lovely to meet you. You're gorgeous. Mwah. Mwah.
First, though, a little tour.
Do you want to come in, have a drink, and have a little
Thank you so
around?
much. That would be great. I'm dying to.
So this is our humble abode. After you, madame.
Thank you. Gorgeous entrance.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's still work in progress.
Lovely hallway.
Come on, let's go and see the salon. I mean, this is the salon. Is that original plans?
How lovely that you've got that.
Yeah. This is my favourite, like, you know, the original little drawing of it and the detail. I mean, it looks beautiful, isn't it?
It almost looks like it's on tissue paper.
Yeah, so it's on tracing paper, so it'd be on the paper that they would have used. So it's like a parchment paper. And when we were given these, me and Dick, we were blown away because it's such a special thing to have, isn't it?
Not long ago, we were where Nicole and her partner Stefan are now with their chateau renovations.
Now, in here, it's really, really playful.
It's like a little mini theatre in a way, isn't it?
Yeah. So we've got 47 rooms and they all need attention.
Right.
I have to kind of manage my frustrations with wanting everything done continuously. So I'm sure you're in the same boat right now, aren't you?
It's like a living thing, isn't it? You're constantly looking to fill the gap.
Yeah.
Right, now to business.
You know, you sent me a picture of your beautiful wallpaper.
Mm-hmm.
I've got something to show you.
Okay.
So come with me.
When we moved in here, Angel found rolls of old wallpaper in our attic.
Through here.
And she used them to turn one of the turret rooms into her very own wallpaper museum.
This was my labour of love.
I think it is so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah.
It looks amazing.
I come in here and I always smile. I mean, I love wallpaper. Take a seat. Let's relax.
Can I have a little snooze?
I could have a little snooze right now. This room, every single wallpaper here has been used in the history of the house. I mean, this is how we found it.
Oh, I see.
It was just so well preserved. You can see these have been hand painted.
The colours are so vivid, aren't they? It's like really bright and vivid.
That's the back hallway one.
Isn't that a brilliant combination?
Oh, they're just great. Yeah, the two greens.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So what I'm really interested in is, like, when you did this, did you plan out what you were going to put next to what?
No.
Did you just
you just couldn't. Actually, what ended up happening, as long as there wasn't too much repetition, just everything went everywhere and it worked.
It worked.
Nicole brings out a sample of the wallpaper from her chateau. She emailed Angel a photo of it a few days ago.
Wow, that's gorgeous. I've got wallpaper envy in my pride and joy. It's so beautiful. And orange and teal, I mean, they so work, don't they?
It's very special.
That is absolutely stunning. Now, I've got a bit of a surprise for you because I sent the picture you sent me to a historian.
Great.
And he come back to me yesterday with a little bit of information. Ta-da! Behind the pillow. Dear Angel, Looking closely at the design from the photo, it looks like an extremely high-quality printing and well worth conserving. This was applied just prior to Revolution by the doyen of wallpaper makers at the Jean-Baptiste Revellion Paris factory. He surpassed all the other French makers of the time by employing the finest designers and using his own paper mill to supply the best material and use the latest methods.
To know that it's come from these kind of roots is really exciting.
It's about finding these little nuggets in the house and then putting your mark on it.
Angel's got another surprise.
So this is a stencil taken from the wallpaper.
Thank you, that's so brilliant.
Do you like it?
Nice. I love it. Thank you
He's
so
handing over, and you down there. There you go. You have been knighted.
Oh, can I come again, please?
Yes.
Nico can use this to replicate the original design on the old wallpaper and print it on the walls in the tea room.
Brilliant. This is so cool.
I think she likes it.
It's Easter Sunday at Chateau de Lys, and owners Tim and Marguerite are hard at work.
Okay, I think we've got about 230 eggs or something.
Whilst Marguerite hides Easter goodies in the 14-acre gardens for the kids to hunt after breakfast,
I have to be very quiet here, because this is where the kids are sleeping.
Tim is in the kitchen cooking it.
Last one's Easter bunny is done for this year. That's it. I'm gonna get ready for breakfast.
Marguerite joins Tim in the kitchen. They usually offer a continental breakfast, but keen cook Tim will rustle up his famous full English on request.
We get a lot of requests for English breakfast, actually, which is kind of annoying because it's quite difficult to make.
One of the nice things of having a bed and breakfast.
Today we've got 14 people coming in to have 28 fried eggs. That's, what is it, 32 rashers of bacon. These are hash browns, yeah. It's just very simple. It's grated potato. And the secret is to stick them in the pan and leave them alone.
And Tim also loves offering a taste of home. Hot crust buns. Not that Marguerite seems impressed by them.
I think they're a bit boring, to be honest. I think there's loads of great stuff coming from the UK. Hot cross buns, maybe not one of them.
Cover your ears, Tim.
22 bits of bacon we need, is that right?
Have you counted them?
No. I'll just keep going. I think when everyone turns up, it'll be okay, and I'll chuck a few more in.
As the guests start to trickle into the dining room, things are heating up in the kitchen.
So you need 5 English breakfasts.
Yeah. So that's one child, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it all gets a bit much for Tim.
Panicking.
At the opposite end of the country, way down south by the Pyrenees, rain has stopped party preparation dead at Chateau de Bramatort.
I think that's it now. I don't think there's a lot of chance of that blowing over.
So Alison's turned her attention to another project.
So we're looking at the cellars underneath the kitchen. We want to turn these into a really beautiful wine cellar.
But 400 years ago, this space had a darker purpose.
But going through to the end is the oubliette, where prisoners used to be thrown to be forgotten about. But also we're told that further down here, there's actually an entrance to an old escape tunnel that goes under the land to the chateau in the neighbouring valley.
Alison wants to find out if the tunnel legend is true.
So that would be quite interesting to excavate.
So she sent her friends, Ian and Graham, down to see if they can drain away a build-up of water that has accrued in front of what they believe could be the tunnel entrance.
There's a bone there. Is it? Yeah. Chicken bone or something like that one. A finger bone. Oh, yeah, a finger bone, yeah. That's the last prison. A lintel or something. That could be the top of the doorway.
My God, it's really deep, so it could be a tunnel.
God, that goes a long way in.
That's it.
And is that where you can feel the end of it, or does
No,
it go further?
No, it goes further than that.
That must be the tunnel then. It could be a tunnel.
Maybe. But whilst the digging continues to confirm it,
Let's go.
upstairs in the honeymoon suite, the rain has caused another problem for Alison.
I'm coming round.
One of the birds nesting in the wall has got trapped.
There's a nest fallen down the side, maybe.
Yeah, when that storm blew up, it's pushed the door out, and the birds have come out through, and they're lying there.
But we've got the birds back in there.
I know, that's right. I got one. Come on, good girl. Come on. So much for nature.
And there's more good news outside. The rains have finally let up. So Alison's family are back out doing the final prep for the party.
We're having a domestic now over the bunting and the writing. Too scared to put it up anywhere.
Put one piece across of wood and put the other two inside.
Alison didn't want it inside, to be honest.
I think she wanted it all along the top and all along the top of there.
The top of there, outside it's going.
Yeah.
I made a decision. But if Alison comes along and says she doesn't like up there, then Ian made the decision.
They've now got just 2 hours to get the kitchen up and running, and 60 hungry guests expected.
We can't cancel, so we're just going to push on and get as much done as we can. It's taken a long time just to wire these fridges in.
At Chateau de Humière, owner Stéphane has just 4 weeks to transform this into a fully decorated, refurbished and functioning tea room. He's finished sanding down the outside of the chateau, and now he's repairing the window that will sit above the entrance.
Just tidying it up a little bit here. More than 200 years old, so it will never be a new window, but it doesn't have to be a new window. It can keep the charm of just being old. I think it's ready to put up. Okay, here we go. Kipras, if you can hand me the glass when I'm standing somewhere over here. Yeah, super. Make sure, put it in here, right. So try putting it like this. Okay. Yeah. Done. Great, great. It's not a job done, eh? It's coming from a derelict window without any glass and now having a good window. Perfect, eh?
That's one job done, but still hundreds to do. Over at our chateau, his partner Nicole is picking my wife Angel's brains for advice on how to run a tea room.
We're not entirely sure exactly how we're going to do it.
While they chat, Angel is showing her a recipe for a summer drink they could sell.
Smells amazing, don't they? They're amazing.
Do.
A cordial with black currants fresh from our chateau's garden.
And you can just imagine these on your your tarts at your tea room as well.
Having run a tea room of her own, Angel knows exactly what it takes to get Nicole's business off the ground.
Have you thought about what an average cover cost would be?
Nope.
Okay. I guess this is the time when you need to have your plan, your vision, because everything you're doing will be tailored to what the final outcome is.
Yeah.
You know, if you're doing a tea room that's open to the public, you're going to design the room for that.
The only thing is, if you end up working and investing to create something and then you've missed the season.
Nicole's tea room business is focused on making money during the summer months.
You know what? You're still in the mindset of just summer passing trade. I don't think that's your market. You don't want to be the destination place where Mr. and Mrs. Smith turn up and spend 20 quid.
Instead, Angel wants Nicole to think much bigger and think of a year-round business.
Events, special occasions, that happen all year round.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You want to be a destination place that someone's paying $1,000 and you have 20 covers a month and you bring 20 grand in.
Staging events can turn a chateau from a money pit into a pot of gold.
Watch the splatter. Every time you have a customer, they need to pay for something in the chateau to be renovated, OK? If you think about it like that.
Back to the cordial. And after cooling, it's ready for tasting.
Service. I just get a kick out of saying that. Dick says it to me all the time. Oh, wow. Now, you will not pour that elegantly without getting it everywhere.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Fab colour. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Cheers.
Angel has one more piece of advice for Nicole to help her keep track of her finances.
I've got one more little thing to give you. And it's on a serious note. Because whatever you do, you've got to make money out of it. So I want you to have a think. Now, these three here are your costs. You should have a third, which will be your direct costs, a third, which will be your labour. And even if you do it, you need to pay yourself, OK? And then there should be a third, which will be a profit, and that'll go in your pocket. You can go and buy a dress or a sink.
Right. It's always going to be a sink, isn't it?
I know. Thanks. Yours. Cheers. We have to stick together, us mad chateau owners. Thank you. You're welcome. Best of luck with everything. Oh, thank you so much. Stay in touch and travel safe. Nicole's just great, a little bit bonkers. And I just wish her all the best, you know. She's working her socks off. Good luck to her and Stefan.
At Chateau de Lys, Tim and Marguerite are reaching boiling point making breakfast.
Can you get me a few little blue plates?
14 full Englishes plus warm hot cross buns are giving Tim a breakfast breakdown.
How are your hot cross buns coming on?
Yeah, almost ready. I'm just going to do this
Okay.
first, because otherwise I'm doing three things at once.
That's fine.
Because things will go wrong. See, I've just realised I forgot to put the mushrooms on, so...
I think that's the other people coming down now.
OK.
So these ones are all ready to go, yeah?
Yeah, just the mushrooms, they can go.
Tim's managing to keep the wheels on and get the breakfasts out.
I've got 4 more to do, and then it's... The last egg. Yeah! Look at that, breakfast is done. Yes. It's a good feeling, actually. What time is it? So, I don't know, that's about an hour and a half of breakfast, isn't it, I guess? 14, was it? 14 breakfasts. Great.
Hot cross buns.
Oh, cross buttons, yep. Yep.
The hard part of the breakfast over, Marguerite hands out the homemade Easter bunnies to the guests' children.
Do you still believe in the Easter bunny? You can choose one for yourself to take home with you. That one, okay.
But what children really want at Easter is chocolate.
Il y a plus de baskets arrivent. Cheers. Chin chin. Happy Easter.
It's been a great weekend, and Tim and Marguerite are in their element.
There's a house on the hill. You just come and do what you feel. One of the best things about chateau life is just the unexpected number of nice people that you meet. So come on up.
For me, the best thing is that every day is different. There's never a dull moment, and I think that we really, really like that.
Enjoy it while you can, Tim and Marguerite, because you still have a lot to do to get your gîtes and that caravan park up and running. At Chateau de Bramatort, it may have stopped raining, but the water around what they think is the tunnel entrance refuses to drain away.
There's no water pipes to go around there. It looks like we're not going to be able to find the tunnel. It's like the water table level is just too high now. So the mystery continues.
Paul and Alison's search for the elusive tunnel has come to an abrupt end.
With it flooding anyway, it's probably not a good idea to try and excavate it any further. We won't do too much more stuff down here just because it's so wet and humid.
With cash tight, locating the legendary tunnels will have to wait until next year. For now, there's the outside kitchen to finish.
Hey, you have water. Check it's not coming out the bottom.
Oh,
No, they're not.
how stupid's that?
Tightened up. That's it.
It's done, and just in the nick of time, as the guests start arriving for the grand opening of Paul and Alison's wedding terrace.
It's good to test it out tonight because we've got the wedding party next month using it for the first time. So this is a bit of a check to see if everything operates
check everything
properly.
works properly.
We're opening the kitchen officially. And merci pour tous les amis qui viennent ici ce soir.
J'espère que vous avez une très bonne soirée. Et je suis très contente pour ouvrir la cuisine.
I'm going to cut the ribbon. Okay, thank you. Got the kitchen working?
Kitchen is amazing. I'm so pleased to finally have something out here that our guests can go and enjoy and relax and have family and friends. Oh, c'est gentil.
So the new wedding terrace is a hit. Let's hope it's a hit with the wedding guests that arrive here for the first wedding of the season in just 5 weeks' time. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
It's just a shame everyone's in the kitchen. It's like any party, right?
It's a glorious day at Chateau de Humière, and the exterior of the castle isn't looking too bad either.
You're such a bloke, really, aren't you?
Definitely.
Stefan's finished renovating the facade and got Nicole's seal of approval.
Also, Nicole, I did cleaned the round window and put in the glass.
It looks brilliant.
Now we have to clean the second floor a little bit more, and some more jointing on the second floor. A few more shutters to be painted.
The moss has come off, and it looks much better without it.
Yeah, big difference now, huh?
It looks really good.
Yeah. Now it just looks cleaner.
Having signed off the outside, Nicole wants to get on with the work on the tea room interior, starting with testing Angel's stencil of her wallpaper design.
Nicole.
Forget that. See, I've gone over the edge. That would need repainting anyway.
Wow.
It's just an experiment. Oh, hi, Stefan.
Wow.
Well, you know, this is like work in progress. So I think,
It's great.
you know, at the end result, we don't want to be seeing this outline square. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's lovely. So it works out at 7.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes.
All the way up. And then that brings the design through into this room as well.
Without using the colours.
Without using the colours, exactly. Actually, it's come out quite nicely, but I'd like to try to see what pastels, because I think pastels might give more of an effect of what the original wallpaper's like. I don't know. But do you like it?
It's amazing. Cute.
Cute. It's not cute. It's not.
It's amazing.
Stefan's on board with the stenciling. But Nicole also needs to sell him on Angel's advice to take their tea room plans up a notch.
Thing is, about running a tea or coffee bar here, the costs that are involved, first of all, we don't know how much traffic we're going to get.
Okay.
Because the chances are we'll be raking in peanuts that won't really even cover our costs. The bottom line is, if we just do a tea room, it's not a good idea. The big message is maybe think bigger. Use the room for other events. It could be courses, it could be conferences.
And I think she's right. It's just finding the right usage of this space, eh?
So Stefan seems to like the idea of thinking bigger, but they don't quite know what type of business to go for yet. Either way, they'll need to find a solution for their tricky floor problem.
You'd say like the tea room here.
We haven't decided anything about the floor, actually.
We need to go for a cheap solution first. It's a lot of stress getting it done in time, of course.
But before they get any closer to a decision, they're needed elsewhere. Nicole and Stefan keep 3 goats at the chateau. one of them is heavily pregnant. Or was, by the sound of things.
Oh, look!
Amazing.
Amazing. Oh, it sounds just like a baby. 2 goats being born. It's amazing. All of a sudden, we hear this little sound. And Stefan charged off down here because we know that one of the goats is pregnant and due kind of any minute.
It really must have come out of the womb like 5 minutes ago. I think this one is a ram, but I'm not sure. So sweet, huh?
He's standing up now.
And they're really best with their mama.
I'm just really glad we were here to witness this. I can feel its little heartbeat. That's real life, isn't it? And OK, renovating a chateau is real life too, but sometimes you get caught up in the minutiae of the detail and the costings and the stress of it, and then you have something like that happens and takes you right out of it, which is really nice. Oh.
Next time, for Nicole and Stefan, the stress of getting their chateau ready for an opening party starts to take its toll.
Stefan's been working day and night. I'm slightly worried about him, actually, because he's been working so hard.
To the point of becoming dangerous.
He lost 4 kilos in the last 2 weeks. 4 kilos. It's quite a lot.
Tim's caravan renovation starts to take a step backwards.
A little bit of wood to be cut out and sort of put in again, but... Oops. And the floor. The floor needs replacing as well.
There are pre-nuptial jitters at Paul and Alison's chateau.
Gosh, I'm sitting down. Not that I'm panicked or anything now. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And at another chateau, a mother and daughter disagree on how to put on an event.
I would never have done a party like this, personally. Absolutely not. Stephanie, I think you complicate your life. A radish is a radish. You serve the bloomin' radish.
It's great having my mother here, but stress levels have risen because she's never happy with what I'm doing.
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our 2 beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah.
Oops.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
Oh. What amazing colours.
We need to get on top of it, get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Oh, back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of 2 like-minded couples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As they face the highs...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Today, the stress of prepping a chateau for an opening party takes its toll.
He lost 4 kilos in the last 2 weeks. 4 kilos. It's quite a lot.
But come the big night, it looks like it might bring in some business.
Your wedding,
My wedding, that's right. I might have to talk to Martin about that.
At one chateau, a mother disagrees with her daughter's plan to bring in some much-needed cash.
I would never have done a party like this, personally. Absolutely not.
It's great having my mother here, but stress levels have risen because she's never happy with what I'm doing.
one man's caravan renovation plans take a backward step.
A little bit of wood to be cut out and sort of put in again, but... Oops, and the floor. The floor needs replacing as well.
And a bride suffers prenuptial jitters before her chateau wedding.
Oh gosh, everyone's sitting down. Not that I'm panicked or anything now. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
This is the 18th century Chateau de Humorous, and it's being renovated by British designer Nicole and her Belgian boyfriend Stefan.
How many rooms will it have?
No idea. I don't think I've ever counted.
No, we were always focused on renovating them. Huh?
Plus, you have a short-term memory problem.
It's because I never sleep. Huh?
Located in the Picardy region of northern France, they've been working on it for 3 years after a chance encounter in a hotel.
I was sitting in the lobby reading a magazine.
I was like, ooh, there's a picture of my house.
All of a sudden, I got tapped on the shoulders. I looked up, and Nicole was standing there. I said, do I know you? She answered, you should, because you're looking at my house.
I'd spent several years restoring a property in the south of France. It was photographed in this magazine. So I just thought I'll give him a tap on the shoulder.
And then we ended up as a couple over here renovating a castle.
They're now converting it to an upmarket B&B.
It needs to be generating money. It needs to be self-financing.
They were also planning to open a tea room to start earning some money. But after Nicole went to see my wife Angel for some advice,
I want to be a destination place and bring 20 grand in a month.
she returned with some news for Stefan.
The main things that I learned is basically the bottom line is if we just do a tea room, it's not a good idea.
So Nicole came up with a plan.
Now we're going to be concentrating on getting the rental spaces decorated and ready.
She wants to focus on getting a B&B guest room within the chateau finished. And as for the hall...
Maybe as a breakfast room?
Exactly. It could be perfect as a breakfast space and then in...
Also for other types of events?
Exactly.
Or how do you see it? Yeah.
Use the room for other events. It could be courses, it could be conferences. Every other week we plan a course. Who knows? We have to think about that.
People can book it, people can then use the space.
So now they're rushing to get the hall...
There's been some plumbing issues. There are holes in the floor.
And guest room.
Putting up wallpaper, it's taken ages.
Ready for the summer.
Getting the electric cables into the walls to put the lighting, connecting all the electricity. We're clearly not ready, you know, we're just not.
But with their target deadline fast approaching, their new plans have been thrown into chaos, with their application for a vital loan from the bank rejected.
It was a complete blow, which has affected how the work has been able to progress. Had the mortgage come through, we'd have been able to have some more people on board, working faster, getting things done. You can imagine what a hole such a place creates in your pocket. So it's really put a lot of pressure on.
With no money to pay for extra workers, Nicole and Stefan have had to work even harder to try and get the hall and guest room finished.
This is the room we're going to be renting out so that we can have a little bit of extra income coming in. Clearly, we're not ready now. We've got some painting to do, we've got curtains to put up. There's a load to do, but we'll have it done. We have to.
And they're making life even more difficult by throwing a party tomorrow for friends and family to kick off their new plans for the hall.
This is a bit of a practice run, really. See what kind of atmosphere we can create, see how many people we can get to fill the space.
It all looks rather stressful.
4 kilos I lost already, so
Yeah, he lost 4 kilos in the last 2 weeks. 4 kilos, it's quite a lot. I mean, it's adding a bit of stress because we've had to organise things in time, but it's worth it, I hope.
With cash short, quick fixes and easy patches are the order of the day.
We have this blank spot in between with a big difference of height. So we're just filling this up with concrete, we're leveling it out. And that we have a temporary floor for when the people come up. Otherwise, they might fall down.
Job done, but Stefan's looking exhausted.
Last night we get 3 hours of sleep, and now it's just getting through the day. Each one you see, you just have to sort it out, get it done, trying to survive until tomorrow evening, I think.
But with just a day to go before the party, there's still a mountain of work to do. This is the 16th century Chateau de Lalande, home to Stephanie Jarvis.
I always knew that I wanted to buy a chateau. I think probably from the moment I was reading fairy tales as a child, it was really clear that's what I wanted to do.
Located in central rural France, she and her friend Nick bought this place together after pulling all their resources.
I had a 2-bedroom flat in London. He also had a 2-bedroom flat in London. He said it would be way more fun if we sold both our flats and got maybe a 4-bed terraced house in Arsenal with a garden. And I was saying to him one night, it's so depressing, the things I'm seeing that we can afford with everything we've got pulled together, and I know that for the same price we could buy a chateau in France. So I started looking, we sold our flats and bought here.
The chateau cost her about £600,000. Not a bad price for a 500-year-old 17-bedroom palace with 60 acres of land, a lake and a private chapel. But it needed a lot of work.
We redid all of the electrics, all of the plumbing, had to put in septic tanks. Obviously, all of the asbestos had to go. We insulated every outside wall downstairs. So big works. The renovations were very expensive, but then the maintenance costs start to hit, and that I hadn't really thought about that much.
With bills to pay, Stephanie's come up with 2 ways the chateau could generate some cash.
The chateau generates money mainly through chambre d'hôte, B&Bs. The chambre d'hôte is working more and more every year, but by far most of the business comes through workshops. We have maybe 6 a year.
The workshops are for groups of musicians who stay for a whole week. She also has a long-term plan.
I want to make 2 new apartments over the garages, and I'd like to rent them as gîtes.
And to pay for this, she's launching a new event.
We want to try and start sort of singles weekends. So that's the next big project for this year.
She plans on hosting singles parties where 20 to 30 single people come to the chateau for a weekend to meet, dine and play games.
It's quite nice to just go away somewhere in the middle of nowhere and meet lots of other people around the same age group who are single and so wanting to meet lots of people as well.
As a trial run, she's invited 30 close friends and family for an Easter weekend dinner party. It's even got a theme.
Tonight is the Under the Sea themed dinner, so I'm mainly doing fish and lots of salads.
But the person she thought was helping with the cooking can't make it.
Well, I can't cook. My mother collects cookery books, so I got every cookery book I could find. I spent the whole night just going through cookery books looking for recipes. It's not so much could things go wrong as what will go wrong.
First job Stephanie takes on is a simple garlic mayonnaise.
I may have broken the whisk. Yes. This is much better. Oh la la, c'est belle!
Stephanie's mum, Isabel, who's French, has joined her daughter for the weekend.
Mayonnaise.
It's been a bit of a struggle. The first machine was broken. Second machine is working. But we're getting there.
That's the story of our lives. You get here, something is broken.
Always. She's much more organised than I am. I think she finds the party quite stressful because she just sees the work that needs doing.
I would never have done a party like this. Personally, absolutely not.
Mummy doesn't understand how she had a daughter like this.
No, I think there has been a big mistake at birth.
The switch.
A switch.
I don't really understand why I am attempting to make mayonnaise when there's so much to do.
Luckily, some of Steph's friends have arrived early and helped make a start on the decoration for the undersea theme.
So we've got a lot of fabric, but I'm not too sure how we're going to listen to waves.
Just tent it. Tent it so that it's like hanging in waves like this.
Okay.
Her friend Michael doesn't seem convinced by the underwater theme.
So I think this is going to be a lot bigger than I thought it would. And I'm not sure it's going to feel like we're under the sea.
Oh, ye of little faith. Back in the kitchen, Stephanie has more pressing concerns.
Mummy has arrived not so much to save the day with the mayonnaise as to criticise the mayonnaise and tell me what the mayonnaise...
Constructive.
Oh, constructive.
Yes, so that
criticism.
you can make it perfect.
I think it just needs salt. I'm stepping away from the mayonnaise now.
Thank
I've just got to
goodness.
let it go.
That small bowl of mayo took over an hour to make.
I'm a bit concerned that my timing's been a little off. This is the sort of thing my mother talks about with like me not being very organised but quite enthusiastic. But the mayonnaise is done. That's what matters.
Good for you, Stephanie. But there's still tons to do to be ready for tonight's party, which is scheduled to start in 2 hours, by the way.
I still have to make my costume and do my hair and make the pasta and the canapes and the salads. There's still a lot to do.
Chateau de Lys. This mid-19th century, austere yet beautiful building was once a boys' school. It's now run as a B&B by Brit Tim and his wife Marguerite. But they're not bringing in enough income.
Our biggest problem is we have undercapacity during the summer, so we have to sort that out, because if we can get that together, then life becomes a lot easier.
So they've got big plans. Located just an hour's drive from Calais, in the picturesque Picardy region, they think they're perfectly positioned to develop a luxury caravan park and lease their gîtes in a co-ownership scheme.
So we turned it really from a sort of big empty barn, which was lovely, into something which you can live in. I love it.
But all sales on the gîtes have been on hold for the last 6 months, while Tim's battled a colony of bees in one of their chimneys. After multiple attempts to get rid of them, today he's hoping they're gone for good.
Let's go and check. Ah, shit! Ooh, ah, that's just... Well, I think the bees are gone. Brilliant. Gîte's safe, and people won't get stung on their bum. We have won the battle of the bees, and they've all gone, so we can get on and we can sell the gîte.
Their other project, the caravan park, is still in its early stages. They've got the first caravan in position, but it's a sad old thing in need of TLC. Tim's replacing the outer wooden panelling to make it weatherproof.
This is all second-hand wood from Holland, and it's interesting. In Holland, this stuff, they just recycle it. You go to a breaker's yard, pick some up, and it's normally cheaper than buying new wood. I can't find anything like this in France that I can use, so all the wood, which is quite a lot, I've got enough here to do the whole of this side, has cost me about, I think, about 200 euros. You just sort of, you know, buy it, bring it down, paint it, so it's got a nice weatherproof outside coat. And I quite like it. I mean, I quite like the fact that it's all different, you know. It's all old. It also means it's seasoned, so it means it won't warp.
Yep, new or untreated wood will contain moisture. Then when it dries out, it can twist, bow or curl. Tim just needs to make sure he regularly waterproofs his wood.
Some bits are easier than others. This one bows in the middle, which is a shame.
Tim and Marguerite have got their first guests arriving to stay in a month's time.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this. But I'm almost at the stage now where I can go inside this and we can sleep in it.
Almost.
The fire is in position, looking good. We'll be able to light that soon. It's just mainly cleaning. It's been idling in the field now for quite a long time, but it's watertight, so there's no real damage anywhere. The electricity's become a bit dated. Halogens are out, LEDs are in, so probably have to change a few bulbs. And now we can get some beds in, maybe get a little cooker, have a little kitchen.
Sounds like a fair bit of work to me.
There's a couple of rotten bits there, but that's not disastrous. A little bit of wood to be cut out and sort of put in again, but... Oops, and the floor. The floor needs replacing as well.
Better add that to the to-do list. A 9-hour drive south of Tim's is another chateau, Chateau de Bramatort. This 1,000-year-old fort is home to Alison Ward and Paul Hunter.
When you buy a chateau, you think most of your cost is done when you buy it. But in reality, the costs are what happens year after year after year as you start renovating and trying to convert it into a business.
Based in the Languedoc region of France, they want to make a living running it as a wedding venue, so they can give up their jobs as HR and IT consultants.
It's been 10 years of graft, 10 years of having to travel and work in different parts of the world and come back here and do the renovations, turning it into an incredible environment for people to have their weddings.
They've now finished the wedding terrace, and tomorrow it'll be used for its very first wedding.
Paul and I love turning the place into something beautiful with wow factor that our clients can really enjoy.
Today, the bride and groom have arrived.
Wow.
Can't believe we're here.
James and Hannah have invited over 30 family and friends to their wedding. With Paul away working, Alison is holding the fort.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hi.
This is Champers, isn't it? Hi, Champers. Hello.
Before they're shown up to their suite, Alison wants the soon-to-be married couple to take part in an ancient custom.
If I can just explain to you a tradition, which is to say the Lord's Prayer.
Okay.
We've got this sign of the Knights of the Templar in front of the front door, and that actually makes sure that you have a future happy marriage, and it also blesses the house at the same time.
Okay.
Is that all
Lovely.
right?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, lovely.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen.
I'll follow your lead.
Our Father,
Who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name.
thy kingdom come,
Thy will be done.
on earth as it is in heaven.
Amen.
And enter the house.
James and Hannah last visited Chateau de Bramatort 18 months ago, when the bridal suite was still being renovated.
Here we are, through the old courtyard door, into the new suite of angels.
Can't believe how different
Wow,
it
that's
is.
amazing.
I love all the furnishings as well. Lovely.
Wow.
You've got the balcony out there.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, that's spectacular. Wow.
The views are absolutely stunning.
That is lovely.
So when we came here before, this balcony wasn't here at all. So there's literally just a hole here. I'm really, really pleased. I'm so excited to stay here now.
Over the next few hours, the rest of the guests arrive.
Have you got both bags?
Yep.
But unfortunately, it seems some of them have brought some typical British weather along with them.
Part of the reason why we chose the south of France was because of the weather. You can never really guarantee the weather in the UK. Just hoping that the sun comes out for us tomorrow.
With the storm forecast to last through tomorrow, the big day, it looks like all Paul and Alison's hard work developing the wedding terrace may have been wasted for this particular wedding. Just under 500 miles north, at Chateau de Humières, it's all hands on deck.
It's really fun, actually, when everyone's just mucking in and we're all working together to get it done.
Nicole, Stefan, and their small team of volunteers are racing to get the Chateau's main hall ready for the upcoming party tomorrow, and its new guest room open for business.
It doesn't feel like the end is almost in sight. There's still loads to do. And I think as people get kind of more knackered, then sort of hysteria sets in, and then you just get the giggles for nothing, which is great. This looks much better, or moved on, much closer to finishing touches, which is the bit that I really enjoy.
Ever-resourceful Stefan has a plan to add a striking new feature to the hall. He's acquired a beautiful ceiling rose.
This is the bit that came from another chateau, the chateau not far away from here, which regretfully was torn down for some reason, and I think it will go very nicely in the entrance hall. This is the fun part. This is the preparation of the glue to put the molding on the ceiling. And it's actually cement. It sets in about 5 minutes.
You can't hang around with this stuff. Stefan will need to get it up and in position on the ceiling quickly.
And it's like concrete when it's set. It's sort of making like a dough, sort of cooking. Putting some on the sides so that it will attach to the ceiling without falling down on us. If you hold it, I will screw it. Yeah? You like it?
I think it's brilliant.
I know how to fix it. Okay, let me think. With a piece of wood. Make sure it has a time to settle. My only concern, actually, the cement is actually already hard.
Stefan leaves it in position for 5 minutes.
Seems to stay up.
And then starts to undo the plank, holding it up against the ceiling.
Well, what if it doesn't stick?
Never lucky.
At Chateau de Lalonde, preparations are underway for tonight's Easter party. Owner Stephanie has plans to hold singles parties to bring in more money. So tonight is a test run with 30 close friends and family.
Half the guests are here, the other half are about to arrive. The rooms are ready-ish.
While she struggles with dinner, her friends help decorate for the party's underwater theme.
I'm hammering the nails into the beams so we can put strings back and forth from which we're going to drape these pieces of material.
Those are hand-carved beams from about 1490.
So let's not destroy them in one go, then.
Yeah.
One nail per beam.
One nail per beam would be good.
In the kitchen, Stephanie not only has lots more food to prepare,
I have to make another mousse, and I have to make a pasta bake. There's a lot to do still.
she needs to get ready for the party herself.
I'm still a little bit concerned about the fact that I still don't have a costume.
And with less than an hour until the party is due to start, with the decorations and cocktails nearly ready,
I need another bottle of the blue carousel, I believe.
in the kitchen, tensions are rising.
Stephanie, I think you complicate your life. A radish is a radish. You serve the blooming radish.
Sorry.
Cucumber is cucumber. Serve the cucumber.
This is why my mother doesn't do the cooking. You would get a radish, a cucumber, anything else on someone's plate? A potato, a radish, a cucumber, a potato.
I believe in healthy cooking.
It's great having my mother here, but stress levels have risen because she's never happy with what I'm doing until it's done. Like afterwards, she's like, "Oh, you did so well. That was really great." But every step of the way up until it's done, there's a bit of micromanagement going on.
Let's face it, without my presence, there would be chaos. There will be 20 of them in here.
It's 9 p.m. and the chateau is full of hungry guests. But at last the food's ready, if an hour late.
Okay, everyone. It's time to come and eat. Bring your plates.
And it looks great.
It's been a hell of a lot of work, and I didn't know that we'd get it all done, especially when we spent an hour on the mayonnaise this morning.
Finally, Stephanie can enjoy herself for a bit.
Now I get to relax because I finished cooking, and Kim's cooking tomorrow.
The good news is one of Stephanie's friends has volunteered to cook breakfast tomorrow. The bad news, she's still got lots of other things to arrange.
I'm going to sleep when I finally get to bed. I'm not sure when that's going to be. Tomorrow morning, we have to be up.
Let's hope she's ready for action then. About 320 miles north, back in Picardy, Tim and Marguerite's first caravan guests arrive in 4 weeks' time. The interior still needs renovating, plus the new hole in the floor. But Tim's turning his attention to the fire pit outside.
I'm sort of envisioning it going around like this, making a circle. These are good old rocks, aren't they?
The great thing about old chateaux is there's usually a plethora of handy materials just hanging about.
So I've got a whole pile of stones. I reckon that's probably part of the original paving for the chateau, which is long gone. My little barrow will take 6 of those before it starts breaking. So we're going to go backwards and forwards with 6 at a time. So the only problem with this system is that there is a considerable distance between the stones and the fire pit.
Hey, we need a lot more stones, I think.
We need a lot more stones, don't we?
So,
Well,
good luck.
Thank you. I think 2 more after this, don't we think?
Perfect.
As Marguerite lays them into the circle, Tim carries on with the donkey work.
It's really coming together.
Oh, it's great. Do we need a full circle? We are nearly there, aren't we?
Yeah, it looks so good.
Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it? It looks much better than I thought it was going to look.
Me too.
Well done, looks great. That's it.
Marguerite's off to make a well-deserved cuppa, as Tim tests out his handiwork with the help of son Joe.
What do you reckon? Oh, I've got chocolate. Hey.
Have you helped?
Have you helped? Have you?
So, this is working really well.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's really nice.
And cheers.
Yes. To the fire pit.
Fire pit.
Well done. How far do you think before the caravan's finished?
What year is 2017? Isn't it?
Okay.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think if I get a run at it, I think I can do it in 2 or 3 days.
Tim's confident he'll be ready for the first guests in 4 weeks. Before then, I want to help them out, so I've invited them to our place for a business chat.
This will be fun.
Yeah. Looking forward to this.
Me too, yeah.
Who knows, maybe Angel and I can offer them some helpful advice.
He seems to know what he's doing.
I'm obviously very excited about meeting Angel.
Over 550 miles south, at the opposite end of the country, it's the day before the first wedding of the season at Chateau de Bramatort. It's August, but you wouldn't think so.
We should get the fire going, shouldn't we?
All the hard work carried out developing the new terrace by the pool for wedding receptions could have been to no avail.
On the day, you can't plan for everything. We've just got to find the best solution and use the chateau and its grounds to its best ability.
It's the morning of the wedding, and the storm appears to have passed. Bride Hannah is relieved.
There was a bit of thunder and lightning last night, torrential rain, so the panic was really starting to set in. Obviously last-minute nerves and things, but hopefully we won't see any more of it today.
The storm has delayed the preparations.
A bit further back.
With the wedding just 5 hours away, everyone's got a job.
We've got 100 flags.
Yeah. We can always cut it and take it.
Yeah, OK.
I'll put our lunchy bits in there now.
OK.
We've got all the sparkling, well, not all the sparkling, majority of the sparkling.
OK.
That's the milk for the teas.
OK, yes.
Right.
I'm getting there.
More settled?
Yes.
But an hour before Hannah walks down the aisle, the weather worsens.
We've had such unusual weather conditions. Last night there was a tempest, and now the wind seems to be getting up. So we're just trying to work out what's the best place to be serving the drinks and the canopies to make sure they're not going to be blowing away.
Poor Hannah. Is her dream wedding going to be a washout? At Chateau de Humières, Stefan is about to find out if he successfully stuck a rose to his ceiling, or if he's about to be hit in the face with 10 pounds of falling plaster. Phew.
It's really nice.
The next day, the day of the party, after just a few hours sleep, Stefan's now got to find out if the ceiling can withstand the weight of a heavy chandelier.
So we bring it up, you go up the scaffolding, I'll give it to you, then we put it on the ceiling, and then the ceiling falls down, okay? Okay. We have to somehow attach these things, then we can pull this up.
The chandelier means a lot to Stefan.
It's a pretty old chandelier. It came out of the house of my grandfather. This is all the potential to go dramatically wrong. Pulling too much, the entire thing will come down. It's a cool working blind. One cable in. Yeah. Now we take it up. I'll take your side, yeah. Don't push it so hard. Okay.
He needs to attach it to a hole in one of the wooden beams in the ceiling. An easy job if you could see what he was doing.
Need to turn it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we're done. Oh. This is super safe. I can pull it off.
I think it's brilliant.
Well done, Stefan. Along with Nicole, they spent the rest of the day getting the place ready.
Let's leave it there for now. I think it might be all right.
But with 2 hours until the guests arrive, Stefan notices his ancient digger is spoiling the view. He wants to move it, but Nicole is concerned for his safety.
Stefan's been working day and night. I'm slightly worried about him, actually, because he's been working so hard.
He's exhausted and injured himself last night.
As you can see, I fell over. I I was getting some stuff out of the stables and I just completely fell on the tractor. Luckily, I still have all my teeth, but my chin is bruised.
I wouldn't advise operating heavy machinery when you're as tired as Stefan, people.
Now the resting place of the digger is like between the old stuff. It really helped us out, actually, because without it, I don't think we could have managed so far. So it was very practical.
Luckily, Stefan parks it without doing himself or anyone else any injury.
Part of Chateau life, I think.
Tweak the curtain a little bit.
Back in the chateau, the guest bedroom is ready for business.
Considering the constraints that we've had, I think it looks really nice. Hopefully everyone else will too. It's great to have a room that people can rent at last. The colours here are kind of subdued and relaxing. And I didn't want to subtract from the view, so hopefully they work with each other.
Renting out the bedroom will start bringing in much-needed income.
Feels great, just that we're not ready yet.
But with 30 guests arriving in less than an hour, there's no time to hang about.
And we need to put this sofa out. If you can, upstairs. I need to get my bread there. Hopefully nobody wants anything soft to drink, because there isn't anything. What should we do with the piano?
We'll just set a bit out.
Move it into that room. People know that it's not about it being finished. And if there's a bit of tarnish left, it doesn't matter to me, that adds character. Hopefully the style of the wallpaper chosen, and it doesn't really need to be finished in a way, so. Obviously the hole in the floor, we haven't had time. So it's just, you know, it's just there.
Well, the guests will be here soon, Nicole. We'll see what they think when they arrive. It's 11:30 the morning after the Easter party at Chateau de Lalonde, and owner Stephanie is still asleep. There is an important job to do. Luckily, one of her friends, Michael, is on hand.
This is the most important part of the whole weekend. This is the Easter egg hunt. So what we've done is we've come down to the woods before everyone's woken up, and we're going to hide eggs throughout the bluebell field. There we go, he's hiding. That's always the fun bit when a local drives past and sees these crazy foreigners running around their fields dressed as animals. They always wonder what the hell we're up to. These are the last two. We've got to hide them somewhere really good. I think I've got a spot.
Stephanie and the rest of the guests make their way up to the woods to be given their instructions.
The boundary is the edge of the bluebell field to our right, the farmer's fields to the back, and the river to our left.
The river?
The river.
Oh, that's a long way.
Go down to the river.
Okay.
Is that fair distance?
No.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go!
There's 250 eggs to find. But it looks like the weekend's festivities have taken their toll on Stephanie.
I'm feeling quite fragile this morning, hence the sunglasses, because I went to bed at 5 a.m.
But not everyone's struggling to get motivated.
I've got 5, including a bunny, a little bunny.
Golden bunnies!
Look at many of what?
I've got 5. Oh, that is, can I have that in mind?
Yes.
Because I love that one.
Okay, sure.
After 45 minutes hunting, it's all over.
We found all the eggs. That's the big end to Easter morning. We can go and eat now.
Oh gosh, it looks really good.
Fortunately for Stephanie, her friends Kim, Frank and Evo have taken charge of serving up brunch.
Thank you, everybody, for coming for Easter. It's been amazing seeing you all.
It's been a great weekend. Stephanie's decided it's been a good test of her abilities, so is going to attempt it for real, with a singles weekend next month.
I'm really hoping that we can make some money with this, because the Chateau's got to find constant new ways to pay for itself.
Hopefully it'll work.
But her mum and friends helped out a lot this weekend. Chances are they won't be around next time. Stephanie's going to have a job on her hands, and I'm looking forward to seeing how she does it. You don't expect bad weather in August in the south of France, but that's exactly what Alison is experiencing in Chateau de Bramatot, 30 minutes before the wedding.
That front area of the chateau is really like a wind tunnel.
It means the planned reception on the newly finished wedding terrace might have to be moved.
We're going to check about 15 minutes before the ceremony how the wind is, and if it's still bad, we're going to make changes in the plan.
But the groom is thinking about other things.
It's been a bit frantic this morning getting everything set up, so once that's all over and done with, we can just have a really good night.
In another room away from prying eyes, bride Hannah is applying the finishing touches.
Any chance you could just, what did you want doing? My necklace, please. James will probably expect me to be a little bit late, so that's fine.
It's not raining, so the wedding can take place in the courtyard.
Gosh, everyone's sitting down. Not that I'm panicked or anything now. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
And as Alison sorts the last few details, the big moment arrives.
Very warm welcome to Chateau Bramatot here in Lautrec. It's a very special day for Hannah and James. I give you my heart.
I give you my heart.
My promise.
My promise.
That I will walk with you.
That I will walk with you.
Wherever our journey leads us.
Wherever our journey leads us.
Forever.
Forever.
I'm now pleased to announce that you're husband and wife, and James, you may kiss. Hannah.
Over the moon how it went, aren't we, really? Just everything we wanted.
The views, the balcony, everything. It's just been really, really nice.
The winds have died down.
And the rain stayed off, so thank goodness for that.
No rain. No rain at all, yeah. We can't complain with that.
Which means the reception on the wedding terrace is on. It's been a great day, and it's going to be a great night. Alison is overjoyed. It's all gone well.
I'm very pleased and lovely to see the bride. And I think when I was watching it, I had a tear, she had a tear, and so did he, and the mother of the bride. So we're all having a tear with that. It was very beautiful service.
So the terrace around the pool is a hit, and a real bonus for future weddings. Hopefully, Alison and Paul can soon realise their dream of giving up their day jobs and living and working here permanently.
Financially, it is difficult, but to see where we've come from to where we are today is very, very fulfilling. We're 95% there, so I hope we can relax and actually be based here to enjoy the environment and making this a special holiday place and a special wedding destination.
Good luck with it, Alison. Nearly 600 miles north, to celebrate their transformation of the grand main hall, Nicole and Stefan have invited 30 of their closest friends to enjoy its unique charms, including this wallpaper. 13 weeks ago, Nicole discovered some old wallpaper.
What amazing colours.
That my wife, Angel, helped her date to the latter half of the 18th century.
It looks like an extremely high-quality printing and well worth conserving.
Nicole has got some tailor-made to match the original, and it now decorates the room adjoining the main hall.
That wallpaper we found in a room upstairs.
Oh.
It's not what you'd expect.
No, it's not. I think it's beautiful. I actually think it looks like a tapestry, actually. I love the way that Stefan and you've been doing it because it's kind of traditional, but it's with a kind of a modern twist, makes it contemporary.
This is the entrance hall.
Okay.
Because this is actually the centre of the chateau. This is going to be the events area.
You've got to make money.
So your wedding.
Yes, like
yes?
weddings. Yes, my
your
wedding. My wedding. That's right. You might have to talk to Martin about that.
Martin, I need a word later, all right?
With Nicole already lining up their next booking, there's a surprise treat for the guests. For Nicole and Stefan, the evening's been a triumph.
I think it was a great idea to change it to event space. People love it, and that was the aim of it, like that people would be able to enjoy the place.
It's so romantic. It's such a beautiful setting. So charming. Well done.
Thanks so much.
It's a vital first step in their bid to make the chateau self-sufficient.
We're really happy with what we did.
It kind of is, as I imagine. It's quite nice. Quite like it.
Could have given up somewhere along the road, but it brought life back to a bare shell.
And there's a lot that we still need to do. There's a light bulb missing there.
These two have worked incredibly hard. I can't think of anyone better to take this magnificent old chateau onto the next stage of its life. All the best, guys. Next time, when I attempt to salvage the children's trampoline from our moat... Oh, dear. It's anyone's guess if I actually know what I'm doing.
At this stage, I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen, but with a bit of luck, it'll be in the dark, so nobody will know.
With one couple's roof in desperate need of repair...
It's pretty grim. Every time it rains, I have to come out with the buckets.
They hold an event to bring in some much-needed cash.
75 plus 30. What did you say, 75? Just write this down.
Easier said than done.
Oops. Trying not to panic now.
Stephanie struggles to face a big day of work.
Stephanie, oh, come on, darling. You must get up.
But soon gets into the swing of it.
It's not every day we have a digger to play with. Right, ready. It's hard to be gentle with a digger.
And after Tim and Marguerite come to ours to talk about their struggling business...
Come on in, come on in. Wow, I can't get over this place. Amazing, man.
They leave with their heads full of ideas.
I can really see this being a sort of turning point, you know?
So inspiring.
We've got so many things we could do.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's still a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Trying to avoid getting my face near the toilets.
This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today, when I attempt to salvage the children's trampoline from our moat... Oh, dear. It's anyone's guess if I actually know what I'm doing.
At this stage, I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen, but with a bit of luck, it'll be in the dark, so nobody will know.
With the roof in desperate need of repair...
It's pretty grim. Every time it rains, I have to come out with the buckets.
One couple hold an event to bring in some much-needed cash.
75 plus 30. What did you say, 75? Just write this down.
But it's easier said than done.
Oops. Trying not to panic now.
One chateau owner struggles to face a big day of work,
Stephanie, oh, come on, darling. You must get up.
but soon gets into the swing of it.
It's not every day we have a digger to play with. Right, ready. It's hard to be gentle with a digger.
And after a couple come to our place to talk about their struggling business,
Come on in, come on in. Wow, I can't get over this place. Amazing, man.
they leave with their heads full of ideas.
I can really see this being a sort of turning point, you know?
So inspiring.
We've got so many things we could do.
At Chateau de Lys, it's the middle of the summer season for owners Tim and Marguerite.
Well, merci beaucoup.
They run this place as a B&B, but they hardly break even and desperately need to bring in more income.
Our biggest problem is we have undercapacity during the summer, so we have to sort that out, because if we can get that together, then life becomes a lot easier.
Never ones to do things by halves, they've got not one but two plans. Situated in a prime location just an hour from Calais, they want to lease their holiday gîte on a co-ownership scheme and develop a caravan park.
I'm making a real pig's ear of this, as usual.
Ambitious plans indeed, but Angel and I want to see if there are other things they could do.
So we're nearly there, I think.
Maybe they should be around here somewhere.
So we've invited Tim, Marguerite and son Joe to our place in the Pays de la Loire.
Wow.
Wow.
It's amazing. It's really, really cool.
Oh, it's so impressive.
It is absolutely lovely, isn't it?
We can chat about how we do things and maybe give them some inspiration.
Hey!
Lovely to meet you. And make their chateau more efficient and profitable.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Come on in, come on in, come on in.
Thanks, guys.
You lead the way, darling.
Curious.
Wow, I can't get over this place. Amazing, man. Amazing, amazing,
So,
amazing.
after rustling up a light brekkie,
Da-da-da.
Oh, wow.
Right, there we go.
Wow, look at that.
we get down to business.
So why are you doing bed and breakfasts?
Well, that's because
Because we just took over a company that was there, and we're trying to go more for the group accommodation instead of the bed and breakfast, but it takes, you know, time and investment.
It sounds to me like because you've inherited it, you feel a sort of a loyalty. Maybe it's time to say, right, what do you guys want to do? Is it just you, or have you got
it's just
people?
us. We do have our daughter's friends and other people who are floating through.
Volunteers.
But you never stop.
Working smarter, not harder, is the big thing. And we, like you, work our butts off.
Angel thinks they might earn more money turning their chateau into a location for weddings.
I can imagine that it would take a little while to make, say, between 5-10 grand worth of just clear profit from the B&Bs as for one wedding. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
This is what we think as well.
The profit margin for us is not that high.
The idea has Marguerite intrigued.
Can I just ask a few practical questions? So how many people can you have for a wedding?
We've got a limit of 80 because that's how many we can fit in the orangery comfortably.
Okay.
It's surprising how many chateaux don't have one individual space big enough.
Yeah, we have it for 100 people.
These guys are hard-working and not afraid to take on a challenge.
I can imagine if you did a wedding, like if the flowers hadn't arrived, you would go down to the florist and buy the flowers yourself, and you can't buy that.
No.
Like you just can't buy that. So I think you're just not tapped into the market yet.
No, we think so too.
Because you've got everything.
That's why I have some practical questions still.
Why don't you take Marguerite with you and have a little look around?
Perfect.
Oh, I'd love that.
Shall we?
Yeah, good. Right.
Okay. You're going to take the girls going up this way?
I think Angel and Marguerite should talk business. Will I show Tim something that can save some cash if they do decide to start hosting weddings? It's an invention I think he'll love. About 540 miles south of ours is Chateau Saint-Ferréol, a 16th century medieval castle overlooking a small village in the south of France.
Never tire of the views here. It's just too beautiful.
Its proud owners are Brit Sophie, a travel curator, and James MacDonald, a management consultant and author.
James and I met each other 23 years ago in London, and within about 6 months we were living with each other.
So we thought, well, why are we living in London, which is expensive and cold and miserable and crowded and noisy and polluted? when we could live somewhere like this.
They bought this place, located just 25 miles north of the Pyrenees, for just £60,000.
Of course, there's a reason why it was cheap, and that is, it was effectively a ruin.
It was in a total state.
So all we needed to do was civilise one room, which is enough to live in. And then after that, colonise a second room and a third room and a fourth room. And that's exactly what we did. And in fact, that's still what we're doing. We're kind of halfway through colonising the rooms.
James and Sophie's dream is to restore their 30-room home back to its 16th century heyday.
It's a very beautiful, special place. It's never been really, really renovated. So it's kept a lot of its beautiful features unspoiled. They haven't been hidden and broken up.
What remains of the chateau today is essentially one large building and the vestiges of two wings, one on the east and one on the west.
But in the 20 years they've been here, the restoration is only half finished, and unfortunately, they've run out of money.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide. We are completely crazy, and if we'd ever thought about it, we would not have done it.
We've spent an enormous amount of money on it, and it's not going to be possible that we fund the rest of it to completion.
Still, there's a particularly urgent problem James and Sophie need to sort out. The chateau's roof.
Well, this is #1 priority because every time water gets in, it rots the wood a bit more. It's pretty grim. Every time it rains, I have to come out with the buckets, make sure the water's not getting through from one layer to the next. And sooner or later, it's going to collapse.
Yeah, real shame. I think in the 70s, this ceiling was probably pristine.
Oh dear, roofs are costly. My #1 piece of advice when shopping for a chateau is check out the state of the roof and be prepared for how much you'll need to spend on it.
Trouble is that we really need to replace the whole roof. And replacing the whole roof is a huge expense. So we need to do something in the interim just to stop water getting in. And that's really what we're planning to do now.
It's vital the repairs are done before the winter weather arrives. So Sophie and James have less than 3 months to find some cash and fix it.
Time, flowering time.
So they're going to put on some fundraising events at the chateau. The first today will be a talk given by James.
I'm picking flowers to go in the chateau so that people get some nice colour and odour when they arrive. So we're using these talks and events to build up this particular project, repairing the whole roof.
So we're setting up the chairs for the audience.
The hour-and-a-half-long talk will be on one of James's favourite subjects, 12th century Christianity. Guests will be charged an entrance fee and have the option to pay for lunch.
We've had about 25 people who've confirmed that they're going to come today, but we expect it to be more than that, maybe twice as many as that.
James and Sophie have stationed volunteer helper David outside to greet their guests. The talk is scheduled to start at 10. It's 10:15. No one's arrived. In the heart of rural France lies the 500-year-old Chateau de Lalande. And the current lady of the manor is Stephanie Jarvis from Suffolk.
There's 17 bedrooms. I think we have 13 bathrooms.
Located 200 miles south of Paris, she bought it 12 years ago. But there is still tons of work to do.
I just imagine all the rooms finished. That's my real dream. Everything beautiful, really lovely furniture. It's really never ending.
The reason it's taking so long is simple, as Stephanie's mum, Isabel, who stays here from time to time, can explain.
We can't afford the work. It is so expensive. There are always things to be done. Things need replacing, and we haven't got the money. Simple as that.
Stephanie already runs musical workshops and hires out some of the rooms as a B&B to bring in cash. But it's not enough. So after a successful trial, she's putting on her first singles event in 4 weeks' time.
I'm really hoping that we can make some money with this because the chateau's got to find constant new ways to pay for itself.
When the guests first arrive, she wants to lay on a relaxed picnic on the lawn in front of the 19th century chapel. But she wants a circle of romantic rose bushes to surround it. So this morning she's hired a digger to help her plant them, Unfortunately, she's still asleep.
Today, Stephanie has got so much on. The digger is only here for 1 day, so we are in deep trouble. Stephanie, oh, come on, darling. You must get up. You must get up. You have so much to do. And it's a beautiful day. You're going to love it.
What time is it?
You've got the machinery coming at 10:30, and it is nearly 10 o'clock. Your tea is there, darling. I told her the wrong time. It's actually 9:30. Little lie. Very little lie.
Finally awake, she turns her attention to the rose circle she calls her midnight garden.
I'm going to try to make a midnight garden around the chapel so that in the middle of the night it's just white flowers which will reflect the moonlight and we can go and have wine there in summer. That's the plan anyway, but the first step is getting a hedge in, and I can't work out exactly where to put it or how to do that, but that's today's job. And somehow my brilliant organisation, as always, means that I have to do all of this, planning, digging, planting, in a single day.
Stephanie aims to dig a circular trench for 120 plants, but she's never done anything like this before.
And then inside here I can do the white garden, which will be closed off a bit in the moonlight, but because it's on a slope, the chapel will still be visible from every area of the garden, even if the hedge gets high. Having no idea what can be accomplished with a digger, I have no idea whether we can get this done today. I really don't know. Can a digger dig 1 hole in a day? Can it dig millions and millions of trenches? I have no idea. We'll find out.
The digger's got to be returned by the end of the day, so she's got her work cut out.
How hard can it be?
Fortunately, her friend James, who's been visiting from London, is on hand to help.
Oh, whoa, this is unbelievable. Oh, look at that!
Load of skill.
Somehow I don't think it's going to look like that when we do it. I'm going to go and put my overalls on, and I'm coming straight back. It's not every day we have a digger to play with. Right, ready.
Stephanie and James use a cable to mark out the line of the trench they're hoping to dig.
It's an oval. We're looking, it's an oval, so there's no point in doing it as a circle.
But they've got to be extremely careful where they dig.
How far out, Steph?
No, to about here, I think. We can start turning here, like that.
Buried somewhere beneath the lawn are 400 metres of geothermal piping to supply the chateau with its heating and hot water.
Well, we have to be careful not to hit the geothermal pipes. We think that they're a little bit off to the side, slightly to the left. In fact, that is pretty much where we're going to be digging.
Striking into the pipes with the digger blade would prove to be a very expensive mistake.
It's hard to be gentle with a digger.
Back at mine at Angel's Place in the Pays de la Loire, we're helping fellow chateau owners Tim and Marguerite with some business ideas. Angel's showing Marguerite around the chateau as they talk about our wedding business.
You do all the food.
Well, yeah, Dick mans that and I man the front of house, that sort of thing.
Meanwhile, I've taken Tim and his son Joe outside to show them my pride and joy.
This is an old heating oil container that we found in one of the buildings. It's an old heating oil container, and it's been turned into our pig roaster.
Wow.
I love this bit of kit. It's a cheap and easy way to roast a pig, and our guests love it too.
I did a spit roast last weekend, actually, on this for one of the pigs for a wedding. And I put wood in it at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Put the pig in at about 10.
Right.
And it burnt for the 6 hours it took to cook it without adding any more wood.
You're not turning it all the time?
No, no, no. Maybe once every 20 minutes. We've only got the wheel on the end.
Yeah.
So you can see the little sort of reflector on it.
Yeah.
What happens is at 12 o'clock, on the hour, it's at the top. Then it's at the quarter past, then half past, the quarter past. And sort of 3 or 4 times an hour we come up and we move it around. And we can always tell when it was last turned because there's an indicator on it. On the wheel, €1 in a charity shop.
Yeah, it's a lovely system. It's very, very simple. I love it. I think it's a brilliant idea. Well, it has to be said, the man's a bit of a genius when it comes to this sort of stuff. It's amazing, isn't it? It's so inspiring. Excellent thing. Wow, great.
In the chateau, hopefully Marguerite's feeling inspired with a tour of our wedding suites.
So this is a botanical suite, and it's 1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms.
Compared to Marguerite's 5 B&B rooms and 2 gîtes, we offer just 3 suites for the bride and groom and close guests. The rest of the wedding party stay in the nearby town.
So this is the second room, and you know, it's quite simple in its form, but
yeah, very nice.
The bedroom.
Our plan was to focus on pampering fewer guests so they have a more decadent stay.
Does the price depend on how many people are there in the party?
Yes, absolutely. So when we say package, it's not a package because every wedding is different. On average, a Friday evening drinks, then it would be the main day of the wedding, and then something afterwards, like a brunchy thing, around £20,000. But that's a real ballpark figure. We could probably charge more, if I'm honest with you, because actually I know that is what you pay in the UK
And now
for
they're
one
getting
day.
this.
With the rooms that Tim and Marguerite have, they could easily offer a similar package.
So this is the honeymoon suite.
Oh, it's lovely.
Here's the bathroom.
Oh,
Take a
very
seat,
nice.
madame.
Oh, it is fantastic. Oh, and the bubbles next to it. Man, my life doesn't get better than this, Angel. I think I have to get married again, actually.
I hope that, you know, your visit has been sort of worthwhile for you coming.
Oh, definitely. It's really inspiring. So it's really nice to see what you do.
You've got to make money and you've got to enjoy it.
If you do work and you don't enjoy it, it's not worth the money, is it?
No, I totally agree with that.
You have to love what you do.
I think Angel and I have really given Marguerite and Tim some food for thought.
Here they are.
Yeah.
Hello.
Amen. Wow, picking flowers for me. Thank you, sweetie. So, how did you guys get on?
Lots of talking.
Oh, yeah, lots of talking.
Yeah, well, that was great. I really enjoyed it. I had a wonderful, wonderful time. Bye, guys.
Drive carefully.
Bye-bye.
Tim and Marguerite leave with plenty to think about.
That was great, wasn't it?
So inspiring. I
Brilliant.
really have got, you know, a whole new idea of how I would like to set up the company and the changes I would like to make.
We've got so many things we could do, you know, that, yeah, it's quite inspiring.
Yeah.
I can really see this being a sort of turning point, you know?
Back at Chateau Somferiol, Sophie and James's fundraising event, A History Talk, is getting off to a slow start.
We're hoping to raise funds that will pay for the roof.
Visitors can come just for the day and the talk.
If they just want to come in for the day, it's €10. On top of that, they can sign up to have lunch.
Or they can become members of the Friends of Somferiol Association.
So we've got an association that raises money for the chateau, and that money goes directly into the renovation works.
In return for a membership fee, members get a bi-yearly newsletter and get free access to events and an annual party at the chateau.
If they want to become members for the year, it's €25.
Sophie hopes to sign up some new members today. Finally, some potential recruits start to arrive.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
And the cash starts to trickle in.
There we are, got it. Great. You're staying for the whole day? Yeah. Great. Thank you. Got the message. So that will actually be 30, 45 plus 30.
What did you say, 75?
Let me just write this down.
With arrivals continuing, James's target of 30 paying guests is looking feasible.
So I think we should just about fill the seats.
Meanwhile, Sophie's leading the drive to sign up more members for the association.
This is yours, Sophie.
Me and James. Yeah.
Lovely.
This is all done with local cedar. So we're very lucky to have all the original raw materials here. And so the way we renovate is that although the forests would have been completely different here in the 16th century, they would have used the local wood. So we're kind of copying the spirit. If you're staying for the talk and for the lunch, it will then be 50, both of you.
That's great. Thank you.
There we are. So I got that. Thank you.
With the seats filled, it's showtime for history buff James.
Well, good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm James MacDonald. I'm going to be talking this morning about the cathars.
Whilst the headliner gets underway, Sophie needs to get on with that lunch.
There's a lot to do while the talk is being done. You're always working right up till the last minute. This is the first time, though, that we've made a concerted effort to raise money for a particular project. I do go into a sort of white panic on the day. Et je serai très pressée, Jules, parce que nous avons une conférence dans le château ce matin.
Broadly, the cathars are enormously powerful in this region by 1200.
The only snag is that James's talk is unscripted, so Sophie and son Guillaume don't know exactly when it's going to finish.
I'm flagellating myself now about not having done this last night. This is the lovely, lovely cheese. Oops. Sorry, Guillaume, you all right? It's a sodding mess. Last-minute drive.
The cathars were dualists. They believed in two creations, as it were. There's a good one and a bad one.
With James's talk approaching its climax...
I'm afraid I've gone on too long again.
Sophie's worried she's not going to be ready.
Trying not to panic now.
Back at Chateau de la Londe, Stephanie's friend James has made a start in digging the trench for the rose circle in front of her chapel. And he's already feeling the pressure.
I gotta be done with this in 2 hours now. Flight at 7 p.m. in Paris. If I don't get this done in the next 2 hours, she'll be doing the rest of the digging.
They've got to work fast. So while James digs, Stephanie and her mum follow behind with the plants.
We just grab plant, place in hole, put earth over it, water plant. This is about as complex as my gardening skills get.
This is ridiculous in those old sleepers, isn't it?
Maybe boots, Mummy?
Yes.
James needs to be careful where he digs, because somewhere close by are the chateau's geothermal pipes.
There are 4 boreholes and a closed circuit, pipes going down into the ground with water, which heats up, comes back, and then heats the house in underfloor heating and radiators.
After an hour, it seems like James has finally got the hang of operating the digger.
I think that's good, actually, to where you are, to where this is.
So, there.
Yeah. I love the fact you can point with a digger now.
But in his rush to get the job done before his flight, he struck something underground.
Yeah.
We've hit the security thing telling us that we're getting close to the pipes, but we didn't even notice that we were hitting it, and we don't know where we hit it, and we hope we haven't hit the pipe underneath.
It's warning mesh, usually laid above important pipes or cables to alert anyone who's digging nearby. It means the digger must have been inches away from the geothermal pipes.
Well, not to worry. We didn't go beyond it.
That was a pretty close shave. And now James has made a sharp exit to the airport. It's Stephanie's turn to get behind the controls.
Years and years of me playing computer games that you complained about. It's all coming together now. World of Warcraft.
I have never played computer game. I don't think I could do the digger. I think it's beyond my finger capabilities.
Stephanie's done so well, she still has 1 more hour before the digger is collected. So she heads over to the vegetable garden, where she also plans to plant some roses.
Just skim the top.
Easier said than done.
Yes, I'm sure. Where are you going with it? Just try to skim. It would be interesting to see what a professional would make of that job.
Not bad at all, if you ask me.
I love mini diggers.
The only problem now is the roses Stephanie's bought. She got them cheap in an online deal, and Isabel doesn't think they're up to scratch.
These are very poor qualities. You should have at least have 3 spurs on a rose. But they don't look very perky. Some of them look dead to me. They're very poor specimens.
Anyway, we wish them well.
Ideally, the roses should have been planted earlier in the year. So we'll have to wait and see if some will bloom in time for the big singles weekend.
I can't believe we got this done. I'm really pleased, but I'm also really tired. That's it, Mummy. Yeah. We're done, we're done, we're done. Okay, 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 okay.
"320 miles away, at Chateau, Sophie's rushing to get lunch for 30 on the table before James's historical lecture ends.
Yes, gone. Last known Afar perfect was burned in 1321.
James's talk has gone down a storm.
We just heard the clapping, so they'll be out any second.
Oh, wow.
There we are.
Sophie's got lunch served in the nick of time, and James is earning rave reviews.
I thought the talk was marvellous. I thought it put the whole lot of the Cathar history in perspective.
That was absolutely fascinating, and it just makes you want to learn more.
The aim of the event is to raise money towards fixing the chateau's roof.
Thank you, everybody, so much for coming, and we're really glad that you've been so enthusiastic and had a great time.
Sophie's making a final pitch for more of the guests to join their association.
If you've become a day member today, you can pay an additional to pay the year membership, which is 15, another 15, it's 25 a year, and then we will make a tour for you very soon and have a guided visit of the chateau, which we give to every member.
And she's successful.
So that's an additional 15.
That's good. I hope you
Thank you. I do, yeah. We had people who signed up for the day membership, and at the end, after the talk, came back and signed up for the full membership.
We joined today because I think it's great to be able to assist people to do this sort of work. It's quite inspiring, and I don't mind assisting at all.
The fact they've taken on the task of renovating it is unbelievable. And I can't even begin to imagine how much it must be costing.
So lovely to have met you.
Thank you. Hope we see you again.
Not everyone signed up.
Thanks very much for coming. Did you enjoy it?
I enjoy seeing the chateau.
Oh, OK. Well, then you must come back for a visit, yeah?
I won't come back. I've seen it.
Oh, you've seen it. OK. Mind your head.
There's lots of chateaus.
Careful, careful, careful.
But they all had a brilliant time.
Everybody seems to have learned something, and so they've gone off happy.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Now I'm just ready to collapse. Can't wait to get my feet up. I'm shattered.
The events raised €470 for James and Sophie's roof repair.
So we have a tiny bit more money in the pot.
It's great, but not good enough. The roof repair will cost double that, but they've got another event planned. A history tour.
There's a bit of travelling to get there and fairly remote, so there's walking. It's going to be hard work.
I hope they can raise the funds before the bad weather sets in. Trying to renovate, maintain or run your chateau as a business in France is guaranteed at some point to fall foul of the weather. And during the winter months, weather-related problems increase. At our place in the Pays de la Loire, a winter storm blew the children's trampoline into the moat, and before I had a chance to fish it out, it froze over.
The moat's been frozen for 2 weeks now. The ice is getting thicker. It's ridiculous. It gives me the opportunity to attach some ropes to it, so when it defrosts, I should be able to lift the trampoline out of the moat. That's the theory. Hello, darling.
You gonna help Daddy get it out?
It's a bit heavy for me.
Yeah.
Who should go onto the moat and tie onto the trampoline, Mummy or Daddy?
Daddy.
Me, not Mummy, are you sure? Right.
Luckily, it's just a step over onto the trampoline. I won't risk stepping on the ice. That's dangerous, children.
Dorothy, I need Mummy to get me the green rope.
Do you want me to chuck these to you?
Yeah, hold on.
I feel a bit under pressure here.
The plan is to attach the rope to 4 points on the trampoline and via a pulley to the tow bar in my car.
Whoa! I feel like we want one of those game shows where I'm just chucking different challenges at you.
You're getting good at this, aren't you? This bit here, this side of this one. Are you having fun, Dodie?
No.
Oh. Right, we're going a bit deeper here, which is probably not a good sign.
The ship is sinking.
Careful, Daddy.
Daddy's brave, isn't he?
Yay, back on dry land.
When it defrosts, that's the important part. Yeah, we'll be able to lift it up, but we have to swing it up and over to here. We get our trampoline back. Otherwise, my name will be Dirt with Arthur.
Hopefully it won't be too hard to get it out once the ice has melted.
We'll just grab the rope and bits and pieces and bring them over here.
It's 2 weeks since I attached the ropes to the children's trampoline after it was blown into the moat. The ice has thawed, and today, with the help of my mate Johnny, we're going to pull it out, hopefully.
Just drop it down there. All right. When it was frozen, you'd have loved it, because it was sort of yay thick. It was good.
So it held you?
Cheeky Right, yes, it held me. It did crack, actually. Did it? We have got 4 connections, 4 different points on there. They take about a ton each. They should be strong enough. So I'm thinking if we make an A-frame, we'll see if we can get the A-frame to lift. So instead of just dragging it sideways, it's lifting it up as well.
We're just bouncing ideas around.
No?
Bouncing ideas.
Don't start. I will slap you.
Come on! That's a good joke.
I'm not sure Johnny's taking this as seriously as he should. We're talking meticulous planning and engineering here.
I have here, in the moat, our trampoline. To get it out, I've attached some ropes to it. But if I was to just pull it over this direction, I'd trash it on the bank. Consequently, it needs to be lifted up in the air. I'm going to put an A-frame. And it's only an A-frame, it's a little A-shaped piece of wood. Here you have little braces in the middle of it, and a pulley. That goes there like that. Okay. I'm going to attach a rope to the straps I've attached. It's going to come from here, and it's going to go down. And over on this side, it's going to be attached to the tow hook of the car.
Come on!
If I get this right, it'll be lifted up as it comes up. This is where the trampoline will end up, because this will now be moved up to this position. What could possibly go wrong?
So let's put the theory into practice. First, we need to pull the A-frame up, which in turn lifts the trampoline up.
Right, go to the van. Go to the van, Johnny. Okay. Go to the van. Right. Let's go forward, Johnny. Forward, slowly. Forward, slowly. Forward. 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 Stop!
Success! Now we need to pull the trampoline in with the other rope through the pulley.
Get the brakes on, Johnny. Right. What we want is another car.
But as I try to fix the rope to another vehicle,
Oh, dear.
I accidentally drop it.
That's a bummer.
What a numpty. Back in Picardy, it's been 3 weeks since Tim and Marguerite visited Angel and I, and there's change afoot. They've made some bold decisions about their business.
Big and Angel was their idea, wasn't it? They said we should do this.
They gave us the push.
Yeah. So we've decided to totally change the way that we do things.
Up until now, for the last 4 years when we've been here, we've always had, in a way, 3 separate companies. We do the rooms, we do the self-catering units, and we do other parties, and that costs a lot of energy. And in a way, after talking to Angel, I realized it would be better to just try and focus on one thing, to do the weddings, or to specialize in the weddings. And the idea is to offer a full package, but it will be totally customized.
They've certainly got a great venue here.
Anything is possible. We've got the outside space, we've got the indoor space, so if people have this image of how they want it to look, to try and create that for them, I'm really, really looking forward to that.
Absolutely, yeah.
As long as they've got their business head screwed on and watch the pennies, there's every chance it will be a great success.
From an economic point of view, I mean, this is ideal for us because in one weekend, we can do as much money then as we could do probably in 2 weekends we're doing at the moment, and it's a lot more fun.
But they're not making a totally clean break.
I think what's going to happen is there's going to be some sort of transition period where we carry on with our business as is, and we can incorporate weddings whenever we've got 3 days.
And they still hope to lease their gîtes on the co-ownership scheme.
There is a chance, of course, there could be this symbiosis where the weddings, people come and they have their wedding and they get this like emotional attachment to the place, and they might want to buy a bit of it. I mean, why not? It's a great thing to do. I mean, there is reason for cautious optimism.
Anything's possible, although they are saying goodbye to the caravan park.
Because we are going to focus on the weddings and setting that totally up means that the whole plan that we had of changing this bit of our forest into a caravan park has totally gone out of the window. Although we're still doing up the caravan, we're actually just doing it for us now.
Yeah, and we'll let friends stay in it and stuff, you know.
Yeah, and we'll be using it ourselves, and we're just very happy with it.
Yeah, it's going to be great, to be honest. A little hideaway in the woods, isn't it, I guess?
Yeah.
Sounds like they've got it all figured out. And in the week since they've been to our place, they've wasted no time.
Got, I think, 6 weddings on the books at the moment.
Good work, guys. So today, Tim is making a start on getting the place fit for a bride and groom. And he has an idea for the remains of a large tree that was damaged in a storm a while back.
My mate, he suggested to me that we could use this as a wedding seat. And actually, he's onto something there, you know, a bit of ivy. There's not much work to do here. You could just, you've got a nice little bower to sort of sit underneath, and you've got the chateau in the background. That would be a great photo moment, would it not? And I've just got to convince my wife of that. It is absolutely gorgeous in the summer. There's all these red flowers come out, and it's 3 branches, and I'm going to try and cut away 2 of them and leave one to grow up, and I hope it's going to survive.
So, it's looking very different, Tim.
Aha. Yeah, what do you think?
It's not a tree anymore, let's face it.
I quite like it. We have got an incredible photo opportunity there, especially when it's in bloom. Because it is a lovely thing.
That would look lovely.
Yeah.
I do have to say...
And if I was getting married and I sat on that tree with the shadow in the background, that would be a great wedding photo.
Yeah.
Marguerite isn't totally convinced.
I think the whole thing is
Yeah.
really nice for photographs.
Yes.
But
it's not a tree, is it?
It's not a tree. For the rest, it's just a weird thing in the middle of our lawn.
I quite like it, actually. I quite like things not being, you know...
Tim is very sentimental. He can never get rid of things.
No.
So he will defend...
That's why you're still here.
Exactly. He will defend that tree till it totally falls apart.
One thing's for sure, they need to get a move on, because there's plenty to do to get their new wedding business up and running, including the photos for their new website.
Before the photographer comes,
Yeah.
half July, you need to get rid of that willow. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We'll see how their plan goes next time. About 200 miles southwest of Tim and Marguerite, at our place, we're repairing the A-frame after it collapsed while we were trying to recover the trampoline.
It fell quite hard. One of the bits of wood cracked.
I can't let the children down, though. I've got to get this out today whilst Johnny's here to help.
So we're doing a splint. When that's splinted up, we've got it almost right. We've got it so it comes out of the moat. We just haven't got it out of the moat completely. So to do that, we are going for a 2-car system. The van's going to, when we get it upright, the van is then going to be used to bring the A-frame up. I'm then going to put my car with a tow hook to put onto the rope pulling the pulley. And between the 2 of us, at this stage, I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen. But with a bit of luck, it'll be in the dark, so nobody will know. Come back. OK, let's try that. Pull it this way.
OK, good.
Drive.
Drive. Right, keep going forward. 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 Steady, steady, steady. Forward. Stop.
Okay, Johnny, you're the anchor. Hello, family. Let's see what happens.
Do it. Go, go, go. Almost, almost. Almost, Nicky. Yeah.
Got it! Hope my children appreciate the nightmare we went through rescuing their trampoline.
So this is what we do, is we just leave everything where it is. No wind forecast for tonight. Let's get a beer. I think, is there ever beer for that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next time, with winter and bad weather approaching...
And there are leaks there.
James and Sophie are on a race against time to fix their roof.
There's no question this work has to be done.
But their attempt to raise the funds to pay for it faces bad weather of its own.
So now it really is over. There's no point carrying on.
Tim and Marguerite embark on a new business plan at their chateau.
Should have done this years ago. We just never figured out how to.
And as Stephanie prepares to put on a weekend of fun and games...
Do you think that looks appetising for the ice cream?
Things don't go to plan.
Catastrophe has struck. One of the girls didn't make it onto the aeroplane.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Oh, it's your hand.
Yeah, don't worry, I've got another one. Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload! In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Oh, whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
It's really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau.
We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today, with winter and bad weather approaching...
And there are leaks there.
One chateau is in a race against time to fix its roof.
That water is going to rot the woodwork, and so eventually the floors are going to give way. There's no question this work has to be done.
But an attempt to raise the funds to pay for it faces bad weather of its own.
So now it really is over. There's no point carrying on.
One chateau couple embark on a new business plan.
Should have done this years ago. We just never figured out how to.
Which brings some pleasant surprises.
It's really tender, it's caramelised, it falls off the bone.
I might not share it with you.
And as one woman prepares to put on a weekend of fun and games at her chateau...
Do you think that looks appetising for the ice cream?
Things don't go to plan.
Catastrophe has struck. One of the girls didn't make it onto the aeroplane. Maman, we have a bit of a girl situation. Charlie's missed her flight.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, engineer and former Lieutenant Colonel in the British Army. With my wife Angel, we've been renovating our chateau into a home and business.
This is my calling in life.
It's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
So we can certainly relate to other chateau owners struggling to make their businesses work. 220 miles northeast of us sits Chateau de Lys.
For me, I must admit, it's a combination of, you know, the Adams family and sort of, you know, 40 Towers, and it's gorgeous. It's completely lovely.
It's owned by Brit Tim and his Dutch wife, Margriet.
We sort of met each other in Holland about 25 years ago, I think, something like 25 years ago?
26 already.
26, is it? Okay. I used to be a musician, and she was a teacher.
They gave up everything for this place when they bought it in 2013.
I'd said goodbye to the band. I sort of told them I was going to leave, and they got someone else in.
And I quit my job.
They've been running this place as a B&B, but it hasn't been making them enough money. So they visited Angel and I at our place for some advice.
Hi! How are you?
And now they've decided to start putting on weddings at their chateau.
Should have done this years ago. We just never figured out how to.
I feel very optimistic about it. I think the preparations of the weddings will be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And the weddings themselves, of course, are going to be amazing to be a part of.
A different sort of work. It's far more creative, and it's far more. It's making people happy.
Located just an hour's drive from Calais, in the Picardy region, they think their chateau will appeal to Brits looking for something special.
You don't need a whole day's driving. In a few hours, you can be here. So it makes it quite a perfect wedding venue, I think.
I think so too.
We're looking into offering a real package deal. So the people just have to turn up and get married and be happy. And it's going to be totally customized to how they see their perfect day.
But that takes a lot of work. So Tim and Marguerite have a busy weekend planned, meeting the suppliers and setting up their new business. And if it wasn't enough, there's a big party planned for Tim tomorrow.
We organize a weekend just for our friends. You know, cooking together, eating together, drinking together. You know, when you have a normal house, you never have a chance to do that.
Ah, bonjour.
Bonjour.
So there's a lot to get done today. First, a meeting with potential florist Jessica Flay, who could supply the flowers for the weddings.
Selon les périodes, c'est pas toujours les mêmes fleurs.
Non.
Après, l'été, on peut profiter de l'épivoine, on peut profiter de la rose, du lys.
It's essential that Tim and Marguerite get reliable local suppliers on board.
Donc normalement, c'est le robe des mariages et la préférence des couples qui décidaient pour les fleurs.
Ils choisissent leur couleur, leur thème, et puis on voit en fonction avec les fleurs.
Très bien.
We are very aware that every couple has individual ideas. Marguerite needs Jess to be flexible when it comes to styling the arrangements.
C'est la grande mode en ce moment.
Oui, le mode c'est shabby, vintage, champêtre.
Comme le château.
Comme le château, oui.
Okay. Well, merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Thank you. And oh, c'est le...
Looks like they've secured a supplier who's on board with their ideas.
Oui, moi aussi.
Merci. À la prochaine.
À la prochaine.
À la prochaine. Merci beaucoup.
Au revoir.
I think it's going to be really, really nice cooperation with her.
Yeah, she's great.
Next on the agenda, sorting a caterer to do the wedding food.
Bonjour.
Ça va?
Très bien. Bonjour.
They've driven just 7 miles up the road to the 500-year-old L'Étoile du Jour restaurant for a menu tasting with the owner, Christopher.
We use fresh product and we work with local producers.
I think it's really good that you're using the regional products and the regional recipes, because I think that's exactly what people that have an English wedding in France are looking for.
Fingers crossed the food lives up to expectations. The starter, a classic French terrine, followed by a local crab dish. Problem is, Marguerite's a vegetarian.
It looks very pretty. It looks really, really nice.
This is delicious. Really lovely. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, this is lovely, isn't it? I mean,
It's
I feel
amazing.
very spoiled. I mean, yeah.
You are spoiled, and
I
you're
am.
so lucky that I'm a vegetarian.
I am.
Now the main course, lamb shank. Poor Marguerite.
It's really tender. It's caramelized. It falls off the bone. Flavor's fantastic. Gravy matches it. I mean, you don't get any better than this. It's great.
We get it, Tim. It's delicious. Luckily, dessert is something Marguerite can sink her teeth into.
The dessert,
Oh.
it's a 2 chocolate cake.
Well, I'm going to give this to my wife because she hasn't had anything to eat yet, and then whatever she doesn't eat, I'm going to eat.
I'll just have a little
Yes, I'll have a bit up. So
bit to try. I might not share it with you. I don't think you're going to like it.
I think I might do. I'm sort of want to learn how to.
I mean, chocolate cake? You're not really into chocolate cake.
Looks like they enjoyed it. Will these guys be their wedding caterers?
Well, that was absolutely fantastic. It's the beginning of a good symbiotic relationship we will hopefully endure.
They're in business.
So, that was really nice. Really nice guy. Really looking forward to working with him.
It's been a successful day so far, but there's still a lot more to cram in before they can get on with preparing for Tim's birthday party tomorrow. A 9.5-hour drive directly south of Tim and Marguerite is the 16th century medieval castle of Chateau Saint-Ferréol, home to Sophie and James MacDonald.
It does take up more of your life than you might sometimes wish, but it's such a beautiful place. You do have a sort of a protective feeling about it.
It looks a bit of a ruin now. 20 years ago, it was a complete ruin. We'd love to see this place fully restored, and we think we're about halfway through.
Set in the Languedoc region of France, just 25 miles north of the Pyrenees, they're gradually restoring the 30-room castle to its former glory.
It's financial suicide. We are completely crazy, and if we'd ever thought about it, we would not have done it.
To pay for the work, Sophie and James hold fundraising events through their association, the Friends of Saint-Ferréol.
If you're staying for the talk and for the lunch, it will then be 50 for both of you.
That's great.
But this year, all other restoration is on hold, as the roof repair has become particularly urgent.
We've been through and we've made a little plan of where all the weaknesses are and where the tiles need replacing. And there are leaks there, 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 and one there.
Oh dear.
There are two things that we could do. One is to properly replace the whole of the roof and the top floor, but we're not in a position to do that because we're talking about easily $500,000 to do that. Of course, sometimes we're not here when it rains. The water can come through, not just to the second floor, but the floor below. And eventually, that water is going to rot the woodwork. And so eventually, the floors are going to give way. And so in the meantime, what we have to do is repair. There's no question this work has to be done.
This morning, roofer Dale has arrived to inspect the scale of the damage.
So basically, what is it you're looking to do? Do you just want to stop the leaks?
We've got quite a few leaks coming in, and you can see where they are because there's either a bucket or there's rot on. Look, there's a couple of full buckets over there.
Where we've got a major leak, the old tiles here, they slide down. So then you get water coming in from the top, which will run down here, and it's just eating away at the wood. And then in the long run, if you was to leave that is a fragile part of the roof. If that beam there collapses, it gives way there, then you're looking at serious problems.
Dale confirms Sophie and James's worst fears. It's a big job. The cost? £1,000. They managed to raise nearly £500 from a talk.
Broadly, the Cathars are enormously powerful.
And lunch they threw at the Chateau 3 weeks ago. But they need the same again and more.
So it's hugely expensive. Everything doesn't cost 50 quid. It costs a few £100. So the overheads are huge all the time.
So they need to come up with a plan to raise the cash quickly before the winter season starts.
You can really see that is degenerating, and if we get some snow, we should have an unpleasant surprise one morning.
Yeah.
Chateau de la Motte-Husson is our home, and we pay for its upkeep and renovation by putting on special events and weddings here.
You may kiss your wife.
One thing our guests love is my roast pig, cooked on my very own home-built pig roaster. Today, though, I need to transform it into a chicken rotisserie for an upcoming wedding this weekend.
not everybody wants to have a hog roast. And our next wedding, they want me to do 24 chickens. So, actually, maybe more than 24 in the end, but 24 chickens in here. I'm not going to make another roaster, so this has to be adapted. Somehow I don't think I'm going to get 24 chickens on that. Right.
The actual body of the pig roaster is fine. So in my workshop, I'm going to try and convert the spit that skewers the pig into 4 skewers for chickens.
The idea is, if I slide a chicken along the post, I put the skewer through one side of the chicken and out the other side of the chicken and hold it in place, which means when the actual post turns, so does the chicken.
I've only ever roasted pigs in this, and I'm getting pretty good at that. I'm hoping this will work just as well for chickens.
I'm thinking this is going to work. If it doesn't work, that's going to be a pain in the butt, so what I'll have to do is just do it again, do more. But we'll get there. Until it gets me into these things. My answer is no, you're going to have a pig. But nope.
After grinding and welding late into the evening, it's finished. The next day, it's time to test my new chicken rotisserie to check if it actually works. Not long to the wedding, so I'm going to be in trouble if it doesn't.
Right. Here we go. Whoa. See, it doesn't look too bad. In fact, it looks really tasty. Now, we're just going to lift the whole lot out. It's a two-man job tomorrow, definitely. Like I said, they don't look too terrible at all, do they? Right, knife. Skewer. Skewer. Oh, juices, chickens, just like that. Look at this. This is lovely, moist chicken. Can you see the moisture on that? Oops, a daisy. Look at that. That's lovely, moist chicken. Mm. Mm. Jay, come try some of this.
I invite Jay, who's been helping around the chateau, to come over and give his verdict on the chicken.
Are you a chicken or are you a breast or a thigh man?
Yeah. Wow, that looks good, isn't it? Wow.
Do you want some breast in or do you want some thigh meat?
Breast would be fine, thanks.
No, be fine or do you prefer breast?
Yeah, I prefer breast.
Try that. I don't know why anybody would have breast instead of thigh, personally.
Oh,
All right?
That is, well, nice, lovely. Nice and succulent.
Good, good, good. You see?
Phew, it works. I hope they appreciate my work at the wedding.
As well as doing pigs, we do poultry. And to be fair, anything I can tie to it now is going to be cooked, so I'm very pleased.
Thanks very much.
Work harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
"330 miles southeast of us, almost bang splat in the centre of France, sits the 500-year-old Chateau de Lalande. It was owned by the same family for more than 250 years, until it was sold to Londoner Stephanie Jarvis, who now runs it as a B&B.
It's pretty idyllic, being able to go for walks in the countryside, and there's a little stream going through the woods, which is really pretty, and there's wood, which is breathtaking. I really like it.
The chateau lies in the Berry region in the heart of rural France. And like any chateau, it costs a packet to run.
The upkeep's pretty high. The main thing is the electricity. That's just hammers us monthly. That really is expensive.
And even though she's done a lot of renovation work, it's by no means finished.
There's all sorts of things that we want to do that we need money for. I don't know if you've seen the list on the blackboard in the kitchen. We'd love a swimming pool in the future. There's all sorts of outbuildings that still need to be redone. Bit by bit, I'd like to make them into gîtes and have everything finished eventually. It's an endless list.
What's more, Stephanie's French mum, Isabel, wants the huge loft to be converted into a self-contained apartment for herself.
Perhaps this corner has a bed area and plenty of cupboards so I can leave my stuff. I have too much stuff, I cannot part with it. And then that would be the lounge area. Easy.
Yeah, it's easy if you've got a spare 100 grand lying around, which Stephanie doesn't. The chateau does bring in some money.
Mainly through workshops and also through chambre d'hôte, B&Bs. The chambre d'hôte is working more and more every year.
But she needs to make more if she wants to carry out those big projects. So she's trying a new enterprise, singles weekends.
This weekend we've got our first ever Club Lalande, which is a new thing we're trying, which is just for people to come and have like old-fashioned country house weekends here. And we're starting it off with a singles one, because I think that singles are more likely to actually go and meet a whole bunch of strangers.
12 tickets have been sold for this weekend's event at £400 a pop. And later this afternoon, 6 single guys and 6 single girls will arrive at Chateau de Lalande, looking to find love.
We're going to really try to do it as it would have been in the past, with big breakfast, picnics on the lawn, games in the afternoon, a big black tie dinner in the evening. So it's all happening now, and it's a first. I have no idea how it's going to go.
Stephanie's top priority this morning is preparing the entertainment.
I'm trying to find things that are just easy and relaxed and fun.
One of the many games planned for the weekend will be an ice cream tasting competition. So Stephanie is mixing up some experimental flavours. She's never done this before.
So I'm making cardamom and vanilla ice cream. I'll never guess that flavour. This is a huge learning curve. I haven't made any of these ice creams before because it has to be slightly unusual flavours. But it's fun trying new things.
It's not just the entertainment that's keeping her busy. Over the next 24 hours, Stephanie's got to sort the rooms for the guests and prepare their breakfasts, lunches and dinners, all on her own.
There's no way I could afford a cook. It would be quite luxurious to have a cook. But I enjoy it anyway. The thing is that to make sure that I keep on enjoying it, I keep making new things. And that means that I never really know what I'm doing. And so I'm just skirting on the edge of disaster all of the time. Well, it's doing something, so we'll just quietly leave it to get on.
Although this lovely chateau has been updated and modified over the centuries, its oldest wing dates back to about 1490, and it still bears the hallmarks of its original incarnation as a defensive fort.
This is a musket hole, so you just have got enough to shoot at a particular distance. This would have been a covered walkway for the defenders and observation post, so it was pretty defensive, but it was never in a war as such, that I know of, you know.
Back in the kitchen, Stephanie's moved on to her third ice cream flavour combination of goat's cheese and honey.
Goat's cheese is definitely this region's cheese. It looks so yummy. Right, clearing up this mess. I completely forgot the honey. Do you think we've got completely burnt honey now? Whoops! We're definitely going to need to do the honey again. Do you think that looks appetizing for the ice cream? Okay, take 2 on the honey.
Following her setback, Mum Isabel decides to step in and help.
I don't know why you didn't use the mixer.
I do, because I wanted it like this. I wanted it lumpy with bits of chunky bits of goat's cheese in it, yeah. Hello?
It's Charlie, one of the 6 single female guests coming for the weekend.
I'm really sorry. Are you okay, though? Oh, you poor thing.
Poor thing, somebody's not coming.
Okay, well, good luck. I hope you can find another way. Catastrophe has struck. One of the girls didn't make it onto the aeroplane. Maman, we have a bit of a girl situation. Charlie's missed her flight. I'm gonna have to step into the dinner to make the numbers right.
With 6 male suitors expecting to meet 6 single females, Stephanie will have to step in to make up the numbers. Could Stephanie herself find love this weekend?
I'm not single, so I can't even.
And you would have stepped in otherwise.
I would have stepped in like a shot.
In northern France, to increase their income, Tim and Marguerite are adding weddings to the list of things they offer at their chateau. But that means their plans for an upmarket caravan park are now shelved.
It's beginning to look already a bit like a home, isn't it?
So they're going to keep one of the caravans for themselves and visiting family and friends.
Hello.
Oh, wow. That looks really nice.
It does look nice, doesn't it?
It's great to finally be at the stage where I can put my stuff in and, you know, finish it off. And I've always got very strong ideas about how I want it. So basically, Tim has no say in all this whatsoever. And he knows that. We've been together for so long, he knows that. And
Marguerite leaves them to continue on the caravan while she gets on with another task, creating the promotional photos for the new website to advertise their wedding business.
we decided to just create a few spaces as they would be if there was a wedding here. And so this is the place where they could have, the couple could have their ceremony. I think traditionally a ceremony is under an arch. I'm decorating an arch with some flowers.
Photographer Laura will take shots of model Rosalie in different wedding dresses in various locations throughout the chateau.
So the flowers are from Jess, the florist. She's done a really, really good job. It's the makeup for the fact that you haven't actually got a husband. There's no groom involved. You have to rub it in.
Ouch.
We've got 3 wedding dresses in total. Yeah, it's really nice seeing this happen today because it makes it all more real. So yeah, everything just comes together more and more.
The last location is the fallen tree at the front of the chateau that Tim thinks provides the perfect photo opportunity.
I knew this would be a good place for a photo shoot. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
They're full steam ahead with the new business. With the first wedding booked for next year and the website soon to be launched, they're convinced the future looks bright.
Having to put some decorations up myself, thinking about where can we have the party, where can we have the ceremony. It all falls into place. And so next week I'm going to start with a website, and it definitely feels like I know how it's going to work. It feels like it's all fitting.
With the creative juices flowing, last job of the day is for Marguerite to put her finishing touches on the caravan.
Nearly. It's just a centimetre off the wall on that side. It's lovely. I like it. I paid €2 for it.
You did pay €2. You were damn, I'll tell you. €2. It's falling apart.
It's lovely. It's character. I really
Actually, it is
like
great. It is lovely, yeah.
I'm very pleased the way it turned out, and it's just so nice to have this little retreat here, and you know, we can have friends staying here, but it's mostly for ourselves. It's our escape from the chateau.
They've done a lot today, but tomorrow's going to be another busy one. It's Tim's birthday bash.
There's about 60 people coming. There'll be music and great.
Let's hope things don't get too out of hand.
It's utter chaos, to be honest.
A day's drive south of Tim and Marguerite, back at Saint-Ferréol, it's been another bad night for the castle's leaking roof.
I went up to have a look if everything was okay, and there was tons and tons of water coming through in a place that I've never seen water before. That kind of thing is really worrying.
The cost of repairing the roof is £1,000. They've got around half of that, so James is pressing ahead with a fundraising walking tour.
Tomorrow we're off to Montségur. It's a good 40 minutes and it's completely isolated. It's up a mountainside. There's no shelter, there's no water, there's no facilities, no loos. And the weather this time of year, normally you'd expect completely clear skies. Fingers crossed for good weather tomorrow.
But when James meets the tour guests the next morning at 9:30, it doesn't look great.
Let's just have a look at the weather and we'll decide if we want to risk it. What does everybody think? Whether it's worth doing? Yeah? Great, excellent. Okay, that's what we like to hear. Let's see.
Luckily for James, the walkers are up for braving the elements. But conditions start to rapidly deteriorate.
Okay, this seems pretty sheltered, so we'll stop here for a minute.
Undeterred, James begins his talk.
The defenders pretty soon realise that they're onto a loser. It takes about 2 months to get up to sort of this level, close enough to build their trebuchets. So now it really is over. There's no point carrying on.
Back in the shelter of the chateau, Sophie waits and wonders if the tour is going okay.
We get donations sometimes, so that can be really important. We've had a donation of €500 this year, which was completely out of the blue, so it's kind of encouraging. You never really know who's going to have a spare €500.
This rain won't be doing the leaky chateau any good, and with £500 to raise, James certainly won't want to hand out refunds.
And the terms that they arrive at are the terms of the standard surrender ever since Minerve back in 1210. Everybody can go free as long as they adopt the Catholic faith.
But it seems he's keeping the tour group on board right to the end, despite the weather.
All right, I'll get back down and have lunch.
Now James needs to get back and get roofer Dale in quickly so he can repair that leaky roof. Back at Chateau de Lalonde, most of Stephanie's guests have arrived for the singles event and are mingling on the lawn in front of the chapel.
Would you like some of this? We're ready to go. This is it. The first thing is happening. It's the picnic. And hopefully everyone will get on incredibly well and people will fall madly in love.
One of Stephanie's female guests, Charlie, missed her flight from London and is trying to get on another.
Come and sit down.
So in the meantime, Stephanie's sitting in to make up the numbers.
Youth, love and friendship. Cheers.
Stephanie's got a lot riding on this weekend. There's a long to-do list here, and she's got to bring in cash from events like this to pay for the next phase of renovations.
This is our woodshed, and it's quite a big space, and also the rooms on either side at the top and the bottom aren't used for anything at the moment. So we like to maybe knock through somehow and put a glass front on it, possibly have a very small concert hall or theatre. I know a lot of classical musicians, and it would be just so good to be able to have a proper concert hall here for that.
Back at the party, the singles have assembled in the driveway, ready for a cake baking competition. But it looks like there's a new addition. Charlie, who missed her flight this morning, has finally made it.
Hi, I'm Steph. I'm so glad you made it. I can't believe you made it. So lovely. This is so amazing. Charlie's here. It happened. We have girls and 2 more coming later. It's perfect. And she seems such fun.
Charlie's arrival means that everyone now has a partner for the baking competition.
Excellent.
Why is this so funny?
Stephanie's asked each team to bake a simple Victoria sponge.
The bake-off is hilarious. I think I want to bake off every day now. I'm loving it. I think the teams are bonding pretty well. I see quite a few sparks. We've got champagne. It's a lovely day. It's perfect. I'm happy.
Once the cakes are out...
It's absolutely beautiful.
And the decoration goes on...
Oh, look, you're all sorted.
Some more successfully than others.
Ta-da! It's going to be delicious.
It's time for Isabel and her partner Percy to judge the results.
I must congratulate you on the tidiness of your product. Taste?
Very good, I thought. is good. That's
Honestly,
marmalade.
It's very romantic, and also you are an optimist. Well done. A sponge pudding.
No, it's not. It's actually got a name.
What you've got to remember is we had fun. We had real fun doing this.
And that is wonderful. We must say thank you very much to all of you. It has been extremely enlightening. I have learned a great deal about cake making, but I would suggest one or two of you perhaps should give up the idea of opening up a tea shop.
So, first place, gold, goes to Ménage à Trois.
Oh my God.
You have one to share between you for life. Meatless dishes for hay dieters. Congratulations. Well done.
Well done. There is great promise ahead of you.
As the sun begins to set at Chateau de Lalande, the guests re-emerge in time for the black tie dinner.
God!
Hi.
Good.
Nice to see you.
Perfect. Come in, Oliver. We're all here now.
Only time will tell if this magical location is the scene for a budding new romance. At the Alexander's Chateau in Picardy, it's almost party time.
It's the morning of Tim's birthday, and we're trying to get the whole chateau ready for the party tonight. The party became a bit bigger than we anticipated because Tim kept inviting more and more people. So it's becoming quite a huge event, which is great. It's utter chaos, to be honest, but we're having fun. He's very excited because he had presents already and chocolate, and there's all these people here for him, so he's really happy and looking forward to it. What I'm doing now is just making something non-alcoholic for the few people that won't be having wine or bubbles or beer. It's like a watermelon water, and I'm going to make this and also lemon water and cucumber water.
Tim's busy in the chateau's other kitchen, making stuffing for the party's main event, the lamb spit roast.
This is a mixture and a half. This. We've got the livers and the kidneys, rosemary, thyme, lemon, bread, pepper, salt, onions and garlic, and it's going to fulfill its sheepy destiny.
Looking good to me. In fact, this dish was inspired by their visit to us.
Well, you know, we're doing the méchoui, which is a lamb on a spit. When we were down at Digging Angels, they had a pig roaster, brilliant things, like a little pillar box thing with a door, and I was really going to try and build one of those before today. We decided in the end to get this thing here, which is very simple. It's a box, and you can slide it backwards and forwards, put the lamb on there. I've never done this before. It just looked great. So everyone's looking forward to it. About 60 people coming. There'll be music, and great. I've got this wonderful house. One of the nicest things of it is to have all your friends around and be able to put them up and be able to do this. And you feel very blessed that you've got the opportunity to do it. Yeah!
Well done.
Brilliant, man. That's perfect.
I can almost taste it myself. With a packed chateau of friends, the party's soon in full swing.
So I've got the meat. Meat's ready. Yeah! That used to be a sheep. It's not a guest that didn't pay, OK?
Seeing the chateau in full party mode has Tim and Marguerite feeling optimistic about their plans for holding weddings here.
This is what the wedding's going to be, a bit like this, I think. And everyone's sitting around having fun, enjoying themselves.
Really nice, relaxed atmosphere. Chateau at its best.
Chateau at its best, look.
It's been a life-changing season for Tim, Marguerite and their family. They started out with plans for a luxury caravan site.
I have to say, it's beaten me.
And battled bees to free their holiday homes for co-ownership.
There are a lot more bees than I thought there were.
But ended it with a bold plan to start a wedding business.
Fills us with a lot of optimism. For the first time, we're actually totally comfortable about what's in store for us next year, and I think we're going to be good at it.
You know what? I think they're going to do really well.
Well, thanks again, Dick and Angel, if you're
Yeah.
listening. I mean...
Thank you.
Yeah, we're sort of, you know...
We're happy.
We are.
Over 600 miles south, it's a momentous day at Chateau Saint-Ferriol.
Hi there.
Hi,
How you doing? Okay.
Good to see you, yeah.
Good to see you too.
So, all ready?
All ready, yeah.
Dale the roofer has arrived to fix Sophie and James's leaky roof.
We've now actually got a little bit of a nest egg to do some really significant repairs to the roof. So that's great.
This should stop the leaks permanently. I'm most certainly looking forward to seeing it all done, yeah.
Dale will have his work cut out.
On my first visit, I counted a total of about 15 to 20 leaks. Done a map which will save us time once we're on the roof because you can't really see where the leaks are from the top. You can see them easier from underneath. So basically what we're going to do today is replace any tiles that are broken. These tiles are 200 to 300 years old and they're all made by hand. There are finger marks on them. Normally they'll put on the leg like that and wiped over like that and then put in the oven to cook. Roofing is a dangerous job, especially here. We've probably got an 8 to 10 metre drop, so we basically are very concentrated on what we do. And up we go. If we end up standing on the middle here, we'll break the tiles. We have to always walk on the nose of the tiles, which is this part here. The main leakages that we've got on the roof here is because the wind and the weight of the tiles makes them slide down. The reason why we're going to be using this glue is to stop them from sliding. And here we've got the underneath tile, which is the one that carries the most water, has slid down here. So any water that's going to be falling down here is basically just going to fall onto the woodwork here.
But they need to get a move on. With more wet weather due to arrive tonight, he hasn't got a lot of time.
The roof here is about 300 square metres and there's 2 of us to do that, so that's 150 square metres each. And it's going to be a big job, so we're going to have sore arms tonight.
300 miles north at Chateau de Lalande, it's the morning after Stephanie's black tie singles night. The guests look tired but happy.
It's sunny and it's beautiful here. So beautiful. What a night.
Yeah, it was eventful.
Tea, I need tea.
So, is there love in the air?
I think last night was extremely eventful, but I don't think it's for me to say anything. Last night was a success beyond my wildest dreams. It was really good. Everyone had such a good time. It was a nice atmosphere. It was a lovely crowd.
The night went so well, they didn't get around to the ice cream tasting. So Stephanie's decided to serve it up for brunch.
That is coffee. No.
Do you want any more clues? Think of crêpe Suzette.
Sanzano.
Nice.
No, but you're on the right line.
Cognac, maybe? Martini.
No. Okay, well, shall I just tell you what?
Yeah.
It's Grand Marnier.
Oh, of course it is.
They're not very good at this. Next one.
It's cardamom.
Yes, yes. Whoa, impressive.
Well done. Having successfully pulled off her first singles event, brought in some much-needed renovation money, and possibly kick-started some new romances.
Love has definitely been found, but you need to ask them about it. What happens at Chateau de Lalande stays at Chateau de Lalande.
Stephanie's decided her singles parties are a winner.
This weekend's event really helps us because it helps us raise money for things like the concert hall, big projects that we want to do. So I think we'll look at doing this 2 or 3 times a year from now on.
She wants to make them even bigger.
We could go up to maybe 20 people at a time maximum, and I think it would work more often because it's a really fun thing to do, to fly out from London and then have a weekend somewhere completely away from your reality, meeting lots of fun people.
Good luck with it all, Stephanie, as Chateau owner and in your new role as Cupid.
It's been hilarious. I haven't stopped laughing the entire time. It's perfect.
Back at Chateau Saint-Ferriol, there's also reason to be happy. Dale has finished fixing Sophie and James's roof.
Right, that's it. Should be okay, yeah. Everything's fine. We found a few more leaks than we expected. I mean, what we've done today is going to be fine. It could keep up for another 3, 4 years, maybe 5. It'll hold up the winter, that's for sure.
James and Sophie couldn't be happier. They started out with a major problem, and they raised the funds to sort it out.
So we did well raising that money. It's been well spent.
Great, we're feeling waterproof. Doesn't matter if it rains for the next few months, we should be all right. It's not fun living in a place where there's water coming in through the roof and getting worse all the time, so that's pretty good.
When you get something really important done, it's a real buzz. And it's such a beautiful place. It's such a beautiful spot.
I couldn't agree more.
One of the highs is just living here. Living somewhere like this is fantastic. But it's just hard work to keep it like this.
And they've still got lots to do.
Eventually, we'd love to see this place fully restored, all of it being used. It would have various apartments, and that would expand the number of events we could do here as well. We think we're about halfway through. We've done about half the work that's necessary.
From one chateau owner to another, I understand your challenges and wish you all the best, James and Sophie.